Chapter 1 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. Chapter 1. Madame de Bargeton and Lucien de Rubempré had left Angoulême behind, and were travelling together upon the road to Paris. Not one of the party who made that journey alluded to it afterwards, but it may be believed that an infatuated youth who had looked forward to the delights of an elopement must have found the continual presence of Gentil, the manservant, and Albertine, the maid, not a little irksome on the way. Lucien, travelling post for the first time in his life, was horrified to see pretty nearly the whole sum on which he meant to live in Paris for a 12-month dropped along the road. Like other men who combine great intellectual powers with the charming simplicity of childhood, he openly expressed his surprise at the new and wonderful things which he saw, and thereby made a mistake. A man should study a woman very carefully before he allows her to see his thoughts and emotions as they arise in him. A woman whose nature is large as her heart is tender can smile upon childishness and make allowances, but let her have ever so small a spice of vanity herself, and she cannot forgive childishness or littleness or vanity in her lover. Many a woman is so extravagant a worshipper that she must always see the god in her idol. But there are yet others who love a man for his sake, and not for their own, and adore his failings with his greater qualities. Lucien had not guessed as yet that Madame de Bargeton's love was grafted on pride. He made another mistake when he failed to discern the meaning of certain smiles which flitted over Louise's lips from time to time. And instead of keeping himself to himself, he indulged in the playfulness of the young rat emerging from his hole for the first time. The travellers were set down before daybreak at the sign of the Gaillard Bois in the Rue de l'Échelle, both so tired out with the journey that Louise went straight to bed and slept, first bidding Lucien to engage the room immediately overhead. Lucien slept on till 4 o'clock in the afternoon, when he was awakened by Madame de Bargeton's servant, and, learning the hour, made a hasty toilet and hurried downstairs. Louise was sitting in the shabby inn sitting-room. Hotel accommodation is a blot on the civilization of Paris, for with all its pretensions to elegance, the city as yet does not boast a single inn where a well-to-do traveller can find the surroundings to which he is accustomed at home. To Lucien's just awakened, sleep-dimmed eyes, Louise was hardly recognizable in this cheerless, sunless room, with the shabby window curtains, the comfortless, polished floor, the hideous furniture bought second-hand or much the worse for wear. Some people no longer look the same when detached from the background of faces, objects, and surroundings which serve as a setting, without which, indeed, they seem to lose something of their intrinsic worth. Personality demands its appropriate atmosphere to bring out its values, just as the figures in Flemish interiors need the arrangement of light and shade in which they are placed by the painter's genius, if they are to live for us. This is especially true of provincials. Madame de Bargeton, moreover, looked more thoughtful and dignified than was necessary now when no barrier stood between her and happiness. Gentil and Albertine waited upon them, and while they were present, Lucien could not complain. The dinner, sent in from a neighbouring restaurant, fell far below the provincial average, both in quantity and quality. The essential goodness of country fare was wanting, and in point of quantity, the portions were cut with so strict an eye to business that they savoured of short commons. In such small matters, Paris does not show its best side to travellers of moderate fortune. Lucien waited till the meal was over. Some change had come over Louise, he thought, but he could not explain it. And a change had, in fact, taken place. Events had occurred while he slept, for reflection is an event in our inner history, And Madame de Bargeton had been reflecting. About 2 o'clock that afternoon, Sixte du Châtelet made his appearance in the Rue de l'Échelle and asked for Albertine. The sleeping damsel was roused, and to her he expressed his wish to speak with her mistress. Madame de Bargeton had scarcely time to dress before he came back again. The unaccountable apparition of Monsieur du Châtelet roused the lady's curiosity, for she had kept her journey a profound secret, as she thought. At 3 o'clock the visitor was admitted. "I have risked a reprimand from headquarters to follow you," he said as he greeted her. "I foresaw coming events, but if I lose my post for it, you, at any rate, shall not be lost." "What do you mean?" exclaimed Madame de Bargeton. "I can see plainly that you love Lucien," he continued with an air of tender resignation. "You must love, indeed, if you can act thus recklessly, and disregard the conventions which you know so well. Dear, adored Nais, can you really imagine that Madame d'Espard's salon, or any other salon in Paris, will not be closed to you as soon as it is known that you have fled from Angoulême, as it were, with a young man, especially after the duel between Monsieur de Bargeton and Monsieur de Chandour? The fact that your husband has gone to the Escarbas looks like a separation. Under such circumstances, a gentleman fights first and afterwards leaves his wife at liberty. By all means, give Monsieur de Rubempré your love and your countenance, do just as you please, but you must not live in the same house. If anybody here in Paris knew that you had traveled together, the whole world that you have a mind to see would point the finger at you. And Nais, do not make these sacrifices for a young man whom you have as yet compared with no one else. He, on his side, has been put to no proof. He may forsake you for some Parisienne, better able, as he may fancy, to further his ambitions. I mean no harm to the man you love, but you will permit me to put your own interests before his, and to beg you to study him, to be fully aware of the serious nature of this step that you are taking. And then, if you find all doors closed against you, and that none of the women call upon you, make sure at least that you will feel no regret for all that you have renounced for him. Be very certain first that he for whom you will have given up so much will always be worthy of your sacrifices, and appreciate them. Just now," continued Châtelet, "Madame d'Espard is the more prudish and particular because she herself is separated from her husband, nobody knows why. The Navarreins, the Lenoncourts, the Blamont-Chauffrys, and the rest of the relations have all rallied round her. The most straight-laced women are seen at her house and receive her with respect, and the Marquis d'Espard has been put in the wrong. The first call that you pay will make it clear to you that I am right. Indeed, knowing Paris as I do, I can tell you beforehand that you will no sooner enter the Marquise's salon than you will be in despair lest she should find out that you are staying at the Gaillard Bois with an apothecary's son, though he may wish to be called Monsieur de Rubempré. You will have rivals here, women far more astute and shrewd than Amélie. They will not fail to discover who you are, where you come from, and all that you are doing. You have counted upon your incognito, I see, but you are one of those women for whom an incognito is out of the question. You will meet Angoulême at every turn. There are deputies from the Charente coming up for the opening of the session. There is the commandant in Paris on leave. Why, the first man or woman from Angoulême who happens to see you would cut your career short in a strange fashion. You would simply be Lucien's mistress. If you need me at any time, I am staying with the Receiver General in the Rue de Faubourg Saint-Honoré, 2 steps away from Madame d'Espard's. I am sufficiently acquainted with the Marechal de Carigliano, Madame de Serizy, and the President of the Council to introduce you to those houses. But you will meet so many people at Madame d'Espard's that you are not likely to require me. So far from wishing to gain admittance to this set or that, everyone will be longing to make your acquaintance." Châtelet talked on. Madame de Bargeton made no interruption. She was struck with his perspicacity. The Queen of Angoulême had, in fact, counted upon preserving her incognito. "You are right, my dear friend," she said at length. "But what am I to do?" "Allow me to find suitable furnished lodgings for you," suggested Chatelet. "That way of living is less expensive than an inn. You will have a home of your own, and, if you will take my advice, you will sleep in your new rooms this very night." "But how did you know my address?" queried she. "Your traveling carriage is easily recognized, and besides, I was following you. At Sèvres, your postilion told mine that he had brought you here. Will you permit me to act as your harbinger? I will write as soon as I have found lodgings." "Very well, do so," said she. And in those seemingly insignificant words all was said. The Baron du Châtelet had spoken the language of worldly wisdom to a woman of the world. He had made his appearance before her in faultless dress. A neat cab was waiting for him at the door, and Madame de Bargeton, standing by the window thinking over the position, chanced to see the elderly dandy drive away. A few moments later, Lucien appeared, half awake and hastily dressed. He was handsome, it is true, but his clothes, his last year's nankeen trousers and his shabby tight jacket, were ridiculous. Put Antinous or the Apollo Belvedere himself into a water-carrier's blouse, and how shall you recognize the godlike creature of the Greek or Roman chisel? The eyes note and compare before the heart has time to revise the swift involuntary judgment. And the contrast between Lucien and Chatelet was so abrupt that it could not fail to strike Louise. Towards 6 o'clock that evening, when dinner was over, Madame de Bargeton beckoned Lucien to sit beside her on the shabby sofa covered with a flowered chintz, a yellow pattern on a red ground. "Lucien mine," she said, "don't you think that if we have both of us done a foolish thing, suicidal for both our interests, it would only be common sense to set matters right? We ought not to live together in Paris, dear boy, and we must not allow anyone to suspect that we traveled together. Your career depends so much upon my position that I ought to do nothing to spoil it. So to-night I am going to remove into lodgings nearby. But you will stay on here. We can see each other every day, and nobody can say a word against us." And Louise explained conventions to Lucien, who opened wide eyes. He had still to learn that when a woman thinks better of her folly, she thinks better of her love. But one thing he understood: he saw that he was no longer the Lucien of Angoulême. Louise talked of herself, of her interests, her reputation, and of the world, and, to veil her egoism, she tried to make him believe that this was all on his account. He had no claim upon Louise, thus suddenly transformed into Madame de Bargeton, and, more serious still, he had no power over her. He could not keep back the tears that filled his eyes. "If I am your glory," cried the poet, "you are yet more to me. You are my one hope. My whole future rests with you. I thought that if you meant to make my successes yours, you would surely make my adversity yours also. And here we are going to part already." "You are judging my conduct," said she. "You do not love me." Lucien looked at her with such a dolorous expression that, in spite of herself, she said, "Darling, I will stay if you like. We shall both be ruined, we shall have no one to come to our aid. But when we are both equally wretched, and everyone shuts their door upon us both, when failure, for we must look all possibilities in the face, when failure drives us back to the escarbas, then remember, love, that I foresaw the end, and that at the first I proposed that we should make your way by conforming to established rules." "Louise," he cried, with his arms around her, "you are wise, you frighten me. Remember that I am a child, that I have given myself up entirely to your dear will. I myself should have preferred to overcome obstacles and win my way among men by the power that is in me. But if I can reach my goal sooner through your aid, I shall be very glad to owe all my success to you. Forgive me. You mean so much to me that I cannot help fearing all kinds of things. And for me, parting means that desertion is at hand, and desertion is death." "But, my dear boy, the world's demands are soon satisfied," returned she. "You must sleep here, that is all. All day long you will be with me, and no one can say a word." A few kisses set Lucien's mind completely at rest. An hour later, Gentil brought in a note from Châtelet. He told Madame de Bargeton that he had found lodgings for her in the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg. Madame de Bargeton informed herself of the exact place, and found that it was not very far from the Rue de l'Échelle. "We shall be neighbors," she told Lucien. 2 hours afterwards, Louise stepped into the hired carriage sent by Châtelet for the removal to the new rooms. The apartments were of the class that upholsterers furnish and let to wealthy deputies and persons of consideration on a short visit to Paris. Showy and uncomfortable. It was 11 o'clock when Lucien returned to his inn, having seen nothing as yet of Paris, except the part of the Rue Saint Honoré which lies between the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg and the Rue de l'Échelle. He lay down in his miserable little room, and could not help comparing it in his own mind with Louise's sumptuous apartments. Just as he came away, the Baron du Châtelet came in, gorgeously arrayed in evening dress, fresh from the Minister for Foreign Affairs, to inquire whether Madame de Bargeton was satisfied with all that he had done on her behalf. Naïs was uneasy. The splendor was alarming to her mind. Provincial life had reacted upon her. She was painfully conscientious over her accounts, and economical to a degree that is looked upon as miserly in Paris. She had brought with her 20,000 francs in the shape of a draft on the Receiver General, considering that the sum would more than cover the expenses of 4 years in Paris. She was afraid already lest she should not have enough, and should run into debt. And now Châtelet told her that the rooms would only cost 600 francs per month. "A mere trifle," added he, seeing that Naïs was startled. "For 500 francs a month you can have a carriage from a livery stable, 50 louis in all. You need only think of your dress. A woman moving in good society could not well do less. And if you mean to obtain a Receiver General's appointment for Monsieur de Bargeton, or a post in the household, you ought not to look poverty-stricken. Here, in Paris, they only give to the rich. It is most fortunate that you brought Gentil to go out with you and Albertine for your own woman, for servants are enough to ruin you here. But with your introductions you will seldom be home to a meal." Madame de Bargeton and the Baron du Châtelet chatted about Paris. Châtelet gave her all the news of the day, the myriad nothings that you are bound to know, under penalty of being a nobody. Before very long the Baron also gave advice as to shopping, recommending Herbault for toques and Juliette for hats and bonnets. He added the address of a fashionable dressmaker to supersede Victorine. In short, he made the lady see the necessity of rubbing off Angoulême. Then he took his leave after a final flash of happy inspiration. "I expect I shall have a box at one of the theatres tomorrow," he remarked carelessly. "I will call for you and Monsieur de Rubempré, for you must allow me to do the honors of Paris." "There is more generosity in his character than I thought," said Madame de Bargeton to herself, when Lucien was included in the invitation. In the month of June, ministers are often puzzled to know what to do with boxes at the theatre. Ministerialist deputies and their constituents are busy in their vineyards or harvest fields, and their more exacting acquaintances are in the country or travelling about. So it comes to pass that the best seats are filled at this season with heterogeneous theatre-goers, never seen at any other time of year, and the house is apt to look as if it were tapestried with very shabby material. Châtelet had thought already that this was his opportunity of giving Naïs the amusements which provincials crave most eagerly, and that with very little expense. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 2. The next morning, the very first morning in Paris, Lucien went to the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg and found that Louise had gone out. She had gone to make some indispensable purchases, to take counsel of the mighty and illustrious authorities in the matter of the feminine toilette, pointed out to her by Châtelet, for she had written to tell the Marquise d'Espard of her arrival. Madame de Bargeton possessed the self-confidence born of a long habit of rule, but she was exceedingly afraid of appearing to be provincial. She had tact enough to know how greatly the relations of women among themselves depend upon first impressions, and though she felt that she was equal to taking her place at once in such a distinguished set as Madame d'Espard's, she felt also that she stood in need of goodwill at her first entrance into society, and was resolved, in the first place, that she would leave nothing undone to secure success. So she felt boundlessly thankful to Châtelet for pointing out these ways of putting herself in harmony with the fashionable world. A singular chance so ordered it that the Marquise was delighted to find an opportunity of being useful to a connection of her husband's family. The Marquis d'Espard had withdrawn himself without apparent reason from society, and ceased to take any active interest in affairs, political or domestic. His wife, thus left mistress of her actions, felt the need of the support of public opinion, and was glad to take the Marquis's place and give her countenance to one of her husband's relations. She meant to be ostentatiously gracious, so as to put her husband more evidently in the wrong, and that very day she wrote Madame de Bargeton, née Negrepelisse, a charming billet, one of the prettily worded compositions of which time alone can discover the emptiness. She was delighted that circumstances had brought a relative of whom she had heard, whose acquaintance she had desired to make, into closer connection with her family. Friendships in Paris were not so solid but that she longed to find one more to love on earth, and if this might not be, there would only be one more illusion to bury with the rest. She put herself entirely at her cousin's disposal. She would have called upon her if indisposition had not kept her to the house, and she felt that she lay already under obligations to the cousin who had thought of her. Lucien, meanwhile, taking his first ramble along the Rue de la Paix and through the boulevards, like all newcomers, was much more interested in the things that he saw than in the people he met. The general effect of Paris is wholly engrossing at first. The wealth in the shop windows, the high houses, the streams of traffic, the contrast everywhere between the last extremes of luxury and want struck him more than anything else. In his astonishment at the crowds of strange faces, the man of imaginative temper felt as if he himself had shrunk, as it were, immensely. A man of any consequence in his native place, where he cannot go out but he meets with some recognition of his importance at every step, does not readily accustom himself to the sudden and total extinction of his consequence. You are somebody in your own country. In Paris, you are nobody. The transition between the first state and the last should be made gradually, for the too abrupt fall is something like annihilation. Paris could not fail to be an appalling wilderness for a young poet, who looked for an echo for all his sentiments, a confidant for all his thoughts, a soul to share his least sensations. Lucien had not gone in search of his luggage and his best blue coat, and, painfully conscious of the shabbiness, to say no worse, of his clothes, he went to Madame de Bargeton, feeling that she must have returned. He found the Baron du Châtelet, who carried them both off to dinner at the Rocher de Cancale. Lucien's head was dizzy with the whirl of Paris. The Baron was in the carriage; he could say nothing to Louise, but he squeezed her hand, and she gave a warm response to the mute confidence. After dinner, Châtelet took his guests to the Vaudeville. Lucien, in his heart, was not overwell pleased to see Châtelet again, and cursed the chance that had brought the Baron to Paris. The Baron said that ambition had brought him to town; he had hopes of an appointment as Secretary General to a Government department, and meant to take a seat in the Council of State as Master of Requests. He had come to Paris to ask for fulfilment of the promises that had been given him, for a man of his stamp could not be expected to remain a controller all his life. He would rather be nothing at all, and offer himself for election as deputy, or re-enter diplomacy. Châtelet grew visibly taller. Lucien dimly began to recognize in this elderly beau the superiority of the man of the world who knows Paris, and, most of all, he felt ashamed to owe his evening's amusement to his rival. And while the poet looked ill at ease and awkward, Her Royal Highness's ex-secretary was quite in his element. He smiled at his rival's hesitations, at his astonishment, at the questions he put, at the little mistakes which the latter ignorantly made, much as an old salt laughs at an apprentice who has not found his sea legs. But Lucien's pleasure at seeing a play for the first time in Paris outweighed the annoyance of these small humiliations. That evening marked an epoch in Lucien's career. He put away a good many of his ideas as to provincial life in the course of it. His horizon widened. Society assumed different proportions. There were fair Parisiennes in fresh and elegant toilettes all about him. Madame de Bargeton's costume, tolerably ambitious though it was, looked dowdy by comparison. The material, like the fashion and the color, was out of date. That way of arranging her hair, so bewitching in Angoulême, looked frightfully ugly here among the daintily devised coiffures which he saw in every direction. "Will she always look like that?" said he to himself, ignorant that the morning had been spent in preparing a transformation. In the provinces, comparison and choice are out of the question. When a face has grown familiar, it comes to possess a certain beauty that is taken for granted. But transport the pretty woman of the provinces to Paris, and no one takes the slightest notice of her. Her prettiness is of the comparative degree, illustrated by the saying that among the blind the one-eyed are kings. Lucien's eyes were now busy comparing Madame de Bargeton with other women, just as she herself had contrasted him with Châtelet on the previous day. And Madame de Bargeton, on her part, permitted herself some strange reflections upon her lover. The poet cut a poor figure, notwithstanding his singular beauty. The sleeves of his jacket were too short. With his ill-cut country gloves and a waistcoat too scanty for him, he looked prodigiously ridiculous compared with the young men in the balcony. Positively pitiable, thought Madame de Bargeton. Châtelet, interested in her without presumption, taking care of her in a manner that revealed a profound passion. Châtelet, elegant and as much at home as an actor treading the familiar boards of his theatre, in 2 days had recovered all the ground lost in the past 6 months. Ordinary people will not admit that our sentiments towards each other can totally change in a moment, and yet certain it is that two lovers not seldom fly apart even more quickly than they drew together. In Madame de Bargeton and in Lucien, a process of disenchantment was at work. Paris was the cause. Life had widened out before the poet's eyes, as society came to wear a new aspect for Louise. Nothing but an accident now was needed to sever finally the bond that united them, nor was that blow, so terrible for Lucien, very long delayed. Madame de Bargeton set Lucien down at his inn, and drove home with Chatelet, to the intense vexation of the luckless lover. "What will they say about me?" he wondered as he climbed the stairs to his dismal room. "That poor fellow is uncommonly dull," said Chatelet with a smile, when the door was closed. "That is the way with those who have a world of thoughts in their heart and brain. Men who have so much in them to give out in great works long dreamed of profess a certain contempt for conversation, a commerce in which the intellect spends itself in small change," returned the haughty Negrepelisse. She still had courage to defend Lucien, but less for Lucien's sake than for her own. "I grant it you willingly," replied the Baron, "but we live with human beings, and not with books. There, dear Nais, I see how it is. There is nothing between you yet, and I am delighted that it is so. If you decide to bring an interest of a kind hitherto lacking into your life, let it not be this so-called genius, I implore you. How if you have made a mistake? Suppose that in a few days' time, when you have compared him with men whom you will meet, men of real ability, men who have distinguished themselves in good earnest, suppose that you should discover, dear and fair siren, that it is no lyre-bearer that you have borne into port on your dazzling shoulders, but a little ape, with no manners and no capacity, a presumptuous fool who may be a wit in L'Houmeau, but turns out a very ordinary specimen of a young man in Paris. And after all, volumes of verse come out every week here, the worst of them better than all Monsieur Chardon's poetry put together. For pity's sake, wait and compare. Tomorrow, Friday, is opera night," he continued as the carriage turned into the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg. "Madame d'Espard has the box of the first gentleman of the chamber, and will take you, no doubt. I shall go to Madame de Serizy's box to behold you in your glory. They are giving Les Danaïdes." "Good-bye," said she. Next morning, Madame de Bargeton tried to arrange a suitable toilette in which to call on her cousin, Madame d'Espard. The weather was rather chilly. Looking through the dowdy wardrobe from Angouleme, she found nothing better than a certain green velvet gown, trimmed fantastically enough. Lucien, for his part, felt that he must go at once for his celebrated blue best coat. He felt aghast at the thought of his tight jacket, and determined to be well dressed, lest he should meet the Marquise d'Espard, or receive a sudden summons to her house. He must have his luggage at once, so he took a cab, and in 2 hours' time spent 3 or 4 francs, matter for much subsequent reflection on the scale of the cost of living in Paris. Having dressed himself in his best, such as it was, he went to the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg, and on the doorstep encountered Gentil in company with a gorgeously befeathered chasseur. "I was just going round to you, sir. Madame gave me a line for you," said Gentil, ignorant of Parisian forms of respect, and accustomed to homely provincial ways. The chasseur took the poet for a servant. Lucien tore open the note and learned that Madame de Bargeton had gone to spend the day with the Marquise d'Espard. She was going to the opera in the evening, but she told Lucien to be there to meet her. Her cousin permitted her to give him a seat in her box. The Marquise d'Espard was delighted to procure the young poet that pleasure. "Then she loves me! My fears were all nonsense," said Lucien to himself. "She is going to present me to her cousin this very evening." He jumped for joy. He would spend the day that separated him from the happy evening as joyously as might be. He dashed out in the direction of the Tuileries, dreaming of walking there until it was time to dine at Véry's. And now behold Lucien frisking and skipping, light of foot because light of heart, on his way to the Terrasse des Feuillants to take a look at the people of quality on promenade there. Pretty women walk arm in arm with men of fashion, their adorers. Couples greet each other with a glance as they pass. How different it is from the terrace at Beaulieu! how far finer the birds on this perch than the Angoulême species. It is as if you beheld all the colors that glow in the plumage of the feathered tribes of India and America, instead of the sober European families. Those were 2 wretched hours that Lucien spent in the garden of the Tuileries. A violent revulsion swept through him, and he sat in judgment upon himself. In the first place, not a single one of these gilded youths wore a swallow-tail coat. The few exceptions, 1 or 2 poor wretches, a clerk here and there, an annuitant from the Marais, could be ruled out on the score of age, and hard upon the discovery of a distinction between morning and evening dress, the poet's quick sensibility and keen eyes saw likewise that his shabby old clothes were not fit to be seen. The defects in his coat branded that garment as ridiculous. The cut was old-fashioned, the color was the wrong shade of blue, the collar outrageously ungainly. The coat-tails, by dint of long wear, overlapped each other, the buttons were reddened, and there were fatal white lines along the seams. Then his waistcoat was too short, and so grotesquely provincial that he hastily buttoned his coat over it. And finally, no man of any pretension to fashion wore nankeen trousers. Well-dressed men wore charming fancy materials or immaculate white, and everyone had straps to his trousers, while the shrunken hems of Lucien's nether garments manifested a violent antipathy for the heels of boots which they wedded with obvious reluctance. Lucien wore a white cravat with embroidered ends. His sister had seen that M. de Auteuil and M. de Chandour wore such things, and hastened to make similar ones for her brother. Here no one appeared to wear white cravats of a morning except a few grave seniors, elderly capitalists, and austere public functionaries, until, in the street on the other side of the railings, Lucien noticed a grocer's boy walking along the Rue de Rivoli with a basket on his head. Him the man of Angoulême detected in the act of sporting a cravat, with both ends adorned by the handiwork of some adored shop-girl. The sight was a stab to Lucien's breast, penetrating straight to that organ as yet undefined, the seat of our sensibility, the region whither, since sentiment has had any existence, the sons of men carry their hands in any excess of joy or anguish. Do not accuse this chronicle of puerility. The rich, to be sure, never having experienced sufferings of this kind, may think them incredibly petty and small, but the agonies of less fortunate mortals are as well worth our attention as crises and vicissitudes in the lives of the mighty and privileged ones of earth. Is not the pain equally great for either? Suffering exalts all things. And, after all, suppose that we change the terms, and for a suit of clothes, more or less fine, put instead a ribbon, or a star, or a title. Have not brilliant careers been tormented by reason of such apparent trifles as these? Add, moreover, that for those people who must seem to have that which they have not, the question of clothes is of enormous importance, and not unfrequently the appearance of possession is the shortest road to possession at a later day. A cold sweat broke out over Lucien as he bethought himself that to-night he must make his first appearance before the Marquise in this dress. The Marquise d'Espard, relative of a first gentleman of the bedchamber, a woman whose house was frequented by the most illustrious among illustrious men in every field. "I look like an apothecary's son, a regular shop drudge," he raged inwardly, watching the youth of the Faubourg Saint-Germain pass under his eyes, graceful, spruce, fashionably dressed, with a certain uniformity of air, a sameness due to a fineness of contour, and a certain dignity of carriage and expression, though at the same time each one differed from the rest in the setting by which he had chosen to bring his personal characteristics into prominence. Each one made the most of his personal advantages. Young men in Paris understand the art of presenting themselves quite as well as women. Lucien had inherited from his mother the invaluable physical distinction of race. But the metal was still in the ore, and not set free by the craftsman's hand. His hair was badly cut. Instead of holding himself upright with an elastic corset, he felt that he was cooped up inside a hideous shirt collar. He hung his dejected head without resistance on the part of a limp cravat. What woman could guess that a handsome foot was hidden by the clumsy boots which he had brought from Angoulême? What young man could envy him his graceful figure, disguised by the shapeless blue sack which hitherto he had mistakenly believed to be a coat? What bewitching studs he saw on those dazzling white shirt fronts! His own looked dingy by comparison. And how marvelously all these elegant persons were gloved! His own gloves were only fit for a policeman. Yonder was a youth toying with a cane exquisitely mounted. There another with dainty gold studs in his wristbands. Yet another was twisting a charming riding whip while he talked with a woman. There were specks of mud on the ample folds of his white trousers. He wore clanking spurs and a tight-fitting jacket. Evidently he was about to mount one of the two horses held by a hop-o'-my-thumb of a tiger. A young man who went past drew a watch no thicker than a 5-franc piece from his pocket, and looked at it with the air of a person who is either too early or too late for an appointment. Lucien, seeing these petty trifles, hitherto unimagined, became aware of a whole world of indispensable superfluities, and shuddered to think of the enormous capital needed by a professional pretty fellow. The more he admired these gay and careless beings, the more conscious he grew of his own outlandishness. He knew that he looked like a man who has no idea of the direction of the streets, who stands close to the Palais Royal and cannot find it, and asks his way to the Louvre of a passer-by who tells him, "Here you are." Lucien saw a great gulf fixed between him and this new world, and asked himself how he might cross over, for he meant to be one of these delicate, slim youths of Paris, these young patricians who bowed before women divinely dressed and divinely fair. For one kiss from one of these, Lucien was ready to be cut in pieces like Count Philip of Königsmarck. Louise's face rose up somewhere in the shadowy background of memory. Compared with these queens, she looked like an old woman. He saw women whose names will appear in the history of the 19th century, women no less famous than the queens of past times for their wit, their beauty, or their lovers. One who passed was the heroine Mademoiselle des Touches, so well known as Camille Maupin, the great woman of letters, great by her intellect, great no less by her beauty. He overheard the name pronounced by those who went by. "Ah," he thought to himself, "she is poetry." What was Madame de Bargeton in comparison with this angel in all the glory of youth, and hope and promise of the future, with that sweet smile of hers, and the great dark eyes with all heaven in them, and the glowing light of the sun? She was laughing and chatting with Madame Firmiani, one of the most charming women in Paris. A voice indeed cried, "Intellect is the lever by which to move the world," but another voice cried no less loudly that money was the fulcrum. He would not stay any longer on the scene of his collapse and defeat, and went towards the Palais Royal. He did not know the topography of his quarter yet, and was obliged to ask his way. Then he went to Very's and ordered dinner by way of an initiation into the pleasures of Paris, and a solace for his discouragement. A bottle of Bordeaux, oysters from Ostend, a dish of fish, a partridge, a dish of macaroni, and dessert. This was the ne plus ultra of his desire. He enjoyed this little debauch, studying the while how to give the Marquise d'Espard proof of his wit, and redeem the shabbiness of his grotesque accoutrements by the display of intellectual riches. The total of the bill, drew him down from these dreams, and left him the poorer by 50 of the francs which were to have gone such a long way in Paris. He could have lived in Angoulême for a month on the price of that dinner. Wherefore he closed the door of the palace with awe, thinking as he did so that he should never set foot in it again. Eve was right, he said to himself as he went back under the stone arcading for some more money. There is a difference between Paris prices and prices in L'Houmeau. He gazed in at the tailors' windows on the way and thought of the costumes in the garden of the Tuileries. "No," he exclaimed, "I will not appear before Madame d'Espard dressed out as I am." He fled to his inn, fleet as a stag, rushed up to his room, took out 100 crowns, and went down again to the Palais Royal, where his future elegance lay scattered over half a score of shops. The first tailor whose door he entered tried as many coats upon him as he would consent to put on, and persuaded his customer that all were in the very latest fashion. Lucien came out the owner of a green coat, a pair of white trousers, and a fancy waistcoat, for which outfit he gave 200 francs. Ere long he found a very elegant pair of ready-made shoes that fitted his foot, and finally, when he had made all necessary purchases, he ordered the tradespeople to send them to his address, and inquired for a hairdresser. At 7 o'clock that evening he called a cab and drove away to the Opera, curled like a St. John of a procession day, elegantly waistcoated and gloved, but feeling a little awkward in this kind of sheath in which he found himself for the first time. In obedience to Mme. de Bargeton's instructions, he asked for the box reserved for the first gentleman of the bedchamber. The man at the box office looked at him, and beholding Lucien in all the grandeur assumed for the occasion, in which he looked like a best man at a wedding, asked Lucien for his order. "I have no order." "Then you cannot go in," said the man at the box office dryly. "But I belong to Mme. d'Espard's party." "It is not our business to know that," said the man, who could not help exchanging a barely perceptible smile with his colleague. A carriage stopped under the peristyle as he spoke. A chasseur in a livery which Lucien did not recognize let down the step, and 2 women in evening dress came out of the brougham. Lucien had no mind to lay himself open to an insolent order to get out of the way from the official. He stepped aside to let the 2 ladies pass. "Why, that lady is the Marquise d'Espard, whom you say you know, sir," said the man ironically. Lucien was so much the more confounded because Mme. de Bargeton did not seem to recognize him in his new plumage. But when he stepped up to her, she smiled at him and said, "This has fallen out wonderfully. Come." The functionaries at the box office grew serious again as Lucien followed Mme. de Bargeton. On their way up the great staircase, the lady introduced M. de Rubempré to her cousin. The box belonging to the first gentleman of the bedchamber is situated in one of the angles at the back of the house, so that its occupants see and are seen all over the theatre. Lucien took his seat on a chair behind Mme. de Bargeton, thankful to be in the shadow. "Monsieur de Rubempré," said the Marquise with flattering graciousness, "this is your first visit to the Opera, is it not? You must have a view of the house. Take this seat, sit in front of the box. We give you permission." Lucien obeyed as the first act came to an end. "You have made good use of your time," Louise said in his ear, in her first surprise at the change in his appearance. Louise was still the same. The near presence of the Marquise d'Espard, a Parisian Madame de Bargeton, was so damaging to her. The brilliancy of the Parisienne brought out all the defects in her country cousin so clearly by contrast, that Lucien, looking out over the fashionable audience in the superb building, and then at the great lady, was twice enlightened, and saw poor Anaïs de Negrepelisse as she really was, as Parisians saw her, a tall, lean, withered woman with a pimpled face and faded complexion, angular, stiff, affected in her manner, pompous and provincial in her speech, and above all these things, dowdily dressed. As a matter of fact, the creases in an old dress from Paris still bear witness to good taste. You can tell what the gown was meant for. But an old dress made in the country is inexplicable. It is a thing to provoke laughter. There was neither charm nor freshness about the dress or its wearer. The velvet, like the complexion, had seen wear. Lucien felt ashamed to have fallen in love with this cuttlefish bone, and vowed that he would profit by Louise's next fit of virtue to leave her for good. Having an excellent view of the house, he could see the opera glasses pointed at the aristocratic box par excellence. The best-dressed women must certainly be scrutinizing Madame de Bargeton, for they smiled and talked among themselves. If Madame d'Espard knew the object of their sarcasms from those feminine smiles and gestures, she was perfectly insensible to them. In the first place, anybody must see that her companion was a poor relation from the country, an affliction with which any Parisian family may be visited. And in the second, when her cousin had spoken to her of her dress with manifest misgivings, she had reassured Anaïs, seeing that, when once properly dressed, her relative would very easily acquire the tone of Parisian society. If Madame de Bargeton needed polish, on the other hand, she possessed the native haughtiness of good birth and that indescribable something which may be called pedigree. So, on Monday, her turn would come. And moreover, the Marquise knew that as soon as people learned that the stranger was her cousin, they would suspend their banter and look twice before they condemned her. Lucien did not foresee the change in Louise's appearance shortly to be worked by a scarf about her throat, a pretty dress, an elegant coiffure, and Madame d'Espard's advice. As they came up the staircase, even now, the Marquise told her cousin not to hold her handkerchief unfolded in her hand. Good or bad taste turns upon hundreds of such almost imperceptible shades, which a quick-witted woman discerns at once, while others will never grasp them. Madame de Bargeton, plentifully apt, was more than clever enough to discover her shortcomings. Madame d'Espard, sure that her pupil would do her credit, did not decline to form her. In short, the compact between the two women had been confirmed by self-interest on either side. Madame de Bargeton, enthralled, dazzled, and fascinated by her cousin's manner, wit, and acquaintances, had suddenly declared herself a votary of the idol of the day. She had discerned the signs of the occult power exerted by the ambitious great lady, and told herself that she could gain her end as the satellite of this star, so she had been outspoken in her admiration. The Marquise was not insensible to the artlessly admitted conquest. She took an interest in her cousin, seeing that she was weak and poor. She was, besides, not indisposed to take a pupil with whom to found a school, and asked nothing better than to have a sort of lady-in-waiting in Madame de Bargeton, a dependent who would sing her praises, a treasure even more scarce among Parisian women than a staunch and loyal critic among the literary tribe. The flutter of curiosity in the house was too marked to be ignored, however, and Madame d'Espard politely endeavored to turn her cousin's mind from the truth. "If any one comes to our box," she said, "perhaps we may discover the cause to which we owe the honor of the interest that these ladies are taking." "I have a strong suspicion that it is my old velvet gown and Angoumoisin air which Parisian ladies find amusing," Madame de Bargeton answered, laughing. "No, it is not you, it is something that I cannot explain," she added, turning to the poet, and as she looked at him for the first time, it seemed to strike her that he was singularly dressed. "There is Monsieur du Châtelet!" exclaimed Lucien at that moment, and he pointed a finger towards Madame de Serizy's box, which the renovated beau had just entered. Madame de Bargeton bit her lips with chagrin as she saw that gesture, and saw besides the Marquise's ill-suppressed smile of contemptuous astonishment. "Where does the young man come from?" her look said. And Louise felt humbled through her love, one of the sharpest of all pangs for a Frenchwoman, a mortification for which she cannot forgive her lover. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 3. In these circles where trifles are of such importance, a gesture or a word at the outset is enough to ruin a newcomer. It is the principal merit of fine manners and the highest breeding that they produce the effect of a harmonious whole, in which every element is so blended that nothing is startling or obtrusive. Even those who break the laws of this science, either through ignorance or carried away by some impulse, must comprehend that it is with social intercourse as with music. A single discordant note is a complete negation of the art itself, for the harmony exists only when all its conditions are observed, down to the least particular. "Who is that gentleman?" asked Madame d'Espard, looking towards Châtelet. "And have you made Madame de Serizy's acquaintance already?" "Oh, is that the famous Madame de Serizy, who has had so many adventures, and yet goes everywhere?" "An unheard of thing, my dear, explicable but unexplained. The most formidable men are her friends, and why? Nobody dares to fathom the mystery. Then is this person the Lion of Angoulême?" "Well, Monsieur le Baron du Châtelet has been a good deal talked about," answered Madame de Bargeton, moved by vanity to give her adorer the title which she herself had called in question. "He was Monsieur de Montriveau's travelling companion." "Ah," said the Marquise d'Espard, "I never hear that name without thinking of the Duchesse de Langeais, poor thing. She vanished like a falling star. That is Monsieur de Rastignac with Madame de Nucingen," she continued, indicating another box. "She is the wife of a contractor, a banker, a city man, a broker on a large scale. He forced his way into society with his money, and they say that he is not very scrupulous as to his methods of making it. He is at endless pains to establish his credit as a staunch upholder of the Bourbons, and has tried already to gain admittance into my set. When his wife took Madame de Langeais' box, she thought that she could take her charm, her wit, and her success as well. It is the old fable of the jay in the peacock's feathers." "How do Monsieur and Madame de Rastignac manage to keep their son in Paris, when, as we know, their income is under 1,000 crowns?" asked Lucien, in his astonishment at Rastignac's elegant and expensive dress. "It is easy to see that you come from Angoulême," said Madame d'Espard, ironically enough, as she continued to gaze through her opera glass. Her remark was lost upon Lucien. The all-absorbing spectacle of the boxes prevented him from thinking of anything else. He guessed that he himself was an object of no small curiosity. Louise, on the other hand, was exceedingly mortified by the evident slight esteem in which the Marquise held Lucien's beauty. "He cannot be so handsome as I thought him," she said to herself, "and between not so handsome and not so clever as I thought him, there was but one step." The curtain fell. Châtelet was now paying a visit to the Duchesse de Carigliano in an adjoining box. Madame de Bargeton acknowledged his bow by a slight inclination of the head. Nothing escapes a woman of the world. Châtelet's air of distinction was not lost upon Madame d'Espard. Just at that moment, four personages, four Parisian celebrities, came into the box, one after another. The most striking feature of the first comer, Monsieur de Marsay, famous for the passions which he had inspired, was his girlish beauty, but its softness and effeminacy were counteracted by the expression of his eyes, unflinching, steady, untamed, and hard as a tiger's. He was loved and he was feared. Lucien was no less handsome, but Lucien's expression was so gentle, his blue eyes so limpid, that he scarcely seemed to possess the strength and the power which attract women so strongly. Nothing, moreover, so far had brought out the poet's merits. While de Marsay, with his flow of spirits, his confidence in his power to please, and appropriate style of dress, eclipsed every rival by his presence. Judge, therefore, the kind of figure that Lucien, stiff, starched, unbending, in clothes as new and unfamiliar as his surroundings, was likely to cut in de Marsay's vicinity. De Marsay, with his wit and charm of manner, was privileged to be insolent. From Madame d'Espard's reception of this personage, his importance was at once evident to Madame de Bargeton. The second comer was a Vandenesse, the cause of the scandal in which Lady Dudley was concerned. Félix de Vandenesse, amiable, intellectual, and modest, had none of the characteristics on which de Marsay prided himself, and owed his success to diametrically opposed qualities. He had been warmly recommended to Madame d'Espard by her cousin, Madame de Mortsauf. The third was Général de Montriveau, the author of the Duchesse de Langeais' ruin. The fourth, Monsieur de Canalis, one of the most famous poets of the day, and as yet a newly risen celebrity, was prouder of his birth than of his genius, and dangled in Madame d'Espard's train by way of concealing his love for the Duchesse de Chaulieu. In spite of his graces and the affectation that spoiled them, it was easy to discern the vast lurking ambitions that plunged him at a later day into the storms of political life. A face that might be called insignificantly pretty, and caressing manners, thinly disguised the man's deeply rooted egoism and habit of continually calculating the chances of a career which at that time looked problematical enough. Though his choice of Madame de Chaulieu, a woman past 40, made interest for him at court, and brought him the applause of the Faubourg Saint-Germain and the gibes of the Liberal party, who dubbed him the poet of the sacristy. Madame de Bargeton, with these remarkable figures before her, no longer wondered at the slight esteem in which the Marquise held Lucien's good looks. And when conversation began, when intellects so keen, so subtle, were revealed in two-edged words, with more meaning and depth in them than Anaïs de Bargeton heard in a month of talk at Angoulême, and most of all, when Canalis uttered a sonorous phrase, summing up a materialistic epoch, and gilding it with poetry, then Anaïs felt all the truth of Châtelet's dictum of the previous evening. Lucien was nothing to her now. Everyone cruelly ignored the unlucky stranger. He was so much like a foreigner listening to an unknown language that the Marquise d'Espard took pity upon him. She turned to Canalis. "Permit me to introduce Monsieur de Rubempré," she said. "You rank too high in the world of letters not to welcome a débutant. Monsieur de Rubempré is from Angoulême, and will need your influence, no doubt, with the powers that bring genius to light. So far, he has no enemies to help him to success by their attacks upon him. Is there enough originality in the idea of obtaining for him by friendship all that hatred has done for you, to tempt you to make the experiment?" The four newcomers all looked at Lucien while the Marquise was speaking. De Marsay, only a couple of paces away, put up an eyeglass and looked from Lucien to Madame de Bargeton, and then again at Lucien, coupling them with some mocking thought, cruelly mortifying to both. He scrutinized them as if they had been a pair of strange animals, and then he smiled. The smile was like a stab to the distinguished provincial. Félix de Vandenesse assumed a charitable air. Montriveau looked Lucien through and through. "Madame," Monsieur de Canalis answered with a bow, I will obey you, in spite of the selfish instinct which prompts us to show a rival no favor, but you have accustomed us to miracles. Very well. Do me the pleasure of dining with me on Monday with Monsieur de Rubempré, and you can talk of matters literary at your ease. I will try to enlist some of the tyrants of the world of letters and the great people who protect them, the author of Ouraka, and one or two young poets with sound views." "Madame la Marquise," said de Marsay, "if you give your support to this gentleman for his intellect, I will support him for his good looks. I will give him advice which will put him in a fair way to be the luckiest dandy in Paris. After that, he may be a poet, if he has a mind." Madame de Bargeton thanked her cousin by a grateful glance. "I did not know that you were jealous of intellect," Montriveau said, turning to de Marsay. "Good fortune is the death of a poet." "Is that why your lordship is thinking of marriage?" inquired the dandy, addressing Canalis, and watching Madame d'Espard to see if the words went home. Canalis shrugged his shoulders, and Madame d'Espard, Madame de Chaulieu's niece, began to laugh. Lucien, in his new clothes, felt as if he were an Egyptian statue in its narrow sheath. He was ashamed that he had nothing to say for himself all this while. At length he turned to the Marquise. "After all your kindness, madame, I am pledged to make no failures," he said in those soft tones of his. Chatelet came in as he spoke. He had seen Montriveau, and by hook or crook snatched at the chance of a good introduction to the Marquise d'Espard through one of the kings of Paris. He bowed to Madame de Bargeton, and begged Madame d'Espard to pardon him for the liberty he took in invading her box. He had been separated so long from his traveling companion. Montriveau and Chatelet met for the first time since they parted in the desert. "To part in the desert and meet again in the opera house," said Lucien. "Quite a theatrical meeting," said Canalis. Montriveau introduced the Baron du Châtelet to the Marquise, and the Marquise received Her Royal Highness's ex-secretary the more graciously because she had seen that he had been very well received in 3 boxes already. Madame de Serizy knew none but unexceptionable people, and moreover he was Montriveau's travelling companion. So potent was this last credential that Madame de Bargeton saw from the manner of the group that they accepted Chatelet as one of themselves without demur. Chatelet's sultan airs in Angoulême were suddenly explained. At length the Baron saw Lucien, and favoured him with a cool, disparaging little nod, indicative to men of the world of the recipient's inferior station. A sardonic expression accompanied the greeting. "How does he come here?" he seemed to say. This was not lost on those who saw it, for de Marsay leaned towards Montriveau and said in tones audible to Chatelet, "Do ask him who the queer-looking young fellow is that looks like a dummy at a tailor's shop door." Chatelet spoke a few words in his travelling companion's ear, and while apparently renewing his acquaintance, no doubt cut his rival to pieces. If Lucien was surprised at the apt wit and the subtlety with which these gentlemen formulated their replies, he felt bewildered with epigram and repartee, and most of all by their off-hand way of talking and their ease of manner. The material luxury of Paris had alarmed him that morning. At night he saw the same lavish expenditure of intellect. By what mysterious means, he asked himself, did these people make such piquant reflections on the spur of the moment, those repartees which he could only have made after much pondering? And not only were they at ease in their speech, they were at ease in their dress. Nothing looked new, nothing looked old, nothing about them was conspicuous. Everything attracted the eyes. The fine gentleman of today was the same yesterday, and would be the same tomorrow. Lucien guessed that he himself looked as if he were dressed for the first time in his life. "My dear fellow," said de Marsay, addressing Félix de Vandenesse, "that young Rastignac is soaring away like a paper kite. Look at him in the Marquise de Listomere's box. He is making progress. He is putting up his eyeglass at us. He knows this gentleman, no doubt," added the dandy, speaking to Lucien and looking elsewhere. "He can scarcely fail to have heard the name of a great man of whom we are proud," said Madame de Bargeton. "Quite lately his sister was present when Monsieur de Rubempré read us some very fine poetry." Félix de Vandenesse and de Marsay took leave of the Marquise d'Espard and went off to Madame de Listomere, Vandenesse's sister. The second act began, and the three were left to themselves again. The curious women learned how Madame de Bargeton came to be there from some of the party, while the others announced the arrival of a poet and made fun of his costume. Canalis went back to the Duchesse de Chaulieu, and no more was seen of him. Lucien was glad when the rising of the curtain produced a diversion. All Madame de Bargeton's misgivings with regard to Lucien were increased by the marked attention which the Marquise d'Espard had shown to Châtelet. Her manner towards the Baron was very different from the patronizing affability with which she treated Lucien. Madame de Listomere's box was full during the second act, and to all appearance the talk turned upon Madame de Bargeton and Lucien. Young Rastignac evidently was entertaining the party. He had raised the laughter that needs fresh fuel every day in Paris, the laughter that seizes upon a topic and exhausts it, and leaves it stale and threadbare in a moment. Madame d'Espard grew uneasy. She knew that an ill-natured speech is not long in coming to the ears of those whom it will wound, and waited till the end of the act. After a revulsion of feeling such as had taken place in Madame de Bargeton and Lucien, strange things come to pass in a brief space of time, and any revolution within us is controlled by laws that work with great swiftness. Châtelet's sage and politic words as to Lucien, spoken on the way home from the Vaudeville, were fresh in Louise's memory. Every phrase was a prophecy. It seemed as if Lucien had set himself to fulfill the predictions one by one. When Lucien and Madame de Bargeton had parted with their illusions concerning each other, the luckless youth, with a destiny not unlike Rousseau's, went so far in his predecessor's footsteps that he was captivated by the great lady and smitten with Madame d'Espard at first sight. Young men, and men who remember their young emotions, can see that this was only what might have been looked for. Madame d'Espard, with her dainty ways, her delicate enunciation, and the refined tones of her voice, the fragile woman so envied of such high place and high degree, appeared before the poet as Madame de Bargeton had appeared to him in Angoulême. His fickle nature prompted him to desire influence in that lofty sphere at once, and the surest way to secure such influence was to possess the woman who exerted it, and then everything would be his. He had succeeded at Angoulême, why should he not succeed in Paris? Involuntarily, and despite the novel counter-fascination of the stage, his eyes turned to the Célimène in her splendor. He glanced furtively at her every moment. The longer he looked, the more he desired to look at her. Madame de Bargeton caught the gleam in Lucien's eyes, and saw that he found the Marquise more interesting than the opera. If Lucien had forsaken her for the 50 daughters of Danaus, she could have borne his desertion with equanimity. But another glance, bolder, more ardent, and unmistakable than any before, revealed the state of Lucien's feelings. She grew jealous, but not so much for the future as for the past. "He never gave me such a look," she thought. "Dear me, Châtelet was right." Then she saw that she had made a mistake, and when a woman once begins to repent of her weaknesses, she sponges out the whole past. Every one of Lucien's glances roused her indignation, but to all outward appearance she was calm. De Marsay came back in the interval, bringing Monsieur de Listomere with him, and that serious person and the young coxcomb soon informed the Marquise that the wedding guest in his holiday suit, whom she had the bad luck to have in her box, had as much right to the appellation of Rubempré as a Jew to a baptismal name. Lucien's father was an apothecary named Chardon. Monsieur de Rastignac, who knew all about Angoulême, had set several boxes laughing already at the mummy whom the Marquise styled her cousin, and at the Marquise's forethought in having an apothecary at hand to sustain an artificial life with drugs. In short, de Marsay brought a selection from the 1,001 jokes made by Parisians on the spur of the moment, and no sooner uttered than forgotten. Châtelet was at the back of it all, and the real author of this Punic faith. Madame d'Espard turned to Madame de Bargeton, put up her fan, and said, "My dear, tell me if your protégé's name is really Monsieur de Rubempré?" "He has assumed his mother's name," said Anaïs uneasily. "But who was his father?" "His father's name was Chardon." "And what was this Chardon?" "A druggist." "My dear friend, I felt quite sure that all Paris could not be laughing at any one whom I took up. I do not care to stay here when wags come in high glee because there is an apothecary's son in my box. If you will follow my advice, we will leave it, and at once." Madame d'Espard's expression was insolent enough. Lucien was at a loss to account for her change of countenance. He thought that his waistcoat was in bad taste, which was true, and that his coat looked like a caricature of the fashion, which was likewise true. He discerned, in bitterness of soul, that he must put himself in the hands of an expert tailor, and vowed that he would go the very next morning to the most celebrated artist in Paris. On Monday he would hold his own with the men in the Marquise's house. Yet, lost in thought though he was, he saw the third act to an end, and, with his eyes fixed on the gorgeous scene upon the stage, dreamed out his dream of Madame d'Espard. He was in despair over her sudden coldness. It gave a strange check to the ardent reasoning through which he advanced upon this new love, undismayed by the immense difficulties in the way, difficulties which he saw and resolved to conquer. He roused himself from these deep musings to look once more at his new idol, turned his head, and saw that he was alone. He had heard a faint rustling sound, the door closed. Madame d'Espard had taken her cousin with her. Lucien was surprised to the last degree by the sudden desertion. He did not think long about it, however, simply because it was inexplicable. When the carriage was rolling along the Rue de Richelieu on the way to the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, the Marquise spoke to her cousin in a tone of suppressed irritation. "My dear child, what are you thinking about? Pray wait till an apothecary's son has made a name for himself before you trouble yourself about him. The Duchesse de Chaulieu does not acknowledge Canalis even now, and he is famous and a man of good family. This young fellow is neither your son nor your lover, I suppose," added the haughty dame, with a keen inquisitive glance at her cousin. "How fortunate for me that I kept the little scapegrace at a distance," thought Madame de Bargeton. "Very well," continued the Marquise, taking the expression in her cousin's eyes for an answer. "Drop him, I beg of you. Taking an illustrious name in that way, why, it is a piece of impudence that will meet with its deserts in society. It is his mother's name, I dare say, but just remember, dear, that the King alone can confer, by a special ordinance, the title of de Rubempré on the son of a daughter of the house. If she made a mésalliance, the favor would be enormous, only to be granted to vast wealth, or conspicuous services, or very powerful influence. The young man looks like a shopman in his Sunday suit. Evidently he is neither wealthy nor noble. He has a fine head, but he seems to me to be very silly. He has no idea what to do, and has nothing to say for himself. In fact, he has no breeding. How came you to take him up?" Madame de Bargeton renounced Lucien as Lucien himself had renounced her. A ghastly fear lest her cousin should learn the manner of her journey shot through her mind. "Dear cousin, I am in despair that I have compromised you." "People do not compromise me," Madame d'Espard said, smiling. "I am only thinking of you." "But you have asked him to dine with you on Monday." "I shall be ill," the Marquise said quickly. "You can tell him so, and I shall leave orders that he is not to be admitted, under either name." During the interval, Lucien noticed that everyone was walking up and down the lobby. He would do the same. In the first place, not one of Madame d'Espard's visitors recognized him, nor paid any attention to him. Their conduct seemed nothing less than extraordinary to the provincial poet. And secondly, Chatelet, on whom he tried to hang, watched him out of the corner of his eye and fought shy of him. Lucien walked to and fro, watching the eddying crowd of men, till he felt convinced that his costume was absurd, and he went back to his box, ensconced himself in a corner, and stayed there till the end. At times he thought of nothing but the magnificent spectacle of the ballet in the great Inferno scene in the 5th act. Sometimes the sight of the house absorbed him, sometimes his own thoughts. He had seen society in Paris, and the sight had stirred him to the depths. "So this is my kingdom," he said to himself. "This is the world that I must conquer." As he walked home through the streets, he thought over all that had been said by Madame d'Espard's courtiers, memory reproducing with strange faithfulness their demeanor, their gestures, their manner of coming and going. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 4. Next day, towards noon, Lucien betook himself to Staub, the great tailor of that day. Partly by dint of entreaties, and partly by virtue of cash, Lucien succeeded in obtaining a promise that his clothes should be ready in time for the great day. Staub went so far as to give his word that a perfectly elegant coat, a waistcoat, and a pair of trousers should be forthcoming. Lucien then ordered linen and pocket-handkerchiefs, a little outfit in short, of a linen draper, and a celebrated bootmaker measured him for shoes and boots. He bought a neat walking cane at Verdier's. He went to Madame Irlande for gloves and shirt studs. In short, he did his best to reach the climax of dandyism. When he had satisfied all his fancies, he went to the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg and found that Louise had gone out. She was dining with Madame la Marquise d'Espard, her maid said, and would not be back till late. Lucien dined for 2 francs at a restaurant in the Palais Royal and went to bed early. The next day was Sunday. He went to Louise's lodging at 11 o'clock. Louise had not yet risen. At 2 o'clock he returned once more. "Madame cannot see anybody yet," reported Albertine, "but she gave me a line for you." "Cannot see anybody yet," repeated Lucien, "but I am not anybody." "I do not know," Albertine answered very impertinently. And Lucien, less surprised by Albertine's answer than by a note from Madame de Bargeton, took the billet and read the following discouraging lines: "Madame d'Espard is not well. She will not be able to see you on Monday. I am not feeling very well myself, but I am about to dress and go to keep her company. I am in despair over this little disappointment, but your talents reassure me, you will make your way without charlatanism." "And no signature," Lucien said to himself. He found himself in the Tuileries before he knew whither he was walking. With the gift of second sight which accompanies genius, he began to suspect that the chilly note was but a warning of the catastrophe to come. Lost in thought, he walked on, gazing at the monuments in the Place Louis XV. It was a sunny day; a stream of fine carriages went past him on the way to the Champs Elysees. Following the direction of the crowd of strollers, he saw the 3,000 or 4,000 carriages that turn the Champs Elysees into an improvised Longchamp on Sunday afternoons in summer. The splendid horses, the toilettes and liveries bewildered him. He went further and further until he reached the Arc de Triomphe, then unfinished. What were his feelings when, as he returned, he saw Mme. de Bargeton and Mme. d'Espard coming towards him in a wonderfully appointed caleche, with a chasseur behind it in waving plumes and that gold-embroidered green uniform which he knew only too well. There was a block somewhere in the row, and the carriages waited. Lucien beheld Louise transformed beyond recognition. All the colors of her toilette had been carefully subordinated to her complexion. Her dress was delicious, her hair gracefully and becomingly arranged, her hat, in exquisite taste, was remarkable even beside Mme. d'Espard, that leader of fashion. There is something in the art of wearing a hat that escapes definition. Tilted too far to the back of the head, it imparts a bold expression to the face. Bring it too far forward, it gives you a sinister look. Tipped to one side, it has a jaunty air. A well-dressed woman wears her hat exactly as she means to wear it, and exactly at the right angle. Mme. de Bargeton had solved this curious problem at sight. A dainty girdle outlined her slender waist. She had adopted her cousin's gestures and tricks of manner, and now, as she sat by Mme. d'Espard's side, she played with a tiny scent bottle that dangled by a slender gold chain from one of her fingers, displayed a little well-gloved hand without seeming to do so. She had modeled herself on Mme. d'Espard without mimicking her. The Marquise had found a cousin worthy of her, and seemed to be proud of her pupil. The men and women on the footways all gazed at the splendid carriage, with the bearings of the d'Espards and Blamont-Chauvrys upon the panels. Lucien was amazed at the number of greetings received by the cousins. He did not know that the All Paris, which consists in some score of salons, was well aware already of the relationship between the ladies. A little group of young men on horseback accompanied the carriage in the Bois. Lucien could recognize de Marsay and Rastignac among them, and could see from their gestures that the pair of coxcombs were complimenting Mme. de Bargeton upon her transformation. Mme. d'Espard was radiant with health and grace. So her indisposition was simply a pretext for ridding herself of him, for there had been no mention of another day. The wrathful poet went towards the caleche. He walked slowly, waited till he came in full sight of the two ladies, and made them a bow. Mme. de Bargeton would not see him, but the Marquise put up her eyeglass and deliberately cut him. He had been disowned by the sovereign lords of Angoulême, but to be disowned by society in Paris was another thing. The booby squires, by doing their utmost to mortify Lucien, admitted his power and acknowledged him as a man. For Mme. d'Espard, he had positively no existence. This was a sentence, it was a refusal of justice. Poor poet! A deadly cold seized on him when he saw de Marsay eyeing him through his glass, and when the Parisian lion let that optical instrument fall, It dropped in so singular a fashion that Lucien thought of the knife blade of the guillotine. The caleche went by. Rage and a craving for vengeance took possession of his slighted soul. If Madame de Bargeton had been in his power, he would have cut her throat at that moment. He was a Fouquier Tinville gloating over the pleasure of sending Madame d'Espard to the scaffold. If only he could have put de Marsay to the torture with refinements of savage cruelty. Canalis went by on horseback, bowing to the prettiest women, his dress elegant, as became the most dainty of poets. "Great heavens!" exclaimed Lucien. "Money, money at all costs! Money is the one power before which the world bends the knee." "No," cried conscience, "not money, but glory, and glory means work. Work, that was what David said." "Great heavens, what am I doing here? But I will triumph. I will drive along this avenue in a caleche with a chasseur behind me. I will possess a Marquise d'Espard." And flinging out the wrathful words, he went to Urbain's to dine for 2 francs. Next morning at 9 o'clock he went to the Rue Neuve de Luxembourg to upbraid Louise for her barbarity. But Madame de Bargeton was not at home to him, and not only so, but the porter would not allow him to go up to her rooms. So he stayed outside in the street, watching the house till noon. At 12 o'clock Chatelet came out, looked at Lucien out of the corner of his eye, and avoided him. Stung to the quick, Lucien hurried after his rival, and Chatelet, finding himself closely pursued, turned and bowed, evidently intending to shake him off by this courtesy. "Spare me just a moment, for pity's sake, sir," said Lucien. "I want just a word or two with you. You have shown me friendship. I now ask the most trifling service of that friendship. You have just come from Madame de Bargeton. How have I fallen into disgrace with her and Madame d'Espard? Please explain." "Monsieur Chardon, do you know why the ladies left you at the opera that evening?" asked Chatelet, with treacherous good nature. "No," said the poor poet. "Well, it was Monsieur de Rastignac who spoke against you from the beginning. They asked him about you, and the young dandy simply said that your name was Chardon and not de Rubempré, that your mother was a monthly nurse, that your father, when he was alive, was an apothecary in L'Houmeau, a suburb of Angoulême, and that your sister, a charming girl, gets up shirts to admiration, and is just about to be married to a local printer named Séchard. Such is the world. You no sooner show yourself than it pulls you to pieces. Monsieur de Marsay came to Madame d'Espard to laugh at you with her. So the 2 ladies, thinking that your presence put them in a false position, went out at once. Do not attempt to go to either house. If Madame de Bargeton continued to receive your visits, her cousin would have nothing to do with her. You have genius. Try to avenge yourself. The world looks down upon you. Look down in your turn upon the world. Take refuge in some garret. Write your masterpieces. Seize on power of any kind, and you will see the world at your feet. Then you can give back the bruises which you have received, and in the very place where they were given. Madame de Bargeton will be the more distant now because she has been friendly. That is the way with women. But the question now for you is not how to win back Anaïs's friendship, but how to avoid making an enemy of her. I will tell you of a way. She has written letters to you. Send all her letters back to her. She will be sensible that you are acting like a gentleman, and at a later time, if you should need her, she will not be hostile. For my own part, I have so high an opinion of your future that I have taken your part everywhere, and if I can do anything here for you, you will always find me ready to be of use." The elderly beau seemed to have grown young again in the atmosphere of Paris. He bowed with frigid politeness, but Lucien, woe-begone, haggard, and undone, forgot to return the salutation. He went back to his inn, and there found the great Staub himself, come in person, not so much to try his customer's clothes as to make inquiries of the landlady with regard to that customer's financial status. The report had been satisfactory. Lucien had traveled post. Madame de Bargeton brought him back from Vaudeville last Thursday in her carriage. Staub addressed Lucien as Monsieur le Comte, and called his customer's attention to the artistic skill with which he had brought a charming figure into relief. "A young man in such a costume has only to walk in the Tuileries," he said, "and he will marry an English heiress within a fortnight." Lucien brightened a little under the influences of the German tailor's joke, the perfect fit of his new clothes, the fine cloth, and the sight of a graceful figure which met his eyes in the looking-glass. Vaguely he told himself that Paris was the capital of chance, and for the moment he believed in chance. Had he not a volume of poems and a magnificent romance entitled The Archer of Charles IX. In manuscript? He had hope for the future. Staub promised the overcoat and the rest of the clothes the next day. The next day the bootmaker, linen draper, and tailor all returned, armed each with his bill, which Lucien, still under the charm of provincial habits, paid forthwith, not knowing how otherwise to rid himself of them. After he had paid, there remained but 360 francs out of the 2,000 which he had brought with him from Angoulême, and he had been but 1 week in Paris. Nevertheless, he dressed and went to take a stroll in the Terrasse des Feuillants. He had his day of triumph. He looked so handsome and so graceful, he was so well dressed, that women looked at him. 2 or 3 were so much struck with his beauty that they turned their heads to look again. Lucien studied the gait and carriage of the young men on the terrasse, and took a lesson in fine manners, while he meditated on his 360 francs. That evening, alone in his chamber, an idea occurred to him which threw a light on the problem of his existence at the Gaillard Bois, where he lived on the plainest fare, thinking to economize in this way. He asked for his account, as if he meant to leave, and discovered that he was indebted to his landlord to the extent of 100 francs. The next morning was spent in running around the Latin Quarter, recommended for its cheapness by David. For a long while he looked about, till, finally, in the Rue de Cluny, close to the Sorbonne, he discovered a place where he could have a furnished room for such a price as he could afford to pay. He settled with his hostess of the Gaillard Bois, and took up his quarters in the Rue de Cluny that same day. His removal only cost him the cab fare. When he had taken possession of his poor room, he made a packet of Madame de Bargeton's letters, laid them on the table, and sat down to write to her. But before he wrote, he fell to thinking over that fatal week. He did not tell himself that he had been the first to be faithless, that for a sudden fancy he had been ready to leave his Louise without knowing what would become of her in Paris. He saw none of his own shortcomings, but he saw his present position and blamed Madame de Bargeton for it. She was to have lighted his way. Instead, she had ruined him. He grew indignant, he grew proud, he worked himself into a paroxysm of rage, and set himself to compose the following epistle. What would you think, madame, of a woman who should take a fancy to some poor and timid child, full of the noble superstitions which the grown man calls illusions, and using all the charms of woman's coquetry, all her most delicate ingenuity, should feign a mother's love to lead that child astray? Her fondest promises, the card castles which raised his wonder, cost her nothing. She leads him on, tightens her hold upon him, sometimes coaxing, sometimes scolding him for his want of confidence, till the child leaves his home and follows her blindly to the shores of a vast sea. Smiling, she lures him into a frail skiff and sends him forth alone and helpless to face the storm. Standing safe on the rock, she laughs and wishes him luck. You are that woman. I am that child. The child has a keepsake in his hands, something which might betray the wrongs done by your beneficence, your kindness in deserting him. You might have to blush if you saw him struggling for life and chanced to recollect that once you clasped him to your breast. When you read these words, the keepsake will be in your own safekeeping. You are free to forget everything. Once you pointed out fair hopes to me in the skies. I awake to find reality in the squalid poverty of Paris. While you pass and others bow before you on your brilliant path in the great world, I whom you deserted on the threshold, shall be shivering in the wretched garret to which you consigned me. Yet some pang may perhaps trouble your mind amid festivals and pleasures. You may think sometimes of the child whom you thrust into the depths. If so, madame, think of him without remorse. Out of the depths of his misery, the child offers you the one thing left to him, his forgiveness in a last look. Yes, madame, thanks to you, I have nothing left. Nothing. Was not the world created from nothing? Genius should follow the divine example. I begin with godlike forgiveness, but as yet I know not whether I possess the godlike power. You need only tremble lest I should go astray, for you would be answerable for my sins. Alas, I pity you, for you will have no part in the future towards which I go, with work as my guide. After penning this rhetorical effusion, full of the sombre dignity which an artist of 21 is rather apt to overdo, Lucien's thoughts went back to them at home. He saw the pretty rooms which David had furnished for him at the cost of part of his little store, and a vision rose before him of quiet, simple pleasures in the past. Shadowy figures came about him. He saw his mother and Eve and David, and heard their sobs over his leave-taking, and at that he began to cry himself, for he felt very lonely in Paris, and friendless and forlorn. 2 or 3 days later he wrote to his sister. My dear Eve, when a sister shares the life of a brother who devotes himself to art, it is her sad privilege to take more sorrow than joy into her life, and I am beginning to fear that I shall be a great trouble to you. Have I not abused your goodness already? Have not all of you sacrificed yourselves to me? It is the memory of the past, so full of family happiness, that helps me to bear up in my present loneliness. Now that I have tasted the first beginnings of poverty and the treachery of the world of Paris, how my thoughts have flown to you, swift as an eagle back to its eyrie, so that I might be with true affection again. Did you see sparks in the candle? Did a coal pop out of the fire? Did you hear singing in your ears? And did mother say, Lucien is thinking of us? And David answer, he is fighting his way in the world? My Eve, I am writing this letter for your eyes only. I cannot tell anyone else all that has happened to me, good and bad, blushing for both as I write, for good here is as rare as evil ought to be. You shall have a great piece of news in a very few words. Madame de Bargeton was ashamed of me, disowned me, would not see me, and gave me up 9 days after we came to Paris. She saw me in the street and looked another way. When, simply to follow her into the society to which she meant to introduce me, I had spent 1,760 francs out of the 2,000 I brought from Angoulême, the money so hardly scraped together. How did you spend it, you will ask? Paris is a strange bottomless gulf, my poor sister. You can dine here for less than a franc, yet the simplest dinner at a fashionable restaurant costs 50 francs. There are waistcoats and trousers to be had for 4 francs and 2 francs each, but a fashionable tailor never charges less than 100 francs. You pay for everything. You pay a halfpenny to cross the kennel in the street when it rains. You cannot go the least little way in a cab for less than 32 sous. I have been staying in one of the best parts of Paris, But now I am living at the Hôtel de Cluny, in the Rue de Cluny, one of the poorest and darkest slums, shut in between 3 churches and the old buildings of the Sorbonne. I have a furnished room on the 4th floor. It is very bare and very dirty, but all the same I pay 15 francs a month for it. For breakfast I spend a penny on a roll and a halfpenny for milk, but I dine very decently for 22 sous at a restaurant kept by a man named Flicoteaux in the Place de la Sorbonne itself. My expenses every month will not exceed 60 francs, everything included, until the winter begins. At least I hope not. So my 240 francs ought to last me for the first 4 months. Between now and then I shall have sold The Archer of Charles IX. And the Marguerite, no doubt. Do not be in the least uneasy on my account. If the present is cold and bare and poverty-stricken, the blue, distant future is rich and splendid. Most great men have known the vicissitudes which depress but cannot overwhelm me. Plautus, the great comic Latin poet, was once a miller's lad. Machiavelli wrote The Prince at night, and by day was a common working man like anyone else. And more than all, the great Cervantes, who lost an arm at the Battle of Lepanto and helped to win that famous day, was called a base-born, handless dotard by the scribblers of his day. There was an interval of 10 years between the appearance of the first part and the second of his sublime Don Quixote for lack of a publisher. Things are not so bad as that nowadays. Mortifications and want only fall to the lot of unknown writers. As soon as a man's name is known, he grows rich, and I will be rich. And besides, I live within myself. I spend half the day at the Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève, learning all that I want to learn. I should not go far unless I knew more than I do. So, at this moment, I am almost happy. In a few days I have fallen in with my life very gladly. I begin the work that I love with daylight, my subsistence is secure, I think a great deal, and I study. I do not see that I am open to attack on any point, now that I have renounced a world where my vanity might suffer at any moment. The great men of every age are obliged to lead lives apart. What are they but birds in the forest? They sing, nature falls under the spell of their song, and no one should see them. That shall be my lot, always supposing that I can carry out my ambitious plans. Madame de Bargeton I do not regret. A woman who could behave as she behaved does not deserve a thought. Nor am I sorry that I left Angoulême. She did wisely when she flung me into the sea of Paris to sink or swim. This is the place for men of letters and thinkers and poets. Here you cultivate glory, and I know how fair the harvest is that we reap in these days. Nowhere else can a writer find the living works of the great dead, the works of art which quicken the imagination in the galleries and museums here. Nowhere else will you find great reference libraries, always open, in which the intellect may find pasture. And lastly, here in Paris, there is a spirit which you breathe in the air. It infuses the least details. Every literary creation bears traces of its influence. You learn more by talk in a cafe or at a theatre in 1/2 hour than you would learn in 10 years in the provinces. Here, in truth, wherever you go, there is always something to see, something to learn, some comparison to make. Extreme cheapness and excessive dearness, there is Paris for you. There is honeycomb here for every bee. Every nature finds its own nourishment. So, though life is hard for me just now, I repent of nothing. On the contrary, a fair future spreads out before me, and my heart rejoices, though it is saddened for the moment. Goodbye, my dear sister. Do not expect letters from me regularly. It is one of the peculiarities of Paris that one really does not know how the time goes. Life is so alarmingly rapid. I kiss the mother and you and David more tenderly than ever. Lucien. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 5. The name of Flicoteaux is engraved on many memories. Few indeed were the students who lived in the Latin Quarter during the last 12 years of the Restoration, and did not frequent that temple sacred to hunger and impecuniosity. There, a dinner of 3 courses with a quarter bottle of wine or a bottle of beer could be had for 18 sous, or for 22 sous the quarter bottle becomes a bottle. Flicoteaux, that friend of youth, would beyond a doubt have amassed a colossal fortune but for a line on his bill of fare, a line which rival establishments are wont to print in capital letters, thus, "Bread at discretion," which, being interpreted, should read indiscretion. Flicoteaux has been nursing father to many an illustrious name. Verily, the heart of more than one great man ought to wax warm with innumerable recollections of inexpressible enjoyment at the sight of the small square window panes that look upon the Place de la Sorbonne and the Rue Neuve de Richelieu. Flicoteaux II and Flicoteaux III respected the old exterior, maintaining the dingy hue and general air of a respectable old-established house, showing thereby the depth of their contempt for the charlatanism of the shop front, the kind of advertisement which feasts the eyes at the expense of the stomach, to which your modern restaurant almost always has recourse. Here you beheld no piles of straw-stuffed game, never destined to make the acquaintance of the spit, no fantastical fish to justify the mountebank's remark, "I saw a fine carp to-day, I expect to buy it this day week." Instead of the prime vegetables more fittingly described by the word primeval, artfully displayed in the window for the delectation of the military man and his fellow countrywoman the nursemaid, honest Flicoteaux exhibited full salad bowls, adorned with many a rivet, or pyramids of stewed prunes to rejoice the sight of the customer and assure him that the word dessert, with which other handbills made too free, was in this case no charter to hoodwink the public. Loaves of 6 pounds weight, cut in 4 quarters, made good the promise of bread at discretion. Such was the plenty of the establishment that Molière would have celebrated it if it had been in existence in his day, so comically appropriate is the name. Flicoteaux still subsists. So long as students are minded to live, Flicoteaux will make a living. You feed there, neither more nor less, and you feed as you work, with morose or cheerful industry, according to the circumstances and the temperament. At that time his well-known establishment consisted of 2 dining halls, at right angles to each other, long, narrow, low-ceilinged rooms, looking respectively on the Rue Neuve de Richelieu and the Place de la Sorbonne. The furniture must have come originally from the refectory of some abbey, for there was a monastic look about the lengthy tables, where the serviettes of regular customers, each thrust through a numbered ring of crystallized tin plate, were laid by their places. Flicoteaux I only changed the serviettes of a Sunday, but Flicoteaux II changed them twice a week, it is said, under pressure of competition which threatened his dynasty. Flicoteaux's restaurant is no banqueting hall with its refinements and luxuries. It is a workshop where suitable tools are provided, and everybody gets up and goes as soon as he has finished. The coming and going within are swift. There is no dawdling among the waiters. They are all busy. Every one of them is wanted. The fare is not very varied. The potato is a permanent institution. There might not be a single tuber left in Ireland, and prevailing dearth elsewhere, but you would still find potatoes at Flicoteaux's. Not once in 30 years shall you miss its pale gold, the color beloved of Titian, sprinkled with chopped verdure. The potato enjoys a privilege that women might envy. Such as you see it in 1814, so shall you find it in 1840. Mutton cutlets and fillet of beef at Flicoteaux's represent black game and fillet of sturgeon at Very's. They are not on the regular bill of fare, that is, and must be ordered beforehand. Beef of the feminine gender there prevails. The young of the bovine species appears in all kinds of ingenious disguises. When the whiting and mackerel abound on our shores, they are likewise seen in large numbers at Flicoteaux's. His whole establishment, indeed, is directly affected by the caprices of the season and the vicissitudes of French agriculture. By eating your dinners at Flicoteaux's, you learn a host of things of which the wealthy, the idle, and folk indifferent to the phases of nature have no suspicion, and the student, penned up in the Latin Quarter, is kept accurately informed of the state of the weather and good or bad seasons. He knows when it is a good year for peas or French beans, and the kind of salad stuff that is plentiful. When the great market is glutted with cabbages, he is at once aware of the fact, and the failure of the beetroot crop is brought home to his mind. A slander, old in circulation in Lucien's time, connected the appearance of beefsteaks with a mortality among horseflesh. Few Parisian restaurants are so well worth seeing. Everyone at Flicoteaux's is young. You see nothing but youth, and although earnest faces and grave, gloomy, anxious faces are not lacking, you see hope and confidence and poverty gaily endured. Dress, as a rule, is careless, and regular comers in decent clothes are marked exceptions. Everybody knows at once that something extraordinary is afoot, a mistress to visit, a theatre party, or some excursion into higher spheres. Here, it is said, friendships have been made among students who became famous men in after days, as will be seen in the course of this narrative. But with the exception of a few knots of young fellows from the same part of France, who make a group about the end of a table, the gravity of the diners is hardly relaxed. Perhaps this gravity is due to the catholicity of the wine, which checks good fellowship of any kind. Flicoteaux's frequenters may recollect certain sombre and mysterious figures enveloped in the gloom of the chilliest penury. These beings would dine there daily for a couple of years and then vanish, and the most inquisitive regular comer could throw no light on the disappearance of such goblins of Paris. Friendships struck up over Flicoteaux's dinners were sealed in neighboring cafes, in the flames of heady punch, or by the generous warmth of a small cup of black coffee glorified by a dash of something hotter and stronger. Lucien, like all neophytes, was modest and regular in his habits in those early days at the Hôtel de Cluny. After the first unlucky venture in fashionable life which absorbed his capital, he threw himself into his work with the first earnest enthusiasm, which is frittered away so soon over the difficulties or in the bypaths of every life in Paris. The most luxurious and the very poorest lives are equally beset with temptations, which nothing but the fierce energy of genius or the morose persistence of ambition can overcome. Lucien used to drop in at Flicoteaux's about 4:30. Having remarked the advantages of an early arrival, the bill of fare was more varied, and there was still some chance of obtaining the dish of your choice. Like all imaginative persons, he had taken a fancy to a particular seat, and showed discrimination in his selection. On the very first day he had noticed a table near the counter, and from the faces of those who sat about it, and chance snatches of their talk, he recognized brothers of the craft. A sort of instinct, moreover, pointed out the table near the counter as a spot whence he could parley with the owners of the restaurant. In time an acquaintance would grow up, he thought, and then in the day of distress he could no doubt obtain the necessary credit. So he took his place at a small square table close to the desk, intended probably for casual comers, for the 2 clean serviettes were unadorned with rings. Lucien's opposite neighbor was a thin, pallid youth, to all appearance as poor as himself. His handsome face was somewhat worn. Already it told of hopes that had vanished, leaving lines upon his forehead and barren furrows in his soul, where seeds had been sown that had come to nothing. Lucien felt drawn to the stranger by these tokens. His sympathies went out to him with irresistible fervor. After a week's exchange of small courtesies and remarks, the poet from Angoulême found the first person with whom he could chat. The stranger's name was Etienne Lousteau. 2 years ago he had left his native place, a town in Berry, just as Lucien had come from Angoulême. His lively gestures, bright eyes, and occasionally curt speech revealed a bitter apprenticeship to literature. Etienne had come from Sancerre, with his tragedy in his pocket, drawn to Paris by the same motives that impelled Lucien, hope of fame and power and money. Sometimes Etienne Lousteau came for several days together, but in a little while his visits became few and far between, and he would stay away for 5 or 6 days in succession. Then he would come back, and Lucien would hope to see his poet next day, only to find a stranger in his place. When two young men meet daily, their talk harks back to their last conversation, but these continual interruptions obliged Lucien to break the ice afresh each time, and further checked an intimacy which made little progress during the first few weeks. On inquiry of the damsel at the counter, Lucien was told that his future friend was on the staff of a small newspaper, and wrote reviews of books and dramatic criticism of pieces played at the Ambigu Comique, the Gaieté, and the Panorama Dramatique. The young man became a personage all at once in Lucien's eyes. Now, he thought, he would lead the conversation on rather more personal topics, and make some effort to gain a friend so likely to be useful to a beginner. The journalist stayed away for a fortnight. Lucien did not know that Etienne only dined at Flicoteaux's when he was hard up, and hence his gloomy air of disenchantment and the chilly manner which Lucien met with gracious smiles and amiable remarks. But, after all, the project of a friendship called for mature deliberation. This obscure journalist appeared to lead an expensive life in which petits verres, cups of coffee, punch bowls, sightseeing, and suppers played a part. In the early days of Lucien's life in the Latin Quarter, he behaved like a poor child bewildered by his first experience of Paris life, so that when he had made a study of prices and weighed his purse, he lacked courage to make advances to Etienne. He was afraid of beginning a fresh series of blunders of which he was still repenting. And he was still under the yoke of provincial creeds. His two guardian angels, Eve and David, rose up before him at the least approach of an evil thought, putting him in mind of all the hopes that were centered on him, of the happiness that he owed to the old mother, of all the promises of his genius. He spent his mornings in studying history at the Bibliothèque Sainte Geneviève. His very first researches made him aware of frightful errors in the memoirs of the Archer of Charles IX. When the library closed, he went back to his damp, chilly room to correct his work, cutting out whole chapters and piecing it together anew. And after dining at Flicoteaux's, he went down to the Passage du Commerce to see the newspapers at Blosse's reading room, as well as new books and magazines and poetry, so as to keep himself informed of the movements of the day. And when, towards midnight, he returned to his wretched lodgings, he had used neither fuel nor candlelight. His reading in those days made such an enormous change in his ideas that he revised the volume of flower sonnets, his beloved Marguerite, working them over to such purpose that scarce 100 lines of the original verses were allowed to stand. So, in the beginning, Lucien led the honest, innocent life of the country lad who never leaves the Latin Quarter, devoting himself wholly to his work, with thoughts of the future always before him, who finds Flicoteaux's ordinary luxurious after the simple home fare, and strolls for recreation along the alleys of the Luxembourg, the blood surging back to his heart as he gives timid side glances to the pretty women. But this could not last. Lucien, with his poetic temperament and boundless longings, could not withstand the temptations held out by the playbills. The Théâtre Français, the Vaudeville, the Variété, the Opéra Comique relieved him of some 60 francs, although he always went to the pit. What student could deny himself the pleasure of seeing Talma in one of his famous roles? Lucien was fascinated by the theatre, that first love of all poetic temperaments. The actors and actresses were awe-inspiring creatures. He did not so much as dream of the possibility of crossing the footlights and meeting them on familiar terms. The men and women who gave him so much pleasure were surely marvelous beings, whom the newspapers treated with as much gravity as matters of national interest. To be a dramatic author, to have a play produced on the stage, what a dream was this to cherish! A dream which a few bold spirits, like Casimir de la Vigne, had actually realized. Thick, swarming thoughts like these, and moments of belief in himself, followed by despair, gave Lucien no rest, and kept him in the narrow way of toil and frugality, in spite of the smothered grumblings of more than one frenzied desire. Carrying prudence to an extreme, he made it a rule never to enter the precincts of the Palais Royal, that place of perdition where he had spent 50 francs at Very's in a single day, and nearly 500 francs on his clothes. And when he yielded to temptation and saw Fleury, Talma, the two Baptistes, or Michaud, he went no further than the murky passage where theatre-goers used to stand in a string from 5:30 in the afternoon till the hour when the doors opened, and belated comers were compelled to pay 10 sous for a place near the ticket office. And, after waiting for 2 hours, the cry of "All tickets are sold" rang not unfrequently in the ears of disappointed students. When the play was over, Lucien went home with downcast eyes, through streets lined with living attractions, and perhaps fell in with one of those commonplace adventures which loom so large in a young and timorous imagination. One day Lucien counted over his remaining stock of money, and took alarm at the melting of his funds. A cold perspiration broke out upon him when he thought that the time had come when he must find a publisher, and try also to find work for which a publisher would pay him. The young journalist, with whom he had made a one-sided friendship, never came now to Flicoteaux's. Lucien was waiting for a chance, which failed to present itself. In Paris there are no chances, except for men with a very wide circle of acquaintance. Chances of success of every kind increase with the number of your connections, and therefore in this sense also the chances are in favor of the big battalions. Lucien had sufficient provincial foresight still left, and had no mind to wait until only a last few coins remained to him. He resolved to face the publishers. So one tolerably chilly September morning, Lucien went down the Rue de la Harpe with his 2 manuscripts under his arm. As he made his way to the Quai des Augustins, and went along looking into the booksellers' windows on one side and into the Seine on the other, his good genius might have counseled him to pitch himself into the water sooner than plunge into literature. After heart-searching hesitations, after a profound scrutiny of the various countenances, more or less encouraging, soft-hearted, churlish, cheerful, or melancholy, to be seen through the window-panes or in the doorways of the booksellers' establishments, he espied a house where the shopmen were busy packing books at a great rate. Goods were being dispatched. The walls were plastered with bills. Just out, Le Solitaire by Monsieur le Vicomte d'Arlincourt, 3rd edition. Léonide by Victor Ducange, 5 volumes 12mo, printed on fine paper, 12 francs. Induction morale by Keratry. "They are lucky, that they are," exclaimed Lucien. The placard, a new and original idea of the celebrated Ladvocat, was just beginning to blossom out upon the walls. In no long space, Paris was to wear motley, thanks to the exertions of his imitators, and the treasury was to discover a new source of revenue. Anxiety sent the blood surging to Lucien's heart, as he who had been so great at Angoulême, so insignificant of late in Paris, slipped past the other houses, summoned up all his courage, and at last entered the shop thronged with assistants, customers, and booksellers. And authors too, perhaps, thought Lucien. "I want to speak with Monsieur Vidal or Monsieur Porchon," he said, addressing a shopman. He had read the names on the signboard. Vidal and Porchon, it ran, French and foreign booksellers' agents. "Both gentlemen are engaged," said the man. "I will wait." Left to himself, the poet scrutinized the packages and amused himself for a couple of hours by scanning the titles of books, looking into them and reading a page or two here and there. At last, as he stood leaning against a window, he heard voices, and suspecting that the green curtains hid either Vidal or Porchon, he listened to the conversation. "Will you take 500 copies of me? If you will, I will let you have them at 5 francs, and give 14 to the dozen." "What does that bring them in at?" 16 sous less." 4 francs 4 sous?" said Vidal or Porchon, whichever it was. "Yes," said the vendor. "Credit your account?" inquired the purchaser. "Old humbug! You would settle with me in 18 months' time, with bills at a 12-month." "No, settled at once," returned Vidal or Porchon. "Bills at 9 months?" asked the publisher or author, who evidently was selling his book. "No, my dear fellow, 12 months," returned one of the firm of booksellers' agents. There was a pause. "You are simply cutting my throat," said the visitor. "But in a year's time shall we have placed 100 copies of Leonide?" said the other voice. "If books went off as fast as the publishers would like, we should be millionaires, my good sir, but they don't. They go as the public pleases. There is some one now bringing out an edition of Scott's novels at 18 sous per volume, 3 livres 12 sous per copy, and you want me to give you more for your stale remainders? No. If you mean me to push this novel of yours, you must make it worth my while. Vidal!" A stout man with a pen behind his ear came down from his desk. "How many copies of Ducange did you place last journey?" asked Porchon of his partner. 200 of Le Petit Vieillard de Calais, but to sell them I was obliged to cry down 2 books which pay in less commission, and uncommonly fine nightingales they are now." A nightingale, as Lucien afterwards learned, is a bookseller's name for books that linger on hand, perched out of sight in the loneliest nooks in the shop. "And besides," added Vidal, "Picard is bringing out some novels, as you know. We have been promised 20% on the published price to make the thing a success." "Very well, at 12 months," the publisher answered in a piteous voice, thunderstruck by Vidal's confidential remark. "Is it an offer?" Porchon inquired curtly. "Yes." The stranger went out. After he had gone, Lucien heard Porchon say to Vidal, "We have 300 copies on order now. We will keep him waiting for his settlement. Sell the Leonide for 5 francs net. Settlement in 6 months, and that will be 1,500 francs into our pockets," said Vidal. "Oh, I saw quite well that he was in a fix. He is giving Ducange 4,000 francs for 2,000 copies." Lucien cut Vidal short by appearing in the entrance of the den. "I have the honor of wishing you a good day, gentlemen," he said, addressing both partners. The booksellers nodded slightly. "I have a French historical romance after the style of Scott. It is called The Archer of Charles IX. I propose to offer it to you." Porchon glanced at Lucien with lustreless eyes, and laid his pen down on the desk. Vidal stared rudely at the author. "We are not publishing booksellers, sir. We are booksellers' agents," he said. "When we bring out a book ourselves, we only deal in well-known names, and we only take serious literature besides, history and epitomes." But my book is very serious. It is an attempt to set the struggle between Catholics and Calvinists in its true light. The Catholics were supporters of absolute monarchy, and the Protestants for a republic." "Monsieur Vidal!" shouted an assistant. Vidal fled. "I don't say, sir, that your book is not a masterpiece," replied Porchon with scanty civility, "but we only deal in books that are ready printed. Go and see somebody that buys manuscripts. There is old Doguereau in the Rue du Coq, near the Louvre. He is in the romance line. If you had only spoken sooner, you might have seen Paulet, a competitor of Doguereau and of the publisher in the Wooden Galleries." "I have a volume of poetry." "Monsieur Porchon!" somebody shouted. "Poetry!" Porchon exclaimed angrily. "For what do you take me?" he added, laughing in Lucien's face, and he dived into the regions of the back shop. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 6. Lucien went back across the Pont Neuf, absorbed in reflection. From all that he understood of this mercantile dialect, it appeared that books, like cotton nightcaps, were to be regarded as articles of merchandise, to be sold dear and bought cheap. "I have made a mistake," said Lucien to himself, but all the same this rough and ready practical aspect of literature made an impression upon him. In the Rue du Coq he stopped in front of a modest-looking shop, which he had passed before. He saw the inscription "Doguereau, bookseller," painted above it in yellow letters on a green ground, and remembered that he had seen the name at the foot of the title page of several novels at Blosse's reading room. In he went, not without the inward trepidation which a man of any imagination feels at the prospect of a battle. Inside the shop he discovered an odd-looking old man, one of the queer characters of the trade in the days of the Empire. Doguereau wore a black coat with vast square skirts when fashion required swallow-tail coats. His waistcoat was of some cheap material, a checked pattern of many colors. A steel chain with a copper key attached to it hung from his fob and dangled down over a roomy pair of black nether garments. The bookseller's watch must have been the size of an onion. Iron gray ribbed stockings and shoes with silver buckles completed his costume. The old man's head was bare and ornamented with a fringe of grizzled locks, quite poetically scanty. Old Doguereau, as Porchon styled him, was dressed half like a professor of belles lettres as to his trousers and shoes, half like a tradesman with respect to the variegated waistcoat, the stockings, and the watch, and the same odd mixture appeared in the man himself. He united the magisterial dogmatic air and the hollow countenance of the professor of rhetoric with the sharp eyes, suspicious mouth, and vague uneasiness of the bookseller. "Monsieur Doguereau?" asked Lucien. "That is my name, sir." "I am the author of a romance," began Lucien. "You are very young," remarked the bookseller. "My age, sir, has nothing to do with the matter." "True," and the old bookseller took up the manuscript. "Ah, begad, The Archer of Charles IX. A good title. Let us see now, young man, just tell me your subject in a word or two." "It is a historical work, sir, in the style of Scott. The character of the struggle between the Protestants and Catholics is depicted as a struggle between two opposed systems of government, in which the throne is seriously endangered. I have taken the Catholic side." But you have ideas, young man. Very well, I will read your book, I promise you. I would rather have had something more in Mrs. Radcliffe's style, but if you are industrious, if you have some notion of style, conceptions, ideas, and the art of telling a story, I don't ask better than to be of use to you. What do we want but good manuscripts? "When can I come back?"
"I am going into the country this evening. I shall be back again the day after tomorrow. I shall have read your manuscript by that time, and if it suits me, we might come to terms that very day."
Seeing his acquaintance so easy, Lucien was inspired with the unlucky idea of bringing the Marguerite upon the scene. "I have a volume of poetry as well, sir," he began. "Oh, you are a poet? Then I don't want your romance." And the old man handed back the manuscript. "The rhyming fellows come to grief when they try their hands at prose. In prose you can't use words that mean nothing. You absolutely must say something." "But Sir Walter Scott, sir, wrote poetry as well as—" "That is true," said Doguereau, relenting. He guessed that the young fellow before him was poor, and kept the manuscript. "Where do you live? I will come and see you." Lucien, all unsuspicious of the idea at the back of the old man's head, gave his address. He did not see that he had to do with a bookseller of the old school, a survival of the 18th century, when booksellers tried to keep Voltaire's and Montesquieu's starving in garrets, under lock and key. "The Latin Quarter. I am coming back that very way," said Doguereau when he had read the address. "Good man," thought Lucien as he took his leave. "So I have met with a friend to young authors, a man of taste who knows something. That is the kind of man for me. It is just as I said to David, talent soon makes its way in Paris." Lucien went home again happy and light of heart. He dreamed of glory. He gave not another thought to the ominous words which fell on his ear as he stood by the counter in Vidal and Porchon's shop. He beheld himself the richer by 1,200 francs at least. 1,200 francs! It meant a year in Paris, a whole year of preparation for the work that he meant to do. What plans he built on that hope! What sweet dreams, what visions of a life established on a basis of work! Mentally, he found new quarters and settled himself in them. It would not have taken much to set him making a purchase or two. He could only stave off impatience by constant reading at Blosse's. 2 days later, old Doguereau came to the lodgings of his budding Sir Walter Scott. He was struck with the pains which Lucien had taken with the style of this his first work, delighted with the strong contrasts of character sanctioned by the epoch, and surprised at the spirited imagination which a young writer always displays in the scheming of a first plot. He had not been spoiled, thought old Daddy Doguereau. He had made up his mind to give 1,000 francs for the Archer of Charles IX. He would buy the copyright out and out, and bind Lucien by an engagement for several books. But when he came to look at the house, the old fox thought better of it. "A young fellow that lives here has none but simple tastes," said he to himself. "He is fond of study, fond of work. I need not give more than 800 francs." "Fourth floor," answered the landlady when he asked for Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré. The old bookseller, peering up, saw nothing but the sky above the fourth floor. "This young fellow," thought he, "is a good-looking lad. One might go so far as to say that he is very handsome. If he were to make too much money, he would only fall into dissipated ways, and then he would not work. In the interests of us both, I shall only offer 600 francs. In coin, though, not paper." He climbed the stairs and gave 3 raps at the door. Lucien came to open it. The room was forlorn in its bareness. A bowl of milk and a penny roll stood on the table. The destitution of genius made an impression on Daddy Doguereau. Let him preserve these simple habits of life, this frugality, these modest requirements, thought he. Aloud, he said, "It is a pleasure to me to see you. Thus, sir, lived Jean-Jacques, whom you resemble in more ways than one. Amid such surroundings, the fire of genius shines brightly. Good work is done in such rooms as these. This is how men of letters should work, instead of living riotously in cafes and restaurants, wasting their time and talent and our money." He sat down. "Your romance is not bad, young man. I was a professor of rhetoric once. I know French history. There are some capital things in it. You have a future before you, in fact." "Oh, sir!"
No, I tell you so. We may do business together. I will buy your romance."
Lucien's heart swelled and throbbed with gladness. He was about to enter the world of literature. He should see himself in print at last.
"I will give you 400 francs," continued Doguereau in honeyed accents, and he looked at Lucien with an air which seemed to betoken an effort of generosity.
"The volume?" queried Lucien.
"For the romance," said Doguereau, heedless of Lucien's surprise. "In ready money," he added. "And you shall undertake to write 2 books for me every year for 6 years. If the first book is out of print in 6 months, I will give you 600 francs for the others. So if you write 2 books each year, you will be making 100 francs a month. You will have a sure income, you will be well off. There are some authors whom I only pay 300 francs for a romance. I give 200 for translations of English books. Such prices would have been exorbitant in the old days."
"Sir, we cannot possibly come to an understanding. Give me back my manuscript, I beg," said Lucien in a cold chill.
"Here it is," said the old bookseller. "You know nothing of business, sir. Before an author's first book can appear, a publisher is bound to sink 1,600 francs on the paper and the printing of it. It is easier to write a romance than to find all that money. I have 100 romances in manuscript, and I have not 160,000 francs in my cash box, alas! I have not made so much in all these 20 years that I have been a bookseller. So you don't make a fortune by printing romances, you see. Vidal and Porchon only take them of us on conditions that grow harder and harder day by day. You have only your time to lose, while I am obliged to disburse 2,000 francs. If we fail, habent sua fata libelli, I lose 2,000 francs, while as for you, you simply hurl an ode at the thick-headed public. When you have thought over this that I have the honor of telling you, you will come back to me. You will come back to me," he asserted authoritatively, by way of reply to a scornful gesture made involuntarily by Lucien. "So far from finding a publisher obliging enough to risk 2,000 francs for an unknown writer, you will not find a publisher's clerk that will trouble himself to look through your screed. Now that I have read it, I can point out a good many slips in grammar. You have put observer for faire observer, and malgré que. Malgré is a preposition and requires an object." Lucien appeared to be humiliated. "When I see you again, you will have lost 100 francs," he added. "I shall only give 100 crowns." With that he rose and took his leave. On the threshold he said, "If you had not something in you, and a future before you, if I did not take an interest in studious youth, I should not have made you such a handsome offer. 100 francs per month. Think of it. After all, a romance in a drawer is not eating its head off like a horse in a stable, nor will it find you in victuals either, and that's a fact." Lucien snatched up his manuscript and dashed it on the floor. "I would rather burn it, sir," he exclaimed. "You have a poet's head," returned his senior. Lucien devoured his bread and supped his bowl of milk, then he went downstairs. His room was not large enough for him; he was turning round and round in it, like a lion in a cage at the Jardin des Plantes. At the Bibliothèque Sainte Geneviève, whither Lucien was going, he had come to know a stranger by sight, a young man of 25 or thereabouts, working with the sustained industry which nothing can disturb nor distract, the sign by which your genuine literary worker is known. Evidently the young man had been reading there for some time, for the librarian and attendants all knew him and paid him special attention. The librarian would even allow him to take away books, with which Lucien saw him return in the morning. In the stranger student he recognized a brother in penury and hope. Pale-faced and slight and thin, with a fine forehead hidden by masses of black, tolerably unkempt hair,
there was something about him that attracted indifferent eyes. It was a vague resemblance which he bore to portraits of the young Bonaparte, engraved from Robert Lefebvre's picture. That engraving is a poem of melancholy intensity, of suppressed ambition, of power working below the surface. Study the face carefully, and you will discover genius in it, and discretion, and all the subtlety and greatness of the man. The portrait has speaking eyes like a woman's. They look out, greedy of space, craving difficulties to vanquish. Even if the name of Bonaparte were not written beneath it, you would gaze long at that face. Lucien's young student, the incarnation of this picture, usually wore footed trousers, shoes with thick soles to them, an overcoat of coarse cloth, a black cravat, a waistcoat of some grey and white material buttoned to the chin, and a cheap hat. Contempt for superfluity in dress was visible in his whole person. Lucien also discovered that the mysterious stranger with that unmistakable stamp which genius sets upon the forehead of its slaves was one of Flicoteaux's most regular customers. He ate to live, careless of the fare which appeared to be familiar to him, and drank water. Wherever Lucien saw him, at the library or at Flicoteaux's, there was a dignity in his manner, springing doubtless from the consciousness of a purpose that filled his life, a dignity which made him unapproachable. He had the expression of a thinker. Meditation dwelt on the fine, nobly carved brow. You could tell from the dark, bright eyes, so clear-sighted and quick to observe, that their owner was wont to probe to the bottom of things. He gesticulated very little. His demeanor was grave. Lucien felt an involuntary respect for him. Many times already the pair had looked at each other at the Bibliothèque or at Flicoteaux's. Many times they had been on the point of speaking, but neither of them had ventured so far as yet. The silent young man went off to the further end of the library, on the side at right angles to the Place de la Sorbonne, and Lucien had no opportunity of making his acquaintance, although he felt drawn to a worker whom he knew by indescribable tokens for a character of no common order. Both, as they came to know afterwards, were unsophisticated and shy, given to fears which cause a pleasurable emotion to solitary creatures. Perhaps they never would have been brought into communication if they had not come across each other that day of Lucien's disaster. For as Lucien turned into the Rue des Gres, he saw the student coming away from the Bibliothèque Sainte-Geneviève. "The library is closed. I don't know why, monsieur," said he. Tears were standing in Lucien's eyes. He expressed his thanks by one of those gestures that speak more eloquently than words, and unlock hearts at once when two men meet in youth. They went together along the Rue des Gres towards the Rue de la Harpe. "As that is so, I shall go to the Luxembourg for a walk," said Lucien. "When you have come out, it is not easy to settle down to work again." "No, one's ideas will not flow in the proper current," remarked the stranger. "Something seems to have annoyed you, monsieur?" "I have just had a queer adventure," said Lucien, and he told the history of his visit to the Quai, and gave an account of his subsequent dealings with the old bookseller. He gave his name and said a word or two of his position. In 1 month or thereabouts he had spent 60 francs on his board, 30 for lodging, 20 more francs in going to the theatre, and 10 at Blosse's reading room, 120 francs in all, and now he had just 120 francs in hand. "Your story is mine, monsieur, and the story of 10 or 1,200 young fellows besides, who come from the country to Paris every year. There are others even worse off than we are. Do you see that theatre?" he continued, indicating the turrets of the Odéon. "There came one day to lodge in one of the houses in the square a man of talent who had fallen into the lowest depths of poverty. He was married, in addition to the misfortunes which we share with him, to a wife whom he loved, and the poorer, or the richer as you will, by 2 children. He was burdened with debt, but he put his faith in his pen. He took a comedy in 5 acts to the Odéon. The comedy was accepted, the management arranged to bring it out, the actors learned their parts, the stage manager urged on the rehearsals. 5 several bits of luck, 5 dramas to be performed in real life, and far harder tasks than the writing of a 5-act play. The poor author lodged in a garret. You can see the place from here. He drained his last resources to live until the first representation. His wife pawned her clothes. They all lived on dry bread. On the day of the final rehearsal, the household owed 50 francs in the quarter to the baker, the milkwoman, and the porter. The author had only the strictly necessary clothes, a coat, a shirt, trousers, a waistcoat, and a pair of boots. He felt sure of his success. He kissed his wife. The end of their troubles was at hand. "At last, there is nothing against us now," cried he. "Yes, there is fire," said his wife. "Look, the Odéon is on fire." The Odéon was on fire, monsieur. So, do not you complain. You have clothes, you have neither wife nor child, you have 120 francs for emergencies in your pocket, and you owe no one a penny. Well, the piece went through 150 representations at the Théâtre Louvois. The king allowed the author a pension. Genius is patience, as Buffon said, and patience, after all, is a man's nearest approach to nature's processes of creation. What is art, monsieur, but nature concentrated? By this time the young men were striding along the walks of the Luxembourg, and in no long time Lucien learned the name of the stranger who was doing his best to administer comfort. That name has since grown famous. Daniel d'Arthez is one of the most illustrious of living men of letters, one of the rare few who show us an example of a noble gift with a noble nature combined, to quote a poet's fine thought. "There is no cheap route to greatness," Daniel went on in his kind voice. "The works of genius are watered with tears. The gift that is in you, like an existence in the physical world, passes through childhood and its maladies. Nature sweeps away sickly or deformed creatures, and society rejects an imperfectly developed talent. Any man who means to rise above the rest must make ready for a struggle and be undaunted by difficulties. A great writer is a martyr who does not die, that is all. There is the stamp of genius on your forehead," d'Arthez continued, enveloping Lucien by a glance. "But unless you have within you the will of genius, unless you are gifted with angelic patience, unless, no matter how far the freaks of fate have set you from your destined goal, you can find the way to your infinite, as the turtles in the Indies find their way to the ocean, you had better give up at once." "Then do you yourself expect these ordeals?" asked Lucien. "Trials of every kind. Slander and treachery and effrontery and cunning, the rivals who act unfairly, and the keen competition of the literary market," his companion said resignedly. "What is a first loss, if only your work was good?" "Will you look at mine and give me your opinion?" asked Lucien. "So be it," said d'Arthez. "I am living in the Rue des Quatre Vents. Desplein, one of the most illustrious men of genius in our time, the greatest surgeon that the world has known, once endured the martyrdom of early struggles with the first difficulties of a glorious career in the same house. I think of that every night, and the thought gives me the stock of courage that I need every morning. I am living in the very room where, like Rousseau, he had no Teresa. Come in an hour's time. I shall be in." The poets grasped each other's hands with a rush of melancholy and tender feeling inexpressible in words, and went their separate ways. Lucien to fetch his manuscript, Daniel d'Arthez to pawn his watch and buy a couple of faggots. The weather was cold, and his new-found friend should find a fire in his room. Lucien was punctual. He noticed at once that the house was of an even poorer class than the Hôtel de Cluny. A staircase gradually became visible at the further end of a dark passage. He mounted to the 5th floor and found d'Arthez's room. A bookcase of dark-stained wood, with rows of labelled cardboard cases on the shelves, stood between the two crazy windows. A gaunt, painted wooden bedstead, of the kind seen in school dormitories, a night table picked up cheaply somewhere, and a couple of horsehair armchairs filled the further end of the room. The wallpaper, a Highland plaid pattern, was glazed over with the grime of years. Between the window and the grate stood a long table littered with papers, and opposite the fireplace there was a cheap mahogany chest of drawers. A second-hand carpet covered the floor, a necessary luxury, for it saved firing. A common office armchair, cushioned with leather, crimson once but now hoary with wear, was drawn up to the table. Add half a dozen rickety chairs, and you have a complete list of the furniture. Lucien noticed an old-fashioned candle sconce for a card table, with an adjustable screen attached, and wondered to see 4 wax candles in the sockets. D'Arthez explained that he could not endure the smell of tallow, a little trait denoting great delicacy of sense perception and the exquisite sensibility which accompanies it. The reading lasted for 7 hours. Daniel listened conscientiously, forbearing to interrupt by word or comment, one of the rarest proofs of good taste in a listener. "Well?" queried Lucien, laying the manuscript on the chimney-piece. "You have made a good start on the right way," d'Arthez answered judicially, "but you must go over your work again. You must strike out a different style for yourself if you do not mean to ape Sir Walter Scott, for you have taken him for your model. You begin, for instance, as he begins, with long conversations to introduce your characters, and only when they have said their say does description and action follow. This opposition, necessary in all work of a dramatic kind, comes last. Just put the terms of the problem the other way round. Give descriptions, to which our language lends itself so admirably, instead of diffuse dialogue, magnificent in Scott's work, but colorless in your own. Lead naturally up to your dialogue. Plunge straight into the action. Treat your subject from different points of view, sometimes in a sidelight, sometimes retrospectively. Vary your methods, in fact, to diversify your work. You may be original while adapting the Scots novelist's form of dramatic dialogue to French history. There is no passion in Scott's novels. He ignores passion, or perhaps it was interdicted by the hypocritical manners of his country. Woman, for him, is duty incarnate. His heroines, with possibly 1 or 2 exceptions, are all alike. He has drawn them all from the same model, as painters say. They are, every one of them, descended from Clarissa Harlowe. And returning continually, as he did, to the same idea of woman, how could he do otherwise than produce a single type, varied only by degrees of vividness in the coloring? Woman brings confusion into society through passion. Passion gives infinite possibilities. Therefore, depict passion. You have one great resource open to you, foregone by the great genius for the sake of providing family reading for prudish England. In France, you have the charming sinner, the brightly colored life of Catholicism, contrasted with sombre Calvinistic figures on a background of the times when passions ran higher than at any other period of our history. Every epoch which has left authentic records since the time of Charles the Great calls for at least one romance. Some require 4 or 5, the periods of Louis XIV, of Henry IV, of Francis I, for instance. You would give us in this way a picturesque history of France, with the costumes and furniture, the houses and their interiors, and domestic life, giving us the spirit of the time, instead of a laborious narration of ascertained facts. Then there is further scope for originality. You can remove some of the popular delusions which disfigure the memories of most of our kings. Be bold enough in this first work of yours to rehabilitate the great magnificent figure of Catherine, whom you have sacrificed to the prejudices which still cloud her name. And finally, paint Charles IX for us as he really was, and not as Protestant writers have made him. 10 years of persistent work, and fame and fortune will be yours." By this time it was 9 o'clock. Lucien followed the example set in secret by his future friend by asking him to dine at Eldon's, and spent 12 francs at that restaurant. During the dinner, Daniel admitted Lucien into the secret of his hopes and studies. Daniel d'Arthez would not allow that any writer could attain to a preeminent rank without a profound knowledge of metaphysics. He was engaged in ransacking the spoils of ancient and modern philosophy, and in the assimilation of it all. He would be like Molière, a profound philosopher first, and a writer of comedies afterwards. He was studying the world of books and the living world about him, thought and fact. His friends were learned naturalists, young doctors of medicine, political writers and artists, a number of earnest students full of promise. D'Arthez earned a living by conscientious and ill-paid work. He wrote articles for encyclopedias, dictionaries of biography and natural science, doing just enough to enable him to live while he followed his own bent, and neither more nor less. He had a piece of imaginative work on hand, undertaken solely for the sake of studying the resources of language, an important psychological study in the form of a novel, unfinished as yet, for d'Arthez took it up or laid it down as the humor took him, and kept it for days of great distress. D'Arthez's revelations of himself were made very simply, but to Lucien he seemed like an intellectual giant, and by 11 o'clock, when they left the restaurant, he began to feel a sudden warm friendship for this nature, unconscious of its loftiness, this unostentatious worth. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Alan Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 7. Lucien took d'Arthez's advice unquestioningly and followed it out to the letter. The most magnificent palaces of fancy had been suddenly flung open to him by a nobly gifted mind, matured already by thought and critical examinations undertaken for their own sake, not for publication, but for the solitary thinker's own satisfaction. The burning coal had been laid on the lips of the poet of Angoulême. A word uttered by a hard student in Paris had fallen upon ground prepared to receive it in the Provincial. Lucien set about recasting his work. In his gladness at finding in the wilderness of Paris a nature abounding in generous and sympathetic feeling, the distinguished provincial did as all young creatures hungering for affection are wont to do. He fastened, like a chronic disease, upon this one friend that he had found. He called for d'Arthez on his way to the Bibliothèque, walked with him on fine days in the Luxembourg Gardens, and went with his friend every evening as far as the door of his lodging-house after sitting next to him at Flicoteaux's. He pressed close to his friend's side as a soldier might keep by a comrade on the frozen Russian plains. During those early days of his acquaintance, he noticed, not without chagrin, that his presence imposed a certain restraint on the circle of Daniel's intimates. The talk of those superior beings of whom d'Arthez spoke to him with such concentrated enthusiasm kept within the bounds of a reserve but little in keeping with the evident warmth of their friendships. At these times Lucien discreetly took his leave, a feeling of curiosity mingling with the sense of something like pain at the ostracism to which he was subjected by these strangers, who all addressed each other by their Christian names. Each one of them, like d'Arthez, bore the stamp of genius upon his forehead. After some private opposition, overcome by d'Arthez without Lucien's knowledge, the newcomer was at length judged worthy to make one of the cénacle of lofty thinkers. Henceforward he was to be one of a little group of young men who met almost every evening in d'Arthez's room, united by the keenest sympathies and by the earnestness of their intellectual life. They all foresaw a great writer in d'Arthez. They looked upon him as their chief, since the loss of one of their number, a mystical genius, one of the most extraordinary intellects of the age. This former leader had gone back to his province, for reasons on which it serves no purpose to enter, but Lucien often heard them speak of this absent friend as Louis. Several of the group were destined to fall by the way, but others, like d'Arthez, have since won all the fame that was their due. A few details as to the circle will readily explain Lucien's strong feeling of interest and curiosity. One among those who still survive was Horace Bianchon, then a house student at the Hôtel Dieu, later a shining light at the École de Paris, and now so well known that it is needless to give any description of his appearance, genius, or character. Next came Léon Giraud, that profound philosopher and bold theorist, turning all systems inside out, criticizing, expressing, and formulating, dragging them all to the feet of his idol, humanity. Great even in his errors, for his honesty ennobled his mistakes. An intrepid toiler, a conscientious scholar, he became the acknowledged head of a school of moralists and politicians. Time alone can pronounce upon the merits of his theories, but if his convictions have drawn him into paths in which none of his old comrades tread, none the less he is still their faithful friend. Art was represented by Joseph Bridau, one of the best painters among the younger men. But for a too impressionable nature, which made havoc of Joseph's heart, he might have continued the traditions of the great Italian masters, though for that matter the last word has not yet been said concerning him. He combines Roman outline with Venetian color. But love is fatal to his work. Love not merely transfixes his heart, but sends his arrow through the brain, deranges the course of his life, and sets the victim describing the strangest zigzags. If the mistress of the moment is too kind or too cruel, Joseph will send into the exhibition sketches where the drawing is clogged with color, or pictures finished under the stress of some imaginary woe, in which he gave his whole attention to the drawing and left the color to take care of itself. He is a constant disappointment to his friends and the public, yet Hoffmann would have worshipped him for his daring experiments in the realms of art. When Bridau is wholly himself, he is admirable, and as praise is sweet to him, his disgust is great when one praises the failures in which he alone discovers all that is lacking in the eyes of the public. He is whimsical to the last degree. His friends have seen him destroy a finished picture because, in his eyes, it looked too smooth. It is overdone, he would say. It is niggling work. With his eccentric yet lofty nature, with a nervous organization and all that it entails of torment and delight, the craving for perfection becomes morbid. Intellectually, he is akin to Sterne, though he is not a literary worker. There is an indescribable piquancy about his epigrams and sallies of thought. He is eloquent, he knows how to love, but the uncertainty that appears in his execution is a part of the very nature of the man. The brotherhood loved him for the very qualities which the Philistine would style defects. Last among the living comes Fulgence Ridal. No writer of our times possesses more of the exuberant spirit of pure comedy than this poet, careless of fame, who will fling his more commonplace productions to theatrical managers and keep the most charming scenes in the seraglio of his brain for himself and his friends. Of the public, he asks just sufficient to secure his independence, and then declines to do anything more. Indolent and prolific as Rossini, compelled, like great poet-comedians, like Molière and Rabelais, to see both sides of everything, and all that is to be said both for and against, he is a skeptic, ready to laugh at all things. Fulgence Ridal is a great practical philosopher. His worldly wisdom, his genius for observation, his contempt for fame, fuss, as he calls it, have not seared a kind heart. He is as energetic on behalf of another as he is careless where his own interests are concerned. And if he bestirs himself, it is for a friend. Living up to his Rabelaisian mask, he is no enemy to good cheer, though he never goes out of his way to find it. He is melancholy and gay. His friends dubbed him the dog of the regiment. You could have no better portrait of the man than his nickname. Three more of the band, at least as remarkable as the friends who have just been sketched in outline, were destined to fall by the way. Of these, Meyraux was the first. Meyraux died after stirring up the famous controversy between Cuvier and Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, a great question which divided the whole scientific world into two opposite camps, with these two men of equal genius as leaders. This befell some months before the death of the champion of rigorous analytical science, as opposed to the pantheism of one who is still living to bear an honored name in Germany. Meyraux was the friend of that Louis of whom death was so soon to rob the intellectual world. With these two, both marked by death and unknown today in spite of their wide knowledge and their genius, stands a third, Michel Chrestien, the great Republican thinker, who dreamed of European federation, and had no small share in bringing about the Saint-Simonian movement of 1830. A politician of the calibre of Saint-Just and Danton, but simple, meek as a maid, and brimful of illusions and loving-kindness, the owner of a singing voice which would have sent Mozart or Weber or Rossini into ecstasies, for his singing of certain songs of Béranger's could intoxicate the heart in you with poetry or hope or love. Michel Chrestien, poor as Lucien, poor as Daniel d'Arthez, as all the rest of his friends, gained a living with the haphazard indifference of a Diogenes. He indexed lengthy works, he drew up prospectuses for booksellers, and kept his doctrines to himself, as the grave keeps the secrets of the dead. Yet the gay bohemian of intellectual life, the great statesman who might have changed the face of the world, fell as a private soldier in the cloister of Saint-Merry. Some shopkeeper's bullet struck down one of the noblest creatures that ever trod French soil, and Michel Chrestien died for other doctrines than his own. His federation scheme was more dangerous to the aristocracy of Europe than the republican propaganda. It was more feasible and less extravagant than the hideous doctrines of indefinite liberty proclaimed by the young madcaps who assumed the character of heirs of the Convention. All who knew the noble plebeian wept for him. There is not one of them but remembers, and often remembers, a great, obscure politician. Esteem and friendship kept the peace between the extremes of hostile opinion and conviction represented in the Brotherhood. Daniel d'Arthez came of a good family in Picardy. His belief in the monarchy was quite as strong as Michel Chrestien's faith in European federation. Fulgence Ridal scoffed at Léon Giraud's philosophical doctrines, while Giraud himself prophesied for d'Arthez's benefit the approaching end of Christianity and the extinction of the institution of the family. Michel Chrestien, a believer in the religion of Christ, the divine lawgiver, who taught the equality of men, would defend the immortality of the soul from Bianchon's scalpel, for Horace Bianchon was before all things an analyst. There was plenty of discussion, but no bickering. Vanity was not engaged, for the speakers were also the audience. They would talk over their work among themselves and take counsel of each other with the delightful openness of youth. If the matter in hand was serious, the opponent would leave his own position to enter into his friend's point of view, and being an impartial judge in a matter outside his own sphere, would prove the better helper. Envy, the hideous treasure of disappointment, abortive talent, failure, and mortified vanity, was quite unknown among them. All of them, moreover, were going their separate ways. For these reasons, Lucien and others admitted to their society felt at their ease in it. Wherever you find real talent, you will find frank good fellowship and sincerity, and no sort of pretension, the wit that caresses the intellect and never is aimed at self-love. When the first nervousness, caused by respect, wore off, it was unspeakably pleasant to make one of this select company of youth. Familiarity did not exclude in each a consciousness of his own value, nor a profound esteem for his neighbor. And finally, as every member of the circle felt that he could afford to receive or to give, no one made a difficulty of accepting. Talk was unflagging, full of charm, and ranging over the most varied topics. Words light as arrows sped to the mark. There was a strange contrast between the dire material poverty in which the young men lived and the splendor of their intellectual wealth. They looked upon the practical problems of existence simply as a matter for friendly jokes. The cold weather happened to set in early that year. 5 of d'Arthez's friends appeared one day, each concealing firewood under his cloak. The same idea had occurred to the 5, as it sometimes happens that all the guests at a picnic are inspired with the notion of bringing a pie as their contribution. All of them were gifted with the moral beauty which reacts upon the physical form, and no less than work and vigils overlays a youthful face with a shade of divine gold. Purity of life and the fire of thought had brought refinement and regularity into features somewhat pinched and rugged. The poet's amplitude of brow was a striking characteristic common to them all. The bright sparkling eyes told of cleanliness of life. The hardships of penury, when they were felt at all, were borne so gaily and embraced with such enthusiasm that they had left no trace to mar the serenity peculiar to the faces of the young who have no grave errors laid to their charge as yet, who have not stooped to any of the base compromises wrung from impatience of poverty by the strong desire to succeed. The temptation to use any means to this end is the greater since that men of letters are lenient with bad faith and extend an easy indulgence to treachery. There is an element in friendship which doubles its charm and renders it indissoluble, a sense of certainty which is lacking in love. These young men were sure of themselves and of each other. The enemy of one was the enemy of all. The most urgent personal considerations would have been shattered if they had clashed with the sacred solidarity of their fellowship. All alike incapable of disloyalty, they could oppose a formidable no to any accusation brought against the absent and defend them with perfect confidence. With a like nobility of nature and strength of feeling, it was possible to think and speak freely on all matters of intellectual or scientific interest. Hence the honesty of their friendships, the gaiety of their talk, and with this intellectual freedom of the community there was no fear of being misunderstood. They stood upon no ceremony with each other. They shared their troubles and joys, and gave thought and sympathy from full hearts. The charming delicacy of feeling which makes the tale of deux amis a treasury for great souls was the rule of their daily life. It may be imagined, therefore, that their standard of requirements was not an easy one. They were too conscious of their worth, too well aware of their happiness, to care to trouble their life with the admixture of a new and unknown element. This federation of interests and affection lasted for 20 years without a collision or disappointment. Death alone could thin the numbers of the noble Pleiades, taking first Louis Lambert, later Méraud and Michel Chrestien. When Michel Chrestien fell in 1832, his friends went, in spite of the perils of the steppe, to find his body at Saint-Merry, and Horace Bianchon, Daniel d'Arthez, Léon Giraud, Joseph Bridau, and Fulgence Ridal performed the last duties to the dead between two political fires. By night they buried their beloved in the cemetery of Père Lachaise. Horace Bianchon, undaunted by the difficulties, cleared them away one after another. It was he, indeed, who besought the authorities for permission to bury the fallen insurgent, and confessed to his old friendship with the dead Federalist. The little group of friends present at the funeral with those 5 great men will never forget that touching scene. As you walk in the trim cemetery, you will see a grave purchased in perpetuity, a grass-covered mound with a dark wooden cross above it, and the name in large red letters, Michel Chrestien. There is no other monument like it. The friends thought to pay a tribute to the sternly simple nature of the man by the simplicity of the record of his death. So in that chilly garret, the fairest dreams of friendship were realized. These men were brothers, leading lives of intellectual effort, loyally helping each other, making no reservations, not even of their worst thoughts. Men of vast acquirements, natures tried in the crucible of poverty. Once admitted as an equal among such elect souls, Lucien represented beauty and poetry. They admired the sonnets which he read to them. They would ask him for a sonnet as they would ask Michel Chrestien for a song. And in the desert of Paris, Lucien found an oasis in the Rue des Quatre Vents. At the beginning of October, Lucien had spent the last of his money on a little firewood. He was halfway through the task of recasting his work, the most strenuous of all toil, and he was penniless. As for Daniel d'Arthez, burning blocks of spent tan and facing poverty like a hero, not a word of complaint came from him. He was as sober as any elderly spinster and methodical as a miser. This courage called out Lucien's courage. He had only newly come into the circle, and shrank with invincible repugnance from speaking of his straits. One morning he went out, manuscript in hand, and reached the Rue du Coq. He would sell The Archer of Charles IX to Doguereau, but Doguereau was out. Lucien little knew how indulgent great natures can be to the weaknesses of others. Every one of the friends had thought of the peculiar troubles besetting the poetic temperament, of the prostration which follows upon the struggle when the soul has been overwrought by the contemplation of that nature which it is the task of art to reproduce. And, strong as they were to endure their own ills, they felt keenly for Lucien's distress. They guessed that his stock of money was failing, and after all the pleasant evenings spent in friendly talk and deep meditations, after the poetry, the confidences, the bold flights over the fields of thought or into the far future of the nations, yet another trait was to prove how little Lucien had understood these new friends of his. "Lucien, dear fellow," said Daniel, "you did not dine at Flicoteaux's yesterday, and we know why." Lucien could not keep back the overflowing tears. "You showed a want of confidence in us," said Michel Chrestien. "We shall chalk that up over the chimney, and when we have scored 10, we will—" "We have all of us found a bit of extra work," said Bianchon. "For my own part, I have been looking after a rich patient for Desplein. D'Arthez has written an article for the Revue Encyclopédique. Chrestien thought of going out to sing in the Champs-Élysées of an evening with a pocket-handkerchief and 4 candles, but he found a pamphlet to write instead, for a man who has a mind to go into politics, and gave his employer 600 francs worth of Machiavelli. Léon Giraud borrowed 50 francs of his publisher. Joseph sold 1 or 2 sketches, and Fulgence's piece was given on Sunday, and there was a full house." "Here are 200 francs," said Daniel, "and let us say no more about it." "Why, if he is not going to hug us all as if we had done something extraordinary!" cried Chrestien. Lucien, meanwhile, had written to the home circle. His letter was a masterpiece of sensibility and goodwill, as well as a sharp cry wrung from him by distress. The answers which he received the next day will give some idea of the delight that Lucien took in this living encyclopedia of angelic spirits, each of whom bore the stamp of the art or science which he followed. David Séchard to Lucien. My dear Lucien, enclosed herewith is a bill at 90 days, payable to your order, for 200 francs. You can draw on Monsieur Métivier, paper merchant, our Paris correspondent in the Rue Serpente. My good Lucien, we have absolutely nothing. Eve has undertaken the charge of the printing house, and works at her task with such devotion, patience, and industry that I bless heaven for giving me such an angel for a wife. She herself says that it is impossible to send you the least help. But I think, my friend, now that you are started in so promising a way, with such great and noble hearts for your companions, that you can hardly fail to reach the greatness to which you were born, aided as you are by intelligence almost divine in Daniel d'Arthez and Michel Chrestien and Léon Giraud, and counselled by Meyraux and Bianchon and Ridal, whom we have come to know through your dear letter. So I have drawn this bill without Eve's knowledge, and I will contrive somehow to meet it when the time comes. Keep on your way, Lucien. It is rough, but it will be glorious. I can bear anything but the thought of you sinking into the sloughs of Paris, of which I saw so much. Have sufficient strength of mind to do as you are doing, and keep out of scrapes and bad company, wild young fellows, and men of letters of a certain stamp, whom I learned to take at their just valuation when I lived in Paris. Be a worthy compeer of the divine spirits whom we have learned to love through you. Your life will soon meet with its reward. Farewell, dearest brother. You have sent transports of joy to my heart. I did not expect such courage of you. David. Eve Séchard to Lucien. Dear, your letter made all of us cry. As for the noble hearts to whom your good angel surely led you, tell them that a mother and a poor young wife will pray for them night and morning, and if the most fervent prayers can reach the throne of God, surely they will bring blessings upon you all. Their names are engraved upon my heart. Ah, some day I shall see your friends. I will go to Paris if I have to walk the whole way, to thank them for their friendship for you, for to me the thought has been like balm to smarting wounds. We are working like day laborers here, dear. This husband of mine, the unknown great man whom I love more and more every day, as I discover moment by moment the wealth of his nature, leaves the printing house more and more to me. Why? I guess. Our poverty, yours and ours and our mother's, is heartbreaking to him. Our adored David is a Prometheus gnawed by a vulture, a haggard, sharp-beaked regret. As for himself, noble fellow, he scarcely thinks of himself. He is hoping to make a fortune for us. He spends his whole time in experiments in paper-making. He begged me to take his place and look after the business, and gives me as much help as his preoccupation allows. Alas, I shall be a mother soon. That should have been a crowning joy, but as things are, it saddens me. Poor mother, she has grown young again. She has found strength to go back to her tiring nursing. We should be happy if it were not for these money cares. Old Father Séchard will not give his son a farthing. David went over to see if he could borrow a little for you, for we were in despair over your letter. I know Lucien, David said. He will lose his head and do something rash. I gave him a good scolding. My brother disappoint us in any way? I told him. Lucien knows that I should die of sorrow. Mother and I have pawned a few things. David does not know about it. Mother will redeem them as soon as she has made a little money. In this way we have managed to put together 100 francs, which I am sending you by the coach. If I did not answer your last letter, do not remember it against me, dear. We were working all night just then. I have been working like a man. Oh, I had no idea that I was so strong." "Madame de Bargeton is a heartless woman. She has no soul. Even if she cared for you no longer, she owed it to herself to use her influence for you, and to help you when she had torn you from us, to plunge you into that dreadful sea of Paris. Only by the special blessing of Heaven could you have met with true friends there among those crowds of men and innumerable interests. She is not worth a regret. I used to wish that there might be some devoted woman always with you, a second myself. But now I know that your friends will take my place, and I am happy. Spread your wings, my dear great genius. You will be our pride as well as our beloved. Eve." "My darling," the mother wrote, "I can only add my blessing to all that your sister says, and assure you that you are more in my thoughts and in my prayers, alas, than those whom I see daily. For some hearts, the absent are always in the right, and so it is with the heart of your mother." End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 8. So, 2 days after the loan was offered so graciously, Lucien repaid it. Perhaps life had never seemed so bright to him as at that moment, but the touch of self-love in his joy did not escape the delicate sensibility and searching eyes of his friends. "Anyone might think that you were afraid to owe us anything," exclaimed Fulgence. "Oh, the pleasure that he takes in returning the money is a very serious symptom to my mind," said Michel Chrestien. "It confirms some observations of my own. There is a spice of vanity in Lucien." "He is a poet," said d'Arthez. "But do you grudge me such a very natural feeling?" asked Lucien. "We should bear in mind that he did not hide it," said Léon Giraud. "He is still open with us, but I am afraid that he may come to feel shy of us." "And why?" Lucien asked. "We can read your thoughts," answered Joseph Bridau. "There is a diabolical spirit in you that will seek to justify courses which are utterly contrary to our principles. Instead of being a sophist in theory, you will be a sophist in practice." "Ah, I am afraid of that," said d'Arthez. "You will carry on admirable debates in your own mind, Lucien, and take up a lofty position in theory, and end by blameworthy actions. You will never be at one with yourself." "What ground have you for these charges?" "Thy vanity, dear poet, is so great that it intrudes itself even into thy friendships," cried Fulgence. "All vanity of that sort is a symptom of shocking egoism, and egoism poisons friendship." "Oh, dear," said Lucien, "you cannot know how much I love you all." "If you loved us as we love you, would you have been in such a hurry to return the money which we had such pleasure in lending, or have made so much of it?" "We don't lend here, we give," said Joseph Bridau roughly. "Don't think us unkind, dear boy," said Michel Chrestien. "We are looking forward. We are afraid lest some day you may prefer a petty revenge to the joys of pure friendship. Read Goethe's Tasso, the great master's greatest work, and you will see how the poet hero loved gorgeous stuffs and banquets and triumph and applause. Very well, be Tasso without his folly. Perhaps the world and its pleasures tempt you. Stay with us. Carry all the cravings of vanity into the world of imagination. Transpose folly. Keep virtue for daily wear, and let imagination run riot instead of doing. As d'Arthez says, thinking high thoughts and living beneath them." Lucien hung his head. His friends were right. "I confess that you are stronger than I," he said with a charming glance at them. "My back and shoulders are not made to bear the burden of Paris life. I cannot struggle bravely. We are born with different temperaments and faculties, and you know better than I that faults and virtues have their reverse side. I am tired already, I confess." "We will stand by you," said d'Arthez. "It is just in these ways that a faithful friendship is of use." "The help that I have just received is precarious, and every one of us is just as poor as another. Want will soon overtake me again. Chrestien, at the service of the first that hires him, can do nothing with the publishers. Bianchon is quite out of it. D'Arthez's booksellers only deal in scientific and technical books; they have no connection with publishers of new literature. And as for Horace and Fulgence Ridal and Bridau, their work lies miles away from the booksellers. There is no help for it. I must make up my mind one way or another." "Stick by us and make up your mind to it," said Bianchon. "Bear up bravely and trust in hard work." "But what is hardship for you is death for me," Lucien put in quickly. "Before the cock crows thrice," smiled Leon Giraud, "this man will betray the cause of work for an idle life and the vices of Paris." "Where has work brought you?" asked Lucien, laughing. "When you start out from Paris for Italy, you don't find Rome halfway," said Joseph Bridau. "You want your peas to grow ready buttered for you." The conversation ended in a joke, and they changed the subject. Lucien's friends, with their perspicacity and delicacy of heart, tried to efface the memory of the little quarrel. But Lucien knew thenceforward that it was no easy matter to deceive them. He soon fell into despair, which he was careful to hide from such stern mentors as he imagined them to be. And the southern temper that runs so easily through the whole gamut of mental dispositions set him making the most contradictory resolutions. Again and again he talked of making the plunge into journalism, and time after time did his friends reply with a "Mind you do nothing of the sort. It would be the tomb of the beautiful, gracious Lucien whom we love and know," said d'Arthez. "You would not hold out for long between the two extremes of toil and pleasure which make up a journalist's life, and resistance is the very foundation of virtue. You would be so delighted to exercise your power of life and death over the offspring of the brain, that you would be an out-and-out journalist in 2 months' time. To be a journalist, that is to turn Herod in the Republic of Letters. The man who will say anything will end by sticking at nothing. That was Napoleon's maxim, and it explains itself." "But you would be with me, would you not?" asked Lucien. "Not by that time," said Fulgence. "If you were a journalist, you would no more think of us than the opera girl in all her glory, with her adorers and her silk-lined carriage, thinks of the village at home, and her cows and her sabots. You could never resist the temptation to pen a witticism, though it should bring tears to a friend's eyes. I come across journalists in theatre lobbies; it makes me shudder to see them. Journalism is an inferno, a bottomless pit of iniquity and treachery and lies. No one can traverse it undefiled, unless, like Dante, he is protected by Virgil's sacred laurel." But the more the set of friends opposed the idea of journalism, the more Lucien's desire to know its perils grew and tempted him. He began to debate within his own mind. Was it not ridiculous to allow want to find him a second time defenseless? He bethought him of the failure of his attempts to dispose of his first novel, and felt but little tempted to begin a second. How, besides, was he to live while he was writing another romance? 1 month of privation had exhausted his stock of patience. Why should he not do nobly that which journalists did ignobly and without principle? His friends insulted him with their doubts; he would convince them of his strength of mind. Some day, perhaps, he would be of use to them; he would be the herald of their fame. "And what sort of friendship is it which recoils from complicity?" demanded he one evening of Michel Chrestien. Lucien and Leon Giraud were walking home with their friend. "We shrink from nothing," Michel Chrestien made reply. "If you were so unlucky as to kill your mistress, I would help you to hide your crime and could still respect you. But if you were to turn spy, I should shun you with abhorrence, for a spy is systematically shameless and base. There you have journalism summed up in a sentence. Friendship can pardon error and the hasty impulse of passion. It is bound to be inexorable when a man deliberately traffics in his own soul and intellect and opinions. Why cannot I turn journalist to sell my volume of poetry and the novel, and then give up at once?" "Machiavelli might do so, but not Lucien de Rubempré," said Léon Giraud. "Very well," exclaimed Lucien. "I will show you that I can do as much as Machiavelli." "Oh," cried Michel, grasping Léon's hand, "you have done it, Léon. Lucien," he continued, "you have 300 francs in hand. You can live comfortably for 3 months. Very well, then, work hard and write another romance. D'Arthez and Fulgence will help you with the plot. You will improve, you will be a novelist. And I, meanwhile, will enter one of those lupaners of thought. For 3 months I will be a journalist. I will sell your books to some bookseller or other by attacking his publications. I will write the articles myself. I will get others for you. We will organize a success. You shall be a great man and still remain our Lucien." "You must despise me very much if you think that I should perish while you escape," said the poet. "Oh, Lord, forgive him, it is a child," cried Michel Chrestien. When Lucien's intellect had been stimulated by the evenings spent in d'Arthez's garret, he had made some study of the jokes and articles in the smaller newspapers. He was at least the equal, he felt, of the wittiest contributors. In private he tried some mental gymnastics of the kind, and went out one morning with the triumphant idea of finding some colonel of such light skirmishers of the press and enlisting in their ranks. He dressed in his best and crossed the bridges, thinking as he went that authors, journalists, and men of letters, his future comrades, in short, would show him rather more kindness and disinterestedness than the 2 species of booksellers who had so dashed his hopes. He should meet with fellow feeling and something of the kindly and grateful affection which he found in the cenacle of the Rue des Quatre Vents. Tormented by emotion, consequent upon the presentiments to which men of imagination cling so fondly, half believing, half battling with their belief in him, he arrived in the Rue Saint-Fiacre off the Boulevard Montmartre. Before a house occupied by the offices of a small newspaper, he stopped, and at the sight of it his heart began to throb as heavily as the pulses of a youth upon the threshold of some evil haunt. Nevertheless, upstairs he went and found the offices in the low entresol between the ground floor and the first story. The first room was divided down the middle by a partition, the lower half of solid wood, the upper lattice work to the ceiling. In this apartment Lucien discovered a one-armed pensioner, supporting several reams of paper on his head with his remaining hand, while between his teeth he held the pass-book which the Inland Revenue Department requires every newspaper to produce with each issue. This ill-favored individual, owner of a yellow countenance covered with red excrescences, to which he owed his nickname of Coloquinte, indicated a personage behind the lattice as the Cerberus of the paper. This was an elderly officer with a medal on his chest and a silk skull-cap on his head. His nose was almost hidden by a pair of grizzled moustaches, and his person was hidden as completely in an ample blue overcoat as the body of the turtle in its carapace. "From what date do you wish your subscription to commence, sir?" inquired the Emperor's officer. "I did not come about a subscription," returned Lucien. Looking about him, he saw a placard fastened on a door, corresponding to the one by which he had entered, and read the words, "Editor's Office," and below, in smaller letters, "No admittance except on business." "A complaint, I expect," replied the veteran. "Ah, yes, we have been hard on Mariette. What would you have? I don't know the why and wherefore of it yet, but if you want satisfaction, I am ready for you," he added, glancing at a collection of small arms and foils stacked in a corner, the armory of the modern warrior. "That was still further from my intention, sir. I have come to speak to the editor." "Nobody is ever here before 4 o'clock." "Look you here, Giroudeau, old chap," remarked a voice. "I make it 11 columns. 11 columns at 5 francs apiece is 55 francs, and I have only been paid 40, so you owe me another 15 francs, as I have been telling you." These words proceeded from a little weasel face, pallid and semi-transparent as the half-boiled white of an egg. 2 slits of eyes looked out of it, mild blue in tint, but appallingly malignant in expression, and the owner, an insignificant young man, was completely hidden by the veteran's opaque person. It was a blood-curdling voice, a sound between the mewing of a cat and the wheezy chokings of a hyena. "Yes, yes, my little militia man," retorted he of the medal, "but you are counting the headings and white lines. I have Finot's instructions to add up the totals of the lines, and to divide them by the proper number for each column, and after I performed that concentrating operation on your copy, there were 3 columns less." "He doesn't pay for the blanks, the Jew. He reckons them in, though, when he sends up the total of his work to his partner, and he gets paid for them, too. I will go and see Etienne Lousteau. Vernou." "I cannot go beyond my orders, my boy," said the veteran. "What, do you cry out against your foster mother for a matter of 15 francs? You that turn out an article as easily as I smoke a cigar. 15 francs! Why, you will give a bowl of punch to your friends, or win an extra game of billiards, and there's an end of it." "Finot's savings will cost him very dear," said the contributor as he took his departure. "Now, would not anybody think that he was Rousseau and Voltaire rolled in one?" the cashier remarked to himself as he glanced at Lucien. "I will come in again at 4, sir," said Lucien. While the argument proceeded, Lucien had been looking about him. He saw upon the walls the portraits of Benjamin Constant, General Foy, and the 17 illustrious orators of the left, interspersed with caricatures at the expense of the government. But he looked more particularly at the door of the sanctuary where, no doubt, the paper was elaborated, the witty paper that amused him daily, and enjoyed the privilege of ridiculing kings and the most portentous events, of calling anything and everything in question with a jest. Then he sauntered along the boulevards. It was an entirely novel amusement, and so agreeable did he find it that, looking at the turret clocks, he saw the hour hands were pointing to 4, and only then remembered that he had not breakfasted. He went at once in the direction of the Rue Saint-Fiacre, climbed the stair, and opened the door. The veteran officer was absent, but the old pensioner, sitting on a pile of stamped papers, was munching a crust and acting as sentinel resignedly. Coloquinte was as much accustomed to his work in the office as to the fatigue duty of former days, understanding as much or as little about it as the why and wherefore of forced marches made by the Emperor's orders. Lucien was inspired with the bold idea of deceiving that formidable functionary. He settled his hat on his head and walked into the editor's office as if he were quite at home. Looking eagerly about him, he beheld a round table covered with a green cloth, and 6 cherry wood chairs, newly reseated with straw. The colored brick floor had not been waxed, but it was clean, so clean that the public evidently seldom entered the room. There was a mirror above the chimney-piece, and on the ledge below, amid a sprinkling of visiting cards, stood a shopkeeper's clock, smothered with dust, and a couple of candlesticks with tallow dips thrust into their sockets. A few antique newspapers lay on the table beside an inkstand containing some black lacquer-like substance, and a collection of quill pens twisted into stars. Sundry dirty scraps of paper, covered with almost undecipherable hieroglyphs, proved to be manuscript articles torn across the top by the compositor to check off the sheets as they were set up. He admired a few rather clever caricatures, sketched on bits of brown paper by somebody who evidently had tried to kill time by killing something else to keep his hand in. Other works of art were pinned in the cheap sea-green wallpaper. These consisted of 9 pen and ink illustrations for Le Solitaire. The work had attained to such an unheard-of European popularity that journalists evidently were tired of it. The Solitary makes his first appearance in the provinces, sensation among the women. The Solitary perused at a chateau. Effect of the Solitary on domestic animals. The Solitary explained to savage tribes with the most brilliant results. The Solitary translated into Chinese and presented by the author to the Emperor at Peking. The Mont Sauvage, Rape of Élodie. Lucien thought this caricature very shocking, but he could not help laughing at it. The Solitary under a canopy, conducted in triumphal procession by the newspapers. The Solitary breaks the press to splinters and wounds the printers. Read backwards, the superior beauties of the Solitary produce a sensation at the Académie. On a newspaper wrapper, Lucien noticed a sketch of a contributor holding out his hat, and beneath it the words, "Finot, my 100 francs," and a name since grown more notorious than famous. Between the window and the chimney-piece stood a writing table, a mahogany armchair, and a waste-paper basket on a strip of hearth-rug. The dust lay thick on all these objects. There were short curtains in the windows. About a score of new books lay on the writing table, deposited there apparently during the day, together with prints, music, snuff-boxes of the Charter pattern, a copy of the 9th edition of Le Solitaire, the great joke of the moment, and some 10 unopened letters. Lucien had taken stock of this strange furniture, and made reflections of the most exhaustive kind upon it, when, the clock striking 5, he returned to question the pensioner. Coloquinte had finished his crust, and was waiting, with the patience of a commissionaire, for the man of medals, who perhaps was taking an airing on the boulevard. At this conjuncture, the rustle of a dress sounded on the stair, and the light unmistakable footstep of a woman on the threshold. The newcomer was passably pretty. She addressed herself to Lucien. "Sir," she said, "I know why you cry up Mademoiselle Virginie's hats so much, and I have come to put down my name for a year's subscription in the first place. But tell me your conditions." "I am not connected with the paper, madame." "Oh." "A subscription dating from October?" inquired the pensioner. "What does the lady want to know?" asked the veteran, reappearing on the scene. The fair milliner and the retired military man were soon deep in converse, and when Lucien, beginning to lose patience, came back to the first room, he heard the conclusion of the matter. "Why, I shall be delighted, quite delighted, sir. Mademoiselle Florentine can come to my shop and choose anything she likes. Ribbons are in my department, so it is all quite settled. You will say no more about Virginie, a botcher that cannot design a new shape, while I have ideas of my own, I have." Lucien heard a sound as of coins dropping into a cash box, and the veteran began to make up his books for the day. "I have been waiting here for an hour, sir," Lucien began, looking not a little annoyed. "And they have not come yet," exclaimed Napoleon's veteran, civilly feigning concern. "I am not surprised at that. It is some time since I have seen them here. It is the middle of the month, you see. Those fine fellows only turn up on pay days, the 29th or the 30th." "And Monsieur Finot?" asked Lucien, having caught the editor's name. "He is in the Rue Feydeau, that's where he lives. Coloquinte, old chap, just take him everything that has come in to-day when you go with the paper to the printers." "Where is the newspaper put together?" Lucien said to himself. "The newspaper?" repeated the officer as he received the rest of the stamp money from Coloquinte. "The newspaper? Rubempré! Mind you are round at the printers by 6 o'clock to-morrow, old chap, to send off the porters. "The newspaper, sir, is written in the street, at the writers' houses, in the printing office between 11 and 12 o'clock at night. In the Emperor's time, sir, these shops for spoiled paper were not known. Oh, he would have cleared them out with 4 men and a corporal. They would not have come over him with their talk. But that is enough of prattling. If my nephew finds it worth his while, and so long as they write for the son of the other, after all, there is no harm in that. By the way, subscribers don't seem to me to be advancing in serried columns. I shall leave my post." "You seem to know all about the newspaper, sir," Lucien began. "From a business point of view," coughed the soldier, clearing his throat, "from 3 to 5 francs per column, according to ability, 50 lines to a column, 40 letters to a line, no blanks, there you are. As for the staff, they are queer fish, little youngsters whom I wouldn't take on for the commissariat, and because they make fly tracks on sheets of white paper, they look down, forsooth, on an old captain of dragoons of the guard that retired with a major's rank after entering every European capital with Napoleon." The soldier of Napoleon brushed his coat and made as if he would go out, but Lucien, swept to the door, had courage enough to make a stand. "I came to be a contributor of the paper," he said. "I am full of respect, I vow and declare, for a captain of the Imperial Guard, those men of bronze." "Well said, my little civilian. There are several kinds of contributors. Which kind do you wish to be?" replied the trooper, bearing down on Lucien and descending the stairs. At the foot of the flight he stopped, but it was only to light a cigar at the porter's box. "If any subscribers come, you see them and take note of them, Mother Cholet. Simply subscribers. Never know anything but subscribers," he added, seeing that Lucien followed him. "Finot is my nephew. He is the only one of my family that has done anything to relieve me in my position. So when anybody comes to pick a quarrel with Finot, he finds old Giroudeau, captain of the dragoons of the guard, that set out as a private in a cavalry regiment in the army of the Sambre-Meuse, and was fencing master for 5 years to the 1st Hussars, army of Italy. 1, 2, and the man that had any complaints to make would be turned off into the dark," he added, making a lunge. "Now, writers, my boy, are in different corps. There is the writer who writes and draws his pay. There is the writer who writes and gets nothing, a volunteer we call him. And lastly, there is the writer who writes nothing, and he is by no means the stupidest, for he makes no mistakes. He gives himself out for a literary man, he is on the paper, he treats us to dinners, he loafs about the theatres, he keeps an actress, he is very well off. What do you mean to be?" "The man that does good work and gets good pay." "You are like the recruits. They all want to be marshals of France. Take old Giroudeau's word for it, and turn right around in double quick time, and go and pick up nails in the gutter, like that good fellow yonder. You can tell by the look of him that he has been in the army. Isn't it a shame that an old soldier who has walked into the jaws of death hundreds of times should be picking up old iron in the streets of Paris? Ah, God Almighty! 'Twas a shabby trick to desert the Emperor. Well, my boy, the individual you saw this morning has made his 40 francs a month. Are you going to do better? And according to Finot, he is the cleverest man on the staff." "When you enlisted in the Sambre-Meuse, did they talk about danger?" "Rather." "Very well." "Very well. Go and see my nephew Finot, a good fellow, as good a fellow as you will find, if you can find him, that is, for he is like a fish, always on the move. In his way of business there is no writing, you see, it is setting others to write. That sort like gallivanting about with actresses better than scribbling on sheets of paper, it seems. Oh, they are queer customers, they are. Hope I may have the honor of seeing you again." With that, the cashier raised his formidable loaded cane, one of the defenders of Germanicus, and walked off, leaving Lucien in the street, as much bewildered by this picture of the newspaper world as he had formerly been by the practical aspects of literature at Messieurs Vidal and Porchon's establishment. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 9. 10 several times did Lucien repair to the Rue Feydeau in search of Andoche Finot, and 10 times he failed to find that gentleman. He went first thing in the morning. Finot had not come in. At noon, Finot had gone out. He was breakfasting at such and such a café. At the café, in answer to inquiries of the waitress made after surmounting unspeakable repugnance, Lucien heard that Finot had just left the place. Lucien, at length tired out, began to regard Finot as a mythical and fabulous character. It appeared simpler to waylay Etienne Lousteau at Flicoteaux's. That youthful journalist would, doubtless, explain the mysteries that enveloped the paper for which he wrote. Since the day, 100 times blessed, when Lucien made the acquaintance of Daniel d'Arthez, he had taken another seat at Flicoteaux's. The two friends dined side by side, talking in lowered voices of the higher literature, of suggested subjects, and ways of presenting, opening up, and developing them. At the present time, Daniel d'Arthez was correcting the manuscript of The Archer of Charles IX. He reconstructed whole chapters, and wrote the fine passages found therein, as well as the magnificent preface, which is, perhaps, the best thing in the book, and throws so much light on the work of the young school of literature. One day it so happened that Daniel had been waiting for Lucien, who now sat with his friend's hand in his own, when he saw Etienne Lousteau turn the door-handle. Lucien instantly dropped Daniel's hand and told the waiter that he would dine at his old place by the counter. D'Arthez gave Lucien a glance of divine kindness, in which reproach was wrapped in forgiveness. The glance cut the poet to the quick. He took Daniel's hand and grasped it anew. "It is an important question of business for me. I will tell you about it afterwards," said he. Lucien was in his old place by the time that Lousteau reached the table. As the first comer, he greeted his acquaintance. They soon struck up a conversation, which grew so lively that Lucien went off in search of the manuscript of the Marguerite, while Lousteau finished his dinner. He had obtained leave to lay his sonnets before the journalist, and mistook the civility of the latter for willingness to find him a publisher or a place on the paper. When Lucien came hurrying back again, he saw d'Arthez resting an elbow on the table in a corner of the restaurant, and knew that his friend was watching him with melancholy eyes. But he would not see d'Arthez just then. He felt the sharp pangs of poverty, the goadings of ambition, and followed Lousteau. In the late afternoon, the journalist and the neophyte went to the Luxembourg and sat down under the trees in that part of the gardens which lies between the broad Avenue de l'Observatoire and the Rue de l'Ouest. The Rue de l'Ouest at that time was a long morass, bounded by planks and market gardens. The houses were all at the end nearest the Rue de Vaugirard, and the walk through the gardens was so little frequented that at the hour when Paris dines, two lovers might fall out and exchange the earnest of reconciliation without fear of intruders. The only possible spoil-sport was the pensioner on duty at the little iron gate on the Rue de l'Ouest, if that grey-headed veteran should take it into his head to lengthen his monotonous beat. There, on a bench beneath the lime trees, Etienne Lousteau sat and listened to sample sonnets from the Marguerite. Etienne Lousteau, after a 2 years' apprenticeship, was on the staff of a newspaper. He had his foot in the stirrup. He reckoned some of the celebrities of the day among his friends. Altogether, he was an imposing personage in Lucien's eyes. Wherefore, while Lucien untied the string about the Marguerite, he judged it necessary to make some sort of preface. "The sonnet, monsieur," said he, "is one of the most difficult forms of poetry. It has fallen almost entirely into disuse. No Frenchman can hope to rival Petrarch, for the language in which the Italian wrote, being so infinitely more pliant than French, lends itself to play of thought, which our positivism, pardon the use of the expression, rejects. So it seemed to me that a volume of sonnets would be something quite new. Victor Hugo has appropriated the old, Canalis writes lighter verse, Béranger has monopolized songs, Casimir de la Vigne has taken tragedy, and Lamartine the poetry of meditation. "Are you a classic or a romantic?" inquired Lousteau. Lucien's astonishment betrayed such complete ignorance of the state of affairs in the Republic of Letters that Lousteau thought it necessary to enlighten him. "You have come up in the middle of a pitched battle, my dear fellow. You must make your decision at once. Literature is divided, in the first place, into several zones, but our great men are ranged in two hostile camps. The Royalists are romantics. The Liberals are classics. The divergence of taste in matters literary and divergence of political opinion coincide, and the result is a war with weapons of every sort, double-edged witticisms, subtle calumnies, and nicknames à outrance, between the rising and the waning glory, and ink is shed in torrents. The odd part of it is that the Royalist romantics are all for liberty in literature and for repealing laws and conventions, while the liberal classics are for maintaining the unities, the Alexandrine, and the classical theme. So opinions in politics on either side are directly at variance with literary taste. If you are eclectic, you will have no one for you. Which side do you take?" "Which is the winning side?" "The liberal newspapers have far more subscribers than the royalist and ministerial journals. Still, though Canalis is for church and king, and patronized by the court and the clergy, he reaches other readers." "Pshaw! Sonnets date back to an epoch before Boileau's time," said Etienne, seeing Lucien's dismay at the prospect of choosing between two banners. "Be a romantic. The romantics are young men, and the classics are pedants. The romantics will gain the day." The word pedant was the latest epithet taken up by romantic journalism to heap confusion on the classical faction. Lucien began to read, choosing first of all the title sonnets. Easter Daisies. The daisies in the meadows, not in vain, in red and white and gold before our eyes, have written an idyll for man's sympathies, and set his heart's desire in language plain. Gold stamens set in silver filigrane reveal the treasures which we idolize, and all the cost of struggle for the prize is symboled by a secret blood-red stain. Was it because your petals once uncurled when Jesus rose upon a fairer world, and from wings shaken for a heavenward flight shed grace, that still as autumn reappears, you bloom again, to tell of dead delight, to bring us back the flower of 20 years? Lucien felt piqued by Lousteau's complete indifference during the reading of the sonnet. He was unfamiliar, as yet, with the disconcerting impassibility of the professional critic, wearied by much reading of poetry, prose, and plays. Lucien was accustomed to applause. He choked down his disappointment and read another, a favorite with Madame de Bargeton and with some of his friends in the Rue des Quatre Vents. This one perhaps will draw a word from him, he thought. The Marguerite. I am the Marguerite. Fair and tall I grew in velvet meadows, mid the flowers a star. They sought me for my beauty near and far. My dawn, I thought, should be for ever new. But now an all unwished for gift I rue, a fatal ray of knowledge shed to mar my radiant star crown grown oracular. For I must speak and give an answer true. An end of silence and of quiet days, the lover with 2 words my counsel prays. And when my secret from my heart is reft, when all my silver petals scattered lie, I am the only flower neglected left, cast down and trodden under foot to die. At the end, the poet looked up at his Aristarchus. Etienne Lousteau was gazing at the trees in the pépinière. "Well?" asked Lucien. "Well, my dear fellow, go on. I am listening to you, am I not? That fact in itself is as good as praise in Paris." "Have you had enough?" Lucien asked. "Go on," the other answered, abruptly enough. Lucien proceeded to read the following sonnet, but his heart was dead within him. Lousteau's inscrutable composure froze his utterance. If he had come a little further upon the road, he would have known that between writer and writer, silence or abrupt speech, under such circumstances, is a betrayal of jealousy, and outspoken admiration means a sense of relief over the discovery that the work is not above the average after all. The Camellia. In nature's book, if rightly understood, the rose means love, and red for beauty glows. A pure sweet spirit in the violet blows, and bright the lily gleams in lowlihood. But this strange bloom, by sun and wind unwooed, seems to expand and blossom mid the snows, a lily scepterless, a scentless rose, for dainty listlessness of maidenhood. Yet at the opera house the petals trace for modesty a fitting aureole, an alabaster wreath to lay, methought, in dusky hair o'er some fair woman's face, which kindles even such love within the soul as sculptured marble forms by Phidias wrought. "What do you think of my poor sonnets?" Lucien asked, coming straight to the point. "Do you want the truth?" "I am young enough to like the truth, and so anxious to succeed that I can hear it without taking offense, but not without despair," replied Lucien. "Well, my dear fellow, the first sonnet, from its involved style, was evidently written at Angoulême. It gave you so much trouble, no doubt, that you cannot give it up. The second and third smack of Paris already. But read us one more sonnet," he added, with a gesture that seemed charming to the provincial. Encouraged by the request, Lucien read with more confidence, choosing a sonnet which d'Arthez and Bridau liked best, perhaps on account of its color. The Tulip. I am the tulip from Batavia's shore. The thrifty Fleming for my beauty rare pays a king's ransom when that I am fair and tall and straight and pure my petals core. And like some Yolande of the days of yore, my long and amply folded skirts I wear, or painted with the blazon that I bear, gules of fesse azure, purpure, fretty, or. The fingers of the gardener divine have woven for me my vesture fair and fine, of threads of sunlight and of purple stain, no flower so glorious in the garden bed, but nature, woe is me, no fragrance shed within my cup of orient porcelain. "Well?" asked Lucien after a pause, immeasurably long as it seemed to him. "My dear fellow," Etienne said, gravely surveying the tips of Lucien's boots, he had brought the pair from Angoulême and was wearing them out. "My dear fellow, I strongly recommend you to put your ink on your boots to save blacking, and to take your pens for toothpicks, so that when you come away from Flicoteaux's you can swagger along this picturesque alley looking as if you had dined. Get a situation of any sort or description. Run errands for a bailiff if you have the heart. Be a shopman if your back is strong enough. Enlist if you happen to have a taste for military music. You have the stuff of 3 poets in you. But before you can reach your public, you will have time to die of starvation 6 times over, if you intend to live on the proceeds of your poetry, that is. And from your too unsophisticated discourse, it would seem to be your intention to coin money out of your inkstand. I say nothing as to your verses. They are a good deal better than all the poetical wares that are cumbering the ground in booksellers' back shops just now. Elegant nightingales of that sort cost a little more than the others, because they are printed on handmade paper, but they nearly all of them come down at last to the banks of the Seine. You may study their range of notes there any day if you care to make an instructive pilgrimage along the quays from old Jerome's stall by the Pont Notre Dame to the Pont Royal. You will find them all there, all the essays in verse, the inspirations, the lofty flights, the hymns and songs and ballads and odes, all the nestfuls hatched during the last 7 years, in fact. There lie their muses, thick with dust, bespattered by every passing cab, at the mercy of every profane hand that turns them over to look at the vignette on the title page. You know nobody. You have access to no newspaper, so your Marguerites will remain demurely folded as you hold them now. They will never open out to the sun of publicity in fair fields with broad margins enameled with the florets which Dorian the illustrious, the king of the wooden galleries, scatters with a lavish hand for poets known to fame. I came to Paris as you came, poor boy, with a plentiful stock of illusions, impelled by irrepressible longings for glory, and I found the realities of the craft, the practical difficulties of the trade, the hard facts of poverty. In my enthusiasm, it is kept well under control now, my first ebullition of youthful spirits, I did not see the social machinery at work, so I had to learn to see it by bumping up against the wheels and bruising myself against the shafts and chains. Now you are about to learn, as I learned, that between you and all these fair dreamed-of things lies the strife of men and passions and necessities. Willy-nilly, you must take part in a terrible battle, book against book, man against man, party against party. Make war you must, and that systematically, or you will be abandoned by your own party. And they are mean contests, struggles which leave you disenchanted and wearied and depraved, and all in pure waste, for it often happens that you put forth all your strength to win laurels for a man whom you despise, and maintain, in spite of yourself, that some second-rate writer is a genius. There is a world behind the scenes in the theatre of literature. The public in front sees unexpected or well-deserved success and applauds. The public does not see the preparations, ugly as they always are, the painted supers, the claqueurs hired to applaud, the stage carpenters, and all that lies behind the scenes. You are still among the audience. Abdicate. There is still time before you set your foot on the lowest step of the throne for which so many ambitious spirits are contending, and do not sell your honor, as I do, for a livelihood. Etienne's eyes filled with tears as he spoke. Do you know how I make a living? He continued passionately. The little stock of money they gave me at home was soon eaten up. A piece of mine was accepted at the Théâtre Français, just as I came to an end of it. At the Théâtre Français, the influence of a first gentleman of the bedchamber or of a prince of the blood would not be enough to secure a turn of favor. The actors only make concessions to those who threaten their self-love. If it is in your power to spread a report that the jeune premier has the asthma, the leading lady a fistula where you please, and the soubrette has foul breath, then your piece would be played tomorrow. I do not know whether in 2 years' time, I who speak to you now, shall be in a position to exercise such power. You need so many to back you, and where and how am I to gain my bread meanwhile? I tried lots of things. I wrote a novel anonymously. Old Doguereau gave me 200 francs for it, and he did not make very much out of it himself. Then it grew plain to me that journalism alone could give me a living. The next thing was to find my way into those shops. I will not tell you all the advances I made, nor how often I begged in vain. I will say nothing of the 6 months I spent as extra hand on a paper, and was told that I scared subscribers away, when as a fact I attracted them. Pass over the insults I put up with. At this moment I am doing the plays at the boulevard theatres, almost gratis, for a paper belonging to Finot, that stout young fellow who breakfasts 2 or 3 times a month, even now at the Café Voltaire, but you don't go there. I live by selling tickets that managers give me to bribe a good word in the paper, and reviewers copies of books. In short, Finot once satisfied, I am allowed to write for and against various commercial articles, and I traffic in tribute paid in kind by various tradesmen. A facetious notice of a carminative toilet lotion, pâté de sultan, cephalic oil, or Brazilian mixture brings me in 20 or 30 francs. I am obliged to dun the publishers when they don't send in a sufficient number of reviewers' copies. Finot, as editor, appropriates 2 and sells them, and I must have 2 to sell. If a book of capital importance comes out, and the publisher is stingy with copies, his life is made a burden to him. The craft is vile, but I live by it, and so do scores of others. Do not imagine that things are any better in public life. There is corruption everywhere in both regions. Every man is corrupt or corrupts others. If there is any publishing enterprise somewhat larger than usual afoot, the trade will pay me something to buy neutrality. The amount of my income varies, therefore, directly with the prospectuses. When prospectuses break out like a rash, money pours into my pockets. I stand treat all round. When trade is dull, I dine at Flicoteaux's. Actresses will pay you likewise for praise, but the wiser among them pay for criticism. To be passed over in silence is what they dread the most, and the very best thing of all, from their point of view, is criticism which draws down a reply. It is far more effectual than bald praise, forgotten as soon as read, and it costs more in consequence. Celebrity, my dear fellow, is based upon controversy. I am a hired bravo. I ply my trade among ideas and reputations, commercial, literary, and dramatic. I make some 50 crowns a month. I can sell a novel for 500 francs, and I am beginning to be looked upon as a man to be feared. Some day, instead of living with Florine at the expense of a druggist who gives himself the airs of a lord, I shall be in a house of my own. I shall be on the staff of a leading newspaper. I shall have a feuilleton, and on that day, my dear fellow, Florine will become a great actress. As for me, I am not sure what I shall be when that time comes, a minister or an honest man. All things are still possible." He raised his humiliated head and looked out at the green leaves with an expression of despairing self-condemnation, dreadful to see. "And I had a great tragedy accepted," he went on, "and among my papers there is a poem which will die. And I was a good fellow, and my heart was clean. I used to dream lofty dreams of love for great ladies, queens in the great world, and my mistress is an actress at the Panorama Dramatique. And lastly, if a bookseller declines to send a copy of a book to my paper, I will run down work which is good, as I know." Lucien was moved to tears, and he grasped Etienne's hand in his. The journalist rose to his feet, and the pair went up and down the broad Avenue de l'Observatoire, as if their lungs craved ampler breathing space. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 10. Outside the world of letters, Etienne Lousteau continued, not a single creature suspects that every one who succeeds in that world, who has a certain vogue, that is to say, or comes into fashion, or gains reputation, or renown, or fame, or favor with the public, for by these names we know the rungs of the ladder by which we climb to the higher heights above and beyond them, every one who comes even thus far is the hero of a dreadful odyssey. brilliant portents rise above the mental horizon through a combination of 1,000 accidents. Conditions change so swiftly that no two men have been known to reach success by the same road. Canalis and Nathan are two dissimilar cases. Things never fall out in the same way twice. There is d'Arthez, who knocks himself to pieces with work. He will make a famous name by some other chance. This so much desired reputation is nearly always crowned prostitution. Yes, the poorest kind of literature is the hapless creature freezing at the street corner. Second-rate literature is the kept mistress picked out of the brothels of journalism, and I am her bully. Lastly, there is lucky literature, the flaunting, insolent courtesan who has a house of her own and pays taxes, who receives great lords, treating or ill-treating them as she pleases, who has liveried servants and a carriage, and can afford to keep greedy creditors waiting. Ah, and for yet others, for me not so very long ago, for you today, she is a white-robed angel with many-colored wings, bearing a green palm branch in the one hand, and in the other a flaming sword. An angel, something akin to the mythological abstraction which lives at the bottom of a well, and to the poor and honest girl who lives a life of exile in the outskirts of the great city, earning every penny with a noble fortitude and in the full light of virtue, returning to heaven inviolate of body and soul, unless indeed she comes to lie at the last, soiled, despoiled, polluted and forgotten on a pauper's bier. As for the men whose brains are encompassed with bronze, whose hearts are still warm under the snows of experience, they are found but seldom in the country that lies at our feet, he added, pointing to the great city seething in the late afternoon light. A vision of d'Arthez and his friends flashed upon Lucien's sight, and made appeal to him for a moment, but Lousteau's appalling lamentation carried him away. They are very few and far between in that great fermenting vat, rare as love in love-making, rare as fortunes honestly made in business, rare as the journalist whose hands are clean. The experience of the first man who told me all that I am telling you was thrown away upon me, and mine no doubt will be wasted upon you. It is always the same old story, year after year. The same eager rush to Paris from the provinces, the same, not to say a growing, number of beardless, ambitious boys who advance, head erect, and the heart beating high in them to storm the citadel of the fashion, that Princess Turandot of the Millet un jour, each one of them fain to be her Prince Calaf. But never a one of them reads the riddle. One by one they drop, some into the trench where failures lie, some into the mire of journalism, some again into the quagmires of the book trade. They pick up a living, these beggars, what with biographical notices, penny a lining, and scraps of news for the papers. They become booksellers' hacks for the clear-headed dealers in printed paper, who would sooner take the rubbish that goes off in a fortnight than a masterpiece which requires time to sell. The life is crushed out of the grubs before they reach the butterfly stage. They live by shame and dishonor. They are ready to write down a rising genius, or to praise him to the skies, at a word from the Pasha of the Constitutionnel, the Quotidienne, or the Débat, at a sign from a publisher, at the request of a jealous comrade, or, as not seldom happens, simply for a dinner. Some surmount the obstacles, and these forget the misery of their early days. I, who am telling you this, have been putting the best that is in me into newspaper articles for 6 months past, for a blackguard who gives them out as his own, and has secured a feuilleton in another paper on the strength of them. He has not taken me on as his collaborator, he has not given me so much as a 5-franc piece, but I hold out a hand to grasp his when we meet. I cannot help myself." "And why?" Lucien asked indignantly. "I may want to put a dozen lines into his feuilleton some day," Lousteau answered coolly. "In short, my dear fellow, in literature you will not make money by hard work. That is not the secret of success. The point is to exploit the work of somebody else. A newspaper proprietor is a contractor. We are the bricklayers. The more mediocre the man, the better his chance of getting on among mediocrities. He can play the toad-eater, put up with any treatment, and flatter all the little base passions of the sultans of literature. There is Hector Merlin, who came from Limoges a short time ago. He is writing political articles already for a right-centre daily, and he is at work on our little paper as well. I have seen an editor drop his hat, and Merlin pick it up. The fellow was careful never to give offence, and slipped into the thick of the fight between rival ambitions. I am sorry for you. It is as if I saw in you the self that I used to be, and sure am I that in 1 or 2 years' time you will be what I am now. You will think that there is some lurking jealousy or personal motive in this bitter counsel, but it is prompted by the despair of a damned soul that can never leave hell. No one ventures to utter such things as these. You hear the groans of anguish from a man wounded to the heart, crying like a second Job from the ashes, "Behold my sores." "But whether I fight upon this field or elsewhere, fight I must," said Lucien. "Then be sure of this," returned Lousteau. "If you have anything in you, the war will know no truce. The best chance of success lies in an empty head. The austerity of your conscience, clear as yet, will relax when you see that a man holds your future in his 2 hands, when a word from such a man means life to you, and he will not say that word. For believe me, the most brutal bookseller in the trade is not so insolent, so hard-hearted to a newcomer, as the celebrity of the day. The bookseller sees a possible loss of money, while the writer of books dreads a possible rival. The first shows you the door, the second crushes the life out of you. To do really good work, my boy, means that you will draw out the energy, sap, and tenderness of your nature at every dip of the pen in the ink, to set it forth for the world in passion and sentiment and phrases. Yes, instead of acting, you will write. You will sing songs instead of fighting. You will love and hate and live in your books. And then, after all, when you shall have reserved your riches for your style, your gold and purple for your characters, and you yourself are walking the streets of Paris in rags, rejoicing in that, rivaling the State Register, you have authorized the existence of beings styled Adolphe, Corinne or Clarissa, René or Manon, when you shall have spoiled your life and your digestion to give life to that creation, then you shall see it slandered, betrayed, sold, swept away into the backwaters of oblivion by journalists, and buried out of sight by your best friends. How can you afford to wait until the day when your creation shall rise again, raised from the dead? How, when, and by whom? Take a magnificent book, The Pianto of Unbelief. Obermann is a solitary wanderer in the desert places of booksellers' warehouses. He has been a nightingale, ironically so called, from the very beginning. When will his Easter come? Who knows? Try, to begin with, to find somebody bold enough to print the Marguerites, not to pay for them, but simply to print them, and you will see some queer things. The fierce tirade, delivered in every tone of the passionate feeling which it expressed, fell upon Lucien's spirit like an avalanche, and left a sense of glacial cold. For one moment he stood silent. Then, as he felt the terrible, stimulating charm of difficulty beginning to work upon him, his courage blazed up. He grasped Lousteau's hand. "I will triumph!" he cried aloud. "Good," said the other. "One more Christian given over to the wild beasts in the arena. There is a first-night performance at the Panorama Dramatique, my dear fellow. It doesn't begin till 8, so you can change your coat. Come properly dressed, in fact, and call for me. I am living on the 4th floor above the Café Servel, Rue de la Harpe. We will go to Dauriat's first of all. You still mean to go on, do you not? Very well. I will introduce you to one of the kings of the trade tonight, and to one or two journalists. We will sup with my mistress and several friends after the play, for you cannot count that dinner as a meal. Finot will be there, editor and proprietor of my paper. As Minette says in the Vaudeville, do you remember? Time is a great lean creature. Well, for the like of us, chance is a great lean creature, and must be tempted." "I shall remember this day as long as I live," said Lucien. "Bring your manuscript with you, and be careful of your dress, not on Florine's account, but for the bookseller's benefit." The comrade's good nature, following upon the poet's passionate outcry, as he described the war of letters, moved Lucien quite as deeply as d'Arthez's grave and earnest words on a former occasion. The prospect of entering at once upon the strife with men warmed him. In his youth and inexperience, he had no suspicion how real were the moral evils denounced by the journalist, nor did he know that he was standing at the parting of two distinct ways, between two systems, represented by the Brotherhood upon one hand and journalism upon the other. The first way was long, honorable, and sure; the second, beset with hidden dangers, a perilous path among muddy channels where conscience is inevitably bespattered. The bent of Lucien's character determined for the shorter way and the apparently pleasanter way, and to snatch at the quickest and promptest means. At this moment he saw no difference between d'Arthez's noble friendship and Lousteau's easy camaraderie. His inconstant mind discerned a new weapon in journalism. He felt that he could wield it, so he wished to take it. He was dazzled by the offers of this new friend, who had struck a hand in his in an easy way, which charmed Lucien. How should he know that while every man in the army of the press needs friends, every leader needs men? Lousteau, seeing that Lucien was resolute, enlisted him as a recruit, and hoped to attach him to himself. The relative positions of the two were similar. One hoped to become a corporal, the other to enter the ranks. Lucien went back gaily to his lodgings. He was as careful over his toilet as on that former unlucky occasion when he occupied the Marquise d'Espar's box, but he had learned by this time how to wear his clothes with a better grace. They looked as though they belonged to him. He wore his best tightly fitting, light-colored trousers and a dress coat. His boots, a very elegant pair adorned with tassels, had cost him 40 francs. His thick, fine, golden hair was scented and crimped into bright, rippling curls. Self-confidence and belief in his future lighted up his forehead. He paid careful attention to his almost feminine hands. The filbert nails were a spotless pink, and the white contours of his chin were dazzling by contrast with a black satin stock. Never did a more beautiful youth come down from the hills of the Latin Quarter. Glorious as a Greek god, Lucien took a cab and reached the Café Servel at 6:45. There the portress gave him some tolerably complicated directions for the ascent of 4 pairs of stairs. Provided with these instructions, he discovered, not without difficulty, an open door at the end of a long dark passage, and in another moment made the acquaintance of the traditional room of the Latin Quarter. A young man's poverty follows him wherever he goes, into the Rue de la Harpe as into the Rue de Cluny, into d'Arthez's room, into Chrestien's lodging, yet everywhere, no less, the poverty has its own peculiar characteristics, due to the idiosyncrasies of the sufferer. Poverty in this case wore a sinister look. A shabby, cheap carpet lay in wrinkles at the foot of a curtainless walnut wood bedstead. Dingy curtains, begrimed with cigar smoke and fumes from a smoky chimney, hung in the windows. A Carcel lamp, Florine's gift, on the chimney-piece, had so far escaped the pawnbroker. Add a forlorn-looking chest of drawers, and a table littered with papers and dishevelled quill pens, and the list of furniture was almost complete. All the books had evidently arrived in the course of the last 24 hours, and there was not a single object of any value in the room. In one corner you beheld a collection of crushed and flattened cigars, coiled pocket handkerchiefs, shirts which had been turned to do double duty, and cravats that had reached a third edition, while a sordid array of old boots stood gaping in another angle of the room among aged socks worn into lace. The room, in short, was a journalist's bivouac, filled with odds and ends of no value, and the most curiously bare apartment imaginable. A scarlet tinder-box glowed among a pile of books on the nightstand. A brace of pistols, a box of cigars, and a stray razor lay upon the mantel-shelf. A pair of foils, crossed under a wire mask, hung against a panel. 3 chairs and a couple of armchairs, scarcely fit for the shabbiest lodging-house in the street, completed the inventory. The dirty, cheerless room told a tale of a restless life and a want of self-respect. Some one came hither to sleep and work at high pressure, staying no longer than he could help, longing, while he remained, to be out and away. What a difference between this cynical disorder and d'Arthez's neat and self-respecting poverty! A warning came with the thought of d'Arthez, but Lucien would not heed it, for Etienne made a joking remark to cover the nakedness of a reckless life. "This is my kennel. I appear in state in the Rue de Bondy, in the new apartments which our druggist has taken for Florine. We hold the housewarming this evening." Etienne Lousteau wore black trousers and beautifully varnished boots. His coat was buttoned up to his chin. He probably meant to change his linen at Florine's house, for his shirt collar was hidden by a velvet stock. He was trying to renovate his hat by the application of the brush. "Let us go," said Lucien. "Not yet. I am waiting for a bookseller to bring me some money. I have not a farthing. There will be play, perhaps, and in any case I must have gloves." As he spoke, the 2 new friends heard a man's step in the passage outside. "There he is," said Lousteau. "Now you will see, my dear fellow, the shape that Providence takes when he manifests himself to poets. You are going to behold Dauriat, the fashionable bookseller of the Quai des Augustins, the pawnbroker, the marine store dealer of the trade, the Norman ex-greengrocer. Come along, old Tartar!" shouted Lousteau. "Here I am," said a voice like a cracked bell. "Brought the money with you?" "Money? There's no money now in the trade," retorted the other, a young man who eyed Lucien curiously. "Imprimis, you owe me 50 francs," Lousteau continued. "There are 2 copies of Travels in Egypt here, a marvel, so they say, swarming with woodcuts, sure to sell. Finot has been paid for 2 reviews that I am to write for him. Item, 2 works just out by Victor Ducange, a novelist highly thought of in the Marais. Item, a couple of copies of a second work by Paul de Kock, a beginner in the same style. Item, 2 copies of Iseult of Dole, a charming provincial work. Total 100 francs, my little Barbet." Barbet made a close survey of edges and binding. "Oh, they are in perfect condition," cried Lousteau. "The Travels are uncut, so is the Paul de Kock, so is the Ducange, so is that other thing on the chimney-piece, Considerations on Symbolism. I will throw that in. Myths weary me to that degree that I will let you have the thing to spare myself the sight of the swarms of mites coming out of it." "But," asked Lucien, "how are you going to write your reviews?" Barbet, in profound astonishment, stared at Lucien, then he looked at Etienne and chuckled. "One can see that the gentleman has not the misfortune to be a literary man," said he. "No, Barbet, no. He is a poet, a great poet. He is going to cut out Canalis and Béranger and Delavigne. He will go a long way if he does not throw himself into the river, and even so he will get as far as the dragnets at Saint Cloud." "If I had any advice to give the gentleman," remarked Barbet, "it would be to give up poetry and take to prose. Poetry is not wanted on the quays just now." Barbet's shabby overcoat was fastened by a single button. His collar was greasy. He kept his hat on his head as he spoke. He wore low shoes. An open waistcoat gave glimpses of a homely shirt of coarse linen. Good nature was not wanting in the round countenance, with its two slits of covetous eyes, but there was likewise the vague uneasiness habitual to those who have money to spend and hear constant applications for it. Yet, to all appearance, he was plain-dealing and easy-natured. His business shrewdness was so well wadded round with fat. He had been an assistant until he took a wretched little shop at the Quai des Augustins 2 years since, and issued thence on his rounds among journalists, authors, and printers, buying up free copies cheaply, making in such ways some 10 or 20 francs daily. Now he had money saved. He knew instinctively where every man was pressed. He had a keen eye for business. If an author was in difficulties, he would discount a bill given by a publisher at 15 or 20%. Then, the next day, he would go to the publisher, haggle over the price of some work in demand, and pay him with his own bills instead of cash. Barbet was something of a scholar. He had had just enough education to make him careful to steer clear of modern poetry and modern romances. He had a liking for small speculations, for books of a popular kind which might be bought outright for 1,000 francs and exploited at pleasure, such as The Child's History of France, Bookkeeping in 20 Lessons, and Botany for Young Ladies. 2 or 3 times already he had allowed a good book to slip through his fingers. The authors had come and gone a score of times while he hesitated and could not make up his mind to buy the manuscript. When reproached for his pusillanimity, he was wont to produce the account of a notorious trial taken from the newspapers. It cost him nothing, and had brought him in 2,000 or 3,000 francs. Barbet was the type of bookseller that goes in fear and trembling, lives on bread and walnuts, rarely puts his name to a bill, filches little profits on invoices, makes deductions, and hawks his books about himself. Heaven only knows where they go, but he sells them somehow and gets paid for them. Barbet was the terror of printers, who could not tell what to make of him. He paid cash and took off the discount. He nibbled at their invoices whenever he thought they were pressed for money, and when he had fleeced a man once, he never went back to him. He feared to be caught in his turn. "Well," said Lousteau, "shall we go on with our business?" My boy," returned Barbet in a familiar tone, "I have 6,000 volumes of stock on hand at my place, and paper is not gold, as the old bookseller said. Trade is dull." "If you went into his shop, my dear Lucien," said Etienne, turning to his friend, "you would see an oak counter from some bankrupt wine merchant's sale, and a tallow dip, never snuffed for fear it should burn too quickly, making darkness visible. By that anomalous light you descry rows of empty shelves with some difficulty. An urchin in a blue blouse mounts guard over the emptiness, and blows his fingers, and shuffles his feet, and slaps his chest like a cabman on the box. Just look about you. There are no more books there than I have here. Nobody could guess what kind of shop he keeps." "Here is a bill at 3 months for 100 francs," said Barbet, and he could not help smiling as he drew it out of his pocket. "I will take your old books off your hands. I can't pay cash any longer, you see. Sales are too slow. I thought that you would be wanting me. I had not a penny, and I made a bill simply to oblige you, for I am not fond of giving my signature." "So you want my thanks and esteem into the bargain, do you?" "Bills are not met with sentiment," responded Barbet, "but I will accept your esteem all the same." "But I want gloves, and the perfumers will be base enough to decline your paper," said Lousteau. "Stop, there is a superb engraving in the top drawer of the chest there, worth 80 francs, proof before letters and after letterpress, for I have written a pretty droll article upon it. There was something to lay hold of in Hippocrates refusing the presence of Artaxerxes. A fine engraving, eh? Just the thing to suit all the doctors who are refusing the extravagant gifts of Parisian satraps. You will find 2 or 3 dozen novels underneath it. Come now, take the lot and give me 40 francs." "40 francs!" exclaimed the bookseller, emitting a cry like the squall of a frightened fowl. "20 at the very most, and then I may never see the money again," he added. "Where are your 20 francs?" asked Lousteau. "My word, I don't know that I have them," said Barbet, fumbling in his pockets. "Here they are. You are plundering me. You have an ascendancy over me." "Come, let us be off," said Lousteau, and taking up Lucien's manuscript, he drew a line upon it in ink under the string. "Have you anything else?" asked Barbet. "Nothing, you young Shylock. I am going to put you in the way of a bit of very good business," Etienne continued, "in which you shall lose 1,000 crowns to teach you to rob me in this fashion," he added for Lucien's ear. "But how about your reviews?" said Lucien as they rolled away to the Palais Royal. "Pooh! You do not know how reviews are knocked off. As for the travels in Egypt, I looked into the book here and there without cutting the pages, and I found 11 slips in grammar. I shall say that the writer may have mastered the dicky bird language on the flints that they call obelisks out there in Egypt, but he cannot write in his own, as I will prove to him in a column and a half. I shall say that instead of giving us the natural history and archaeology, he ought to have interested himself in the future of Egypt, in the progress of civilization, and the best method of strengthening the bond between Egypt and France. France has won and lost Egypt, but she may yet attach the country to her interests by gaining a moral ascendancy over it. Then some patriotic penny a-lining, interlarded with diatribes on Marseille, the Levant, and our trade." "But suppose that he had taken that view, what would you do?" "Oh, well, I should say that instead of boring us with politics, he should have written about art and described the picturesque aspects of the country and the local color. Then the critic bewails himself. Politics are intruded everywhere. We are weary of politics, politics on all sides. I should regret those charming books of travel that dwell upon the difficulties of navigation, the fascination of steering between two rocks, the delights of crossing the line, and all the things that those who never will travel ought to know. Mingle this approval with scoffing at the travelers who hail the appearance of a bird or a flying fish as a great event, who dilate upon fishing and make transcripts from the log. Where, you ask, is that perfectly unintelligible scientific information, fascinating like all that is profound, mysterious, and incomprehensible? The reader laughs. That is all he wants. As for novels, Florine is the greatest novel reader alive. She gives me a synopsis, and I take her opinion and put a review together. When a novelist bores her with author's stuff, as she calls it, I treat the work respectfully, and ask the publisher for another copy, which he sends forthwith, delighted to have a favorable review." "Goodness! And what of criticism, the critic's sacred office?" cried Lucien, remembering the ideas instilled into him by the Brotherhood. "My dear fellow," said Lousteau, "criticism is a kind of brush which must not be used upon flimsy stuff, or it carries it all away with it. That is enough of the craft. Now listen. Do you see this mark?" he continued, pointing to the manuscript of the Marguerites. "I have put ink on the string and paper. If Dauriat reads your manuscript, he certainly could not tie the string and leave it just as it was before. So your book is sealed, so to speak. This is not useless to you for the experiment that you propose to make. And another thing, please to observe that you are not arriving quite alone and without a sponsor in the place, like the youngsters who make the round of half a score of publishers before they find one that will offer them a chair." Lucien's experience confirmed the truth of this particular. Lousteau paid the cabman, giving him 3 francs, a piece of prodigality following upon such impecuniosity, astonishing Lucien more than a little. Then the two friends entered the Wooden Galleries, where fashionable literature, as it is called, used to reign in state. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 11. The wooden galleries of the Palais Royal used to be one of the most famous sights of Paris. Some description of the squalid bazaar will not be out of place, for there are few men of 40 who will not take an interest in recollections of a state of things which will seem incredible to a younger generation. The great, dreary, spacious Galerie d'Orléans, that flowerless hothouse, as yet was not. The space upon which it now stands was covered with booths, or to be more precise, with small wooden dens, pervious to the weather, and dimly illuminated on the side of the court and the garden by borrowed lights, styled windows by courtesy, but more like the filthiest arrangements for obscuring daylight to be found in little wine shops in the suburbs. The galleries, parallel passages about 12 feet in height, were formed by a triple row of shops. The centre row, giving back and front upon the galleries, was filled with the fetid atmosphere of the place, and derived a dubious daylight through the invariably dirty windows of the roof. But so thronged were these hives that rents were excessively high, and as much as 1,000 crowns was paid for a space scarce 6 feet by 8. The outer rows gave respectively upon the garden and the court, and were covered on that side by a slight trellis work painted green, to protect the crazy plastered walls from continual friction with the passers-by. In a few square feet of earth at the back of the shops, strange freaks of vegetable life, unknown to science, grew amid the products of various no less flourishing industries. You beheld a rose bush capped with printed paper, in such a sort that the flowers of rhetoric were perfumed by the cankered blossoms of that ill-kept, ill-smelling garden. Handbills and ribbon streamers of every hue flaunted gaily among the leaves. Natural flowers competed unsuccessfully for an existence with odds and ends of millinery. You discovered a knot of ribbon adorning a green tuft. The dahlia admired afar proved on a nearer view to be a satin rosette. The Palais seen from the court or from the garden was a fantastic sight, a grotesque combination of walls of plaster patchwork which had once been whitewashed, of blistered paint, heterogeneous placards, and all the most unaccountable freaks of Parisian squalor. The green trellises were prodigiously the dingier for constant contact with the Parisian public. So, upon either side, the fetid, disreputable approaches might have been there for the express purpose of warning away fastidious people. But fastidious folk no more recoiled before these horrors than the prince in the fairy stories turns tail at the sight of the dragon, or of the other obstacles put between him and the princess by the wicked fairy. There was a passage through the centre of the galleries, then as now, and, as at the present day, you entered them through the 2 peristyles begun before the Revolution and left unfinished for lack of funds. But in place of the handsome modern arcade leading to the Théâtre Français, you passed along a narrow, disproportionately lofty passage, so ill-roofed that the rain came through on wet days. All the roofs of the hovels, indeed, were in very bad repair, and covered here and again with a double thickness of tarpaulin. A famous silk mercer once brought an action against the Orléans family for damages done in the course of a night to his stock of shawls and stuffs, and gained the day and a considerable sum. It was in this last-named passage, called the Glass Gallery, to distinguish it from the wooden galleries, that Chevet laid the foundations of his fortunes. Here, in the Palais, you trod the natural soil of Paris, augmented by importations brought in upon the boots of foot passengers. Here, at all seasons, you stumbled among hills and hollows of dried mud, swept daily by the shopman's besom, and only after some practice could you walk at your ease. The treacherous mud heaps, the window panes encrusted with deposits of dust and rain, the mean-looking hovels covered with ragged placards, the grimy, unfinished walls, the general air of a compromise between a gypsy camp the booths of a country fair, and the temporary structures that we in Paris build round about public monuments that remain unbuilt, the grotesque aspect of the mart as a whole was in keeping with the seething traffic of various kinds carried on within it. For here, in this shameless, unblushing haunt, amid wild mirth and a babel of talk, an immense amount of business was transacted between the Revolution of 1789 and the Revolution of 1830. For 20 years the Bourse stood just opposite, on the ground floor of the Palais. Public opinion was manufactured and reputations made and ruined here, just as political and financial jobs were arranged. People made appointments to meet in the galleries before or after change. On showery days, the Palais Royal was often crowded with weather-bound capitalists and men of business. The structure which had grown up, no one knew how, about this point was strangely resonant. Laughter was multiplied. If two men quarreled, the whole place rang from one end to the other with the dispute. In the daytime, milliners and booksellers enjoyed a monopoly of the place. Towards nightfall, it was filled with women of the town. Here dwelt poetry, politics, and prose, new books and classics, the glories of ancient and modern literature, side by side with political intrigue and the tricks of the bookseller's trade. Here all the very latest and newest literature were sold to a public which resolutely declined to buy elsewhere. Sometimes several thousand copies of such and such a pamphlet by Paul Louis Courier would be sold in a single evening, and people crowded thither to buy Les Aventures de la Fille d'un Roi, that first shot fired by the Orleanists at the charter promulgated by Louis XVIII. When Lucien made his first appearance in the Wooden Galleries, some few of the shops boasted proper fronts and handsome windows, but these in every case looked upon the court or the garden. As for the centre row, until the day when the whole strange colony perished under the hammer of Fontaine the architect, every shop was open back and front like a booth in a country fair, so that from within you could look out upon either side through gaps among the goods displayed or through the glass doors. As it was obviously impossible to kindle a fire, the tradesmen were fain to use charcoal chafing dishes, and formed a sort of brigade for the prevention of fires among themselves, and indeed a little carelessness might have set the whole quarter blazing in 15 minutes, for the plank-built republic, dried by the heat of the sun and haunted by too inflammable human material, was bedizened with muslin and paper and gauze, and ventilated at times by a thorough draught. The milliners' windows were full of impossible hats and bonnets, displayed apparently for advertisement rather than for sale, each on a separate iron spit with a knob at the top. The galleries were decked out in all the colors of the rainbow. On what heads would those dusty bonnets end their careers? For a score of years the problem had puzzled frequenters of the Palais. Saleswomen, usually plain-featured but vivacious, waylaid the feminine foot-passenger with cunning importunities, after the fashion of market women, and using much the same language. A shop-girl, who made free use of her eyes and tongue, sat outside on a stool and harangued the public with, "Buy a pretty bonnet, madame. Do let me sell you something," varying a rich and picturesque vocabulary with inflections of the voice, with glances and remarks upon the passers-by. Booksellers and milliners lived on terms of mutual understanding. But it was in the passage known by the pompous title of the Glass Gallery that the oddest trades were carried on. Here were ventriloquists and charlatans of every sort, and sights of every description, from the kind where there is nothing to see to panoramas of the globe. One man, who has since made 700,000 or 800,000 francs by travelling from fair to fair, began here by hanging out a signboard, a revolving sun in a blackboard, and the inscription in red letters, "Here man may see what God can never see. Admittance 2 sous." The showman at the door never admitted one person alone, nor more than 2 at a time. Once inside, you confronted a great looking-glass, And a voice which might have terrified Hoffmann of Berlin suddenly spoke as if some spring had been touched. "You see here, gentlemen, something that God can never see through all eternity. That is to say, your like. God has not his like." And out you went, too shamefaced to confess to your stupidity. Voices issued from every narrow doorway, crying up the merits of cosmoramas, views of Constantinople, marionettes, automatic chess players, and performing dogs who could pick you out the prettiest woman in the company. The ventriloquist Fritz James flourished here in the Café Borel before he went to fight and fall at Montmartre with the young lads from the École Polytechnique. Here, too, there were fruit and flower shops, and a famous tailor whose gold-laced uniforms shone like the sun when the shops were lighted at night. Of a morning, the galleries were empty, dark and deserted. The shopkeepers chatted among themselves. Towards 2 o'clock in the afternoon, the Palais began to fill. At 3, men came in from the Bourse, and Paris, generally speaking, crowded the place. Impecunious youth, hungering after literature, took the opportunity of turning over the pages of the books exposed for sale on the stalls outside the booksellers' shops. The men in charge charitably allowed a poor student to pursue his course of free studies, and in this way a 12º volume of some 200 pages, such as Smarat or Pierre Schlemihl or Jean Spogart or Jacot, might be devoured in a couple of afternoons. There was something very French in this alms given to the young, hungry, starved intellect. Circulating libraries were not as yet. If you wished to read a book, you were obliged to buy it, for which reason novels of the early part of the century were sold in numbers which now seem well-nigh fabulous to us. But the poetry of this terrible mart appeared in all its splendor at the close of the day. Women of the town, flocking in and out from the neighboring streets, were allowed to make a promenade of the wooden galleries. Thither came prostitutes from every quarter of Paris to "do" the Palais. The stone galleries belonged to privileged houses, which paid for the right of exposing women dressed like princesses under such and such an arch, or in the corresponding space of a garden. But the wooden galleries were the common ground of women of the streets. This was the Palais, a word which used to signify the temple of prostitution. A woman might come and go, taking away her prey whithersoever seemed good to her. So great was the crowd attracted thither at night by the women, that it was impossible to move except at a slow pace, as in a procession or at a masked ball. Nobody objected to the slowness; it facilitated examination. The women dressed in a way that is never seen nowadays. The bodices cut extremely low, both back and front. The fantastical headdresses designed to attract notice. Here a cap from the Pays de Caux, and there a Spanish mantilla, the hair crimped and curled like a poodle's, or smoothed down in bandeaux over the forehead, the close-fitting white stockings and limbs, revealed, it would not be easy to say how, but always at the right moment. All this poetry of vice has fled. The license of question and reply, the public cynicism in keeping with the haunt, is now unknown, even at masquerades or the famous public balls. It was an appalling gay scene. The dazzling white flesh of the women's necks and shoulders stood out in magnificent contrast against the men's almost invariably sombre costumes. The murmur of voices, the hum of the crowd, could be heard even in the middle of the garden as a sort of droning bass, interspersed with fiorature of shrill laughter or clamor of some rare dispute. You saw gentlemen and celebrities cheek by jowl with gallows birds. There was something indescribably piquant about the anomalous assemblage. The most insensible of men felt its charm, so much so that, until the very last moment, Paris came hither to walk up and down on the wooden planks laid over the cellars where men were at work on the new buildings. And when the squalid wooden erections were finally taken down, great and unanimous regret was felt. L'Advocat, the bookseller, had opened a shop but a few days since in the angle formed by the central passage which crossed the galleries, and immediately opposite another bookseller, now forgotten, Dauriat, a bold and youthful pioneer, who opened up the paths in which his rival was to shine. Dauriat's shop stood in the row which gave upon the garden. L'Advocat's, on the opposite side, looked out upon the court. Dauriat's establishment was divided into two parts. His shop was simply a great trade warehouse, and the second room was his private office. Lucien, on this first visit to the Wooden Galleries, was bewildered by a sight which no novice can resist. He soon lost the guide who befriended him. "If you were as good-looking as yonder young fellow, I would give you your money's worth," a woman said, pointing out Lucien to an old man. Lucien slunk through the crowd like a blind man's dog, following the stream in a state of stupefaction and excitement difficult to describe. Importuned by glances and white-rounded contours, dazzled by the audacious display of bared throat and bosom, he gripped his roll of manuscript tightly, lest somebody should steal it, innocent that he was. "Well, what is it, sir?" he exclaimed, thinking, when someone caught him by the arm, that his poetry had proved too great a temptation to some author's honesty, and turning, he recognized Lousteau. "I felt sure that you would find your way here at last," said his friend. The poet was standing in the doorway of a shop crowded with persons waiting for an audience with the sultan of the publishing trade. Printers, paper dealers, and designers were catechizing Dauriat's assistants as to present or future business. Lousteau drew Lucien into the shop. "There, that is Finot, who edits my paper," he said. "He is talking with Félicien Vernou, who has abilities, but the little wretch is as dangerous as a hidden disease." "Well, old boy, there is a first night for you," said Finot, coming up with Vernou. "I have disposed of the box." "Sold it to Braulard?" "Well, and if I did, what then? You will get a seat. What do you want with Dauriat? Oh, it is agreed that we are to push Paul de Kock. Dauriat has taken 200 copies, and Victor Ducange is refusing to give him his next. Dauriat wants to set up another man in the same line, he says. You must rate Paul de Kock above Ducange." "But I have a piece on with Ducange at the Gaîté," said Lousteau. "Very well, tell him that I wrote the article. It can be supposed that I wrote a slashing review, and you toned it down, and he will owe you thanks." "Couldn't you get Dauriat's cashier to discount this bit of a bill for 100 francs?" asked Etienne Lousteau. "We are celebrating Florine's housewarming with a supper tonight, you know." "Ah, yes, you are treating us all," said Finot, with an apparent effort of memory. "Here, Gabusson," he added, handing Barbet's bill to the cashier. "Let me have 90 francs for this individual. Fill in your name, old man." Lousteau signed his name while the cashier counted out the money, and Lucien, all eyes and ears, lost not a syllable of the conversation. "That is not all, my friend," Etienne continued. "I don't thank you, we have sworn an eternal friendship. I have taken it upon myself to introduce this gentleman to Dauriat, and you must incline his ear to listen to us." "What is on foot?" asked Finot. "A volume of poetry," said Lucien. "Oh," said Finot, with a shrug of the shoulders. "Your acquaintance cannot have had much to do with publishers, or he would have hidden his manuscript in the loneliest spot in his dwelling," remarked Vernou, looking at Lucien as he spoke. Just at that moment a good-looking young man came into the shop, gave a hand to Finot and Lousteau, and nodded slightly to Vernou. The newcomer was Émile Blondet, who had made his first appearance in the Journal des Débats with articles revealing capacities of the very highest order. "Come and have supper with us at midnight at Florine's," said Lousteau. "Very good," said the newcomer. "But who is going to be there?" "Oh, Florine and Matifat the druggist," said Lousteau, "and du Bruel, the author who gave Florine the part in which she is to make her first appearance. A little old fogey named Cardot, and his son-in-law Camusot, and Finot, and..." Does your druggist do things properly?" "He will not give us doctored wine," said Lucien. "You are very witty, monsieur," Blondet returned gravely. "Is he coming, Lousteau?" "Yes." "Then we shall have some fun." Lucien had flushed red to the tips of his ears. Blondet tapped on the window above Dauriat's desk. "Is your business likely to keep you long, Dauriat?" "I am at your service, my friend." "That's right," said Lousteau, addressing his protege. "That young fellow is hardly any older than you are, and he is on the Débat. He is one of the princes of criticism. They are afraid of him. Dauriat will fawn upon him, and then we can put in a word about our business with the pasha of vignettes and type. Otherwise we might have waited till 11 o'clock, and our turn would not have come. The crowd of people waiting to speak with Dauriat is growing bigger every moment." Lucien and Lousteau followed Blondet, Finot, and Vernou, and stood in a knot at the back of the shop. "What is he doing?" asked Blondet of the head clerk, who rose to bid him good evening. "He is buying a weekly newspaper. He wants to put new life into it and set up a rival to the Minerve and the Conservateur. Emery has rather too much of his own way in the Minerve, and the Conservateur is too blindly romantic." "Is he going to pay well?" "Only too much, as usual," said the cashier. Just as he spoke, another young man entered. This was the writer of a magnificent novel, which had sold very rapidly and met with the greatest possible success. Dauriat was bringing out a second edition. The appearance of this odd and extraordinary-looking being, so unmistakably an artist, made a deep impression on Lucien's mind. "That is Nathan," Lousteau said in his ear. Nathan, then in the prime of his youth, came up to the group of journalists, hat in hand, and in spite of his look of fierce pride, he was almost humble to Blondet, whom as yet he only knew by sight. Blondet did not remove his hat, neither did Finot. "Monsieur, I am delighted to avail myself of an opportunity yielded by chance." "He is so nervous that he is committing a pleonasm," said Felicien in an aside to Lousteau. "To give expression to my gratitude for the splendid review which you were so good as to give me in the Journal des Débats. Half the success of my book is owing to you." "No, my dear fellow, no," said Blondet, with an air of patronage, scarcely masked by good nature. "You have talent, the deuce you have, and I'm delighted to make your acquaintance. Now that your review has appeared, I shall not seem to be courting power. We can feel at ease. Will you do me the honor and the pleasure of dining with me to-morrow? Finot is coming. Lousteau, old man, you will not refuse me, will you?" added Nathan, shaking Etienne by the hand. "Ah, you are on the way to a great future, monsieur," he added, turning again to Blondet. "You will carry on the line of Dussaults, Fievets, and Geoffroys. Hoffmann was talking about you to a friend of mine, Claude Vignon, his pupil. He said that he could die in peace, the Journal des Débats would live forever. They ought to pay you tremendously well." 100 francs a column," said Blondet. "Poor pay when one is obliged to read the books, and read 100 before you find one worth interesting yourself in, like yours. Your work gave me pleasure, upon my word." "And brought him in 1,500 francs," said Lousteau for Lucien's benefit. "But you write political articles, don't you?" asked Nathan. "Yes, now and again." Lucien felt like an embryo among these men. He had admired Nathan's book, he had reverenced the author as an immortal. Nathan's abject attitude before this critic, whose name and importance were both unknown to him, stupefied Lucien. "How if I should come to behave as he does?" he thought. "Is a man obliged to part with his self-respect? Pray put on your hat again, Nathan. You have written a great book, and the critic has only written a review of it." These thoughts set the blood tingling in his veins. Scarce a minute passed but some young author, poverty-stricken and shy, came in, asked to speak with Dauriat, looked round the crowded shop despairingly, and went out saying, "I will come back again." 2 or 3 politicians were chatting over the convocation of the Chambers and public business with a group of well-known public men. The weekly newspaper for which Dauriat was in treaty was licensed to treat of matters political, and the number of newspapers suffered to exist was growing smaller and smaller, till a paper was a piece of property as much in demand as a theatre. One of the largest shareholders in the Constitutionnel was standing in the midst of the knot of political celebrities. Lousteau performed the part of cicerone to admiration. With every sentence he uttered, Dauriat rose higher in Lucien's opinion. Politics and literature seemed to converge in Dauriat's shop. He had seen a great poet prostituting his muse to journalism, humiliating art, as woman was humiliated and prostituted in those shameless galleries without, and the provincial took a terrible lesson to heart. Money. That was the key to every enigma. Lucien realized the fact that he was unknown and alone, and that the fragile clue of an uncertain friendship was his sole guide to success and fortune. He blamed the kind and loyal little circle for painting the world for him in false colors, for preventing him from plunging into the arena pen in hand. "I should be a Blondet at this moment," he exclaimed within himself. Only a little while ago they had sat looking out over Paris from the gardens of the Luxembourg, and Lousteau had uttered the cry of a wounded eagle. Then Lousteau had been a great man in Lucien's eyes, and now he had shrunk to scarce visible proportions. The really important man for him at this moment was the fashionable bookseller, by whom all these men lived, and the poet, manuscript in hand, felt a nervous tremor that was almost like fear. He noticed a group of busts mounted on wooden pedestals, painted to resemble marble. Byron stood there, and Goethe, and Monsieur de Canalis. Dauriat was hoping to publish a volume by the last-named poet, who might see on his entrance into the shop the estimation in which he was held by the trade. Unconsciously, Lucien's own self-esteem began to shrink, and his courage ebbed. He began to see how large a part this Dauriat would play in his destinies, and waited impatiently for him to appear. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 12. "Well, children," said a voice, and a short, stout man appeared, with a puffy face that suggested a Roman proconsul's visage, mellowed by an air of good nature which deceived superficial observers. "Well, children, here am I, the proprietor of the only weekly paper in the market, a paper with 2,000 subscribers." "Old joker, the registered number is 700, and that is over the mark," said Blondet. 12,000, on my sacred word of honor. I said 2,000 for the benefit of the printers and paper dealers yonder," he added, lowering his voice, then raising it again. "I thought you had more tact, my boy," he added. "Are you going to take any partners?" inquired Finot. "That depends," said Dauriat. "Will you take a third at 40,000 francs?" "It's a bargain if you will take Émile Blondet here on the staff, and Claude Vignon, Scribe, Théodore Leclerc, Félicien Vernou, G. Jouy, Lousteau, and why not Lucien de Rubempré?" the provincial poet put in boldly. "And Nathan," concluded Finot. "Why not the people out there in the street?" asked Dauriat, scowling at the author of the Marguerite. "To whom have I the honor of speaking?" he added, with an insolent glance. "One moment, Dauriat," said Lousteau. "I have brought this gentleman to you. Listen to me while Finot is thinking over your proposals." Lucien watched this Dauriat, who addressed Finot with the familiar tu, which even Finot did not permit himself to use in reply, who called the redoubtable Blondet "my boy," and extended a hand royally to Nathan with a friendly nod. The provincial poet felt his shirt wet with perspiration when the formidable Sultan looked indifferent and ill-pleased. "Another piece of business, my boy!" exclaimed Dauriat. "Why, I have 1,100 manuscripts on hand, as you know. Yes, gentlemen, I have 1,100 manuscripts submitted to me at this moment. Ask Gabusson. I shall soon be obliged to start a department to keep account of the stock of manuscripts, and a special office for reading them, and a committee to vote on their merits, with numbered counters for those who attend, and a permanent secretary to draw up the minutes for me. It will be a kind of local branch of the Académie, and the academicians will be better paid in the wooden galleries than at the Institut." "'Tis an idea," said Blondet. "A bad idea," returned Dauriat. "It is not my business to take stock of the lucubrations of those among you who take to literature because they cannot be capitalists, and there is no opening for them as bootmakers, nor corporals, nor domestic servants, nor officials, nor bailiffs. Nobody comes here until he has made a name for himself. Make a name for yourself, and you will find gold in torrents. I have made 3 great men in the last 2 years, and lo and behold, 3 examples of ingratitude. Here is Nathan talking of 6,000 francs for the second edition of his book, which cost me 3,000 francs in reviews, and has not brought in 1,000 yet. I paid 1,000 francs for Blondet's 2 articles, besides a dinner, which cost me 500. "But if all booksellers talked as you do, sir, how could a man publish his first book at all?" asked Lucien. Blondet had gone down tremendously in his opinion since he had heard the amount given by Dauriat for the articles in the Débat. "That is not my affair," said Dauriat, looking daggers at this handsome young fellow, who was smiling pleasantly at him. "I do not publish books for amusement, nor risk 2,000 francs for the sake of seeing my money back again. I speculate in literature, and publish 40 volumes of 10,000 copies each, just as Panckouke does and the Baudouins. With my influence and the articles which I secure, I can push a business of 100,000 crowns, instead of a single volume involving a couple of thousand francs. It is just as much trouble to bring out a new name and to induce the public to take up an author and his book, as to make a success with the Théâtre Étranger, Victoire et Conquête, or Mémoires sur la Révolution, books that bring in a fortune. I am not here as a stepping stone to future fame, but to make money, and to find it for men with distinguished names. The manuscripts for which I give 100,000 francs pay me better than work by an unknown author who asks 600. If I am not exactly a Maecenas, I deserve the gratitude of literature. I have doubled the prices of manuscripts. I am giving you this explanation because you are a friend of Lousteau's, my boy," added Dauriat, clapping Lucien on the shoulder with odious familiarity. "If I were to talk to all the authors who have a mind that I should be their publisher, I should have to shut up shop. I should pass my time very agreeably, no doubt, but the conversations would cost too much. I am not rich enough yet to listen to all the monologues of self-conceit. Nobody does, except in classical tragedies on the stage." The terrible Dauriat's gorgeous raiment seemed, in the provincial poet's eyes, to add force to the man's remorseless logic. "What is it about?" he continued, addressing Lucien's protector. "It is a volume of magnificent poetry." At that word, Dauriat turned to Gabusson with a gesture worthy of Talma. "Gabusson, my friend," he said, "from this day forward, when anybody begins to talk of works in manuscript here, do you hear that, all of you?" he broke in upon himself, and 3 assistants at once emerged from among the piles of books at the sound of their employer's wrathful voice. "If anybody comes here with manuscripts," he continued, looking at the fingernails of a well-kept hand, Ask him whether it is poetry or prose, and if he says poetry, show him the door at once. Verses mean reverses in the book trade." "Bravo! Well put, Dauriat!" cried the chorus of journalists. "It is true," cried the bookseller, striding about his shop with Lucien's manuscript in his hand. "You have no idea, gentlemen, of the amount of harm that Byron, Lamartine, Victor Hugo, Casimir Delavigne, Canalis, and Béranger have done by their success. The fame of them has brought down an invasion of barbarians upon us. I know this: there are 1,000 volumes of manuscript poetry going the round of the publishers at this moment, things that nobody can make head nor tail of, stories in verse that begin in the middle, like the Corsair and Lara. They set up to be original, forsooth, and indulge in stanzas that nobody can understand, and descriptive poetry after the pattern of the younger men who discovered Delille, and imagine that they are doing something new. Poets have been swarming like cockchafers for 2 years past. I have lost 20,000 francs through poetry in the last 12 months. You ask Gabusson. There may be immortal poets somewhere in the world. I know of some that are blooming and rosy, and have no beards on their chins as yet," he continued, looking at Lucien. "But in the trade, young man, there are only 4 poets: Béranger, Casimir Delavigne, Lamartine, and Victor Hugo. As for Canalis, he is a poet made by sheer force of writing him up." Lucien felt that he lacked the courage to hold up his head and show his spirit before all these influential persons, who were laughing with all their might. He knew very well that he should look hopelessly ridiculous, and yet he felt consumed by a fierce desire to catch the bookseller by the throat, to ruffle the insolent composure of his cravat, to break the gold chain that glittered on the man's chest, trample his watch under his feet, and tear him to pieces. Mortified vanity opened the door to thoughts of vengeance, and inwardly he swore eternal enmity to that bookseller. But he smiled amiably. "Poetry is like the sun," said Blondet, "giving life alike to primeval forests and to ants and gnats and mosquitoes. There is no virtue but has a vice to match, and literature breeds the publisher." "And the journalist," said Lousteau. Dauriat burst out laughing. "What is this, after all?" he asked, holding up the manuscript. "A volume of sonnets that will put Petrarch to the blush," said Lousteau. "What do you mean?" "Just what I say," answered Lousteau, seeing the knowing smile that went round the group. Lucien could not take offence, but he chafed inwardly. "Very well, I will read them," said Dauriat, with a regal gesture that marked the full extent of the concession. "If these sonnets of yours are up to the level of the 19th century, I will make a great poet of you, my boy." "If he has brains to equal his good looks, you will run no great risks," remarked one of the greatest public speakers of the day, a deputy who was chatting with the editor of the Minerve and a writer for the Constitutionnel. "Fame means 12,000 francs in reviews, and 1,000 more for dinners, General," said Dauriat. "If Monsieur Benjamin de Constant means to write a paper on this young poet, it will not be long before I make a bargain with him." At the title of General and the distinguished name of Benjamin Constant, the bookseller's shop took the proportions of Olympus for the provincial great man. "Lousteau, I want a word with you," said Finot, "but I shall see you again later at the theatre. Dauriat, I will take your offer, but on conditions. Let us step into your office." "Come in, my boy," answered Dauriat, allowing Finot to pass before him. Then, intimating to some 10 persons still waiting for him that he was engaged, he likewise was about to disappear, when Lucien impatiently stopped him. "You are keeping my manuscript. When shall I have an answer?" "Oh, come back in 3 or 4 days, my little poet, and we will see." Lousteau hurried Lucien away. He had not time to take leave of Vernou and Blondet and Raoul Nathan, nor to salute General Foy nor Benjamin Constant, whose book on the 100 Days was just about to appear. Lucien scarcely caught a glimpse of fair hair, a refined oval-shaped face, keen eyes, and the pleasant-looking mouth belonging to the man who had played the part of a Potemkin to Madame de Staël for 20 years, and now was at war with the Bourbons, as he had been at war with Napoleon. He was destined to win his cause and to die stricken to earth by his victory. "What a shop!" exclaimed Lucien as he took his place in the cab beside Lousteau. "To the Panorama Dramatique. Look sharp and you shall have 30 sous," Etienne Lousteau called to the cabman. "Dauriat is a rascal who sells books to the amount of 15 or 1600,000 francs every year. He is a kind of minister of literature," Lousteau continued. His self-conceit had been pleasantly tickled, and he was showing off before Lucien. "Dauriat is just as grasping as Barbet, but it is on a wholesale scale. Dauriat can be civil, and he is generous, but he has a great opinion of himself. As for his wit, it consists in a faculty for picking up all that he hears, and his shop is a capital place to frequent. You meet all the best men at Dauriat's. A young fellow learns more there in an hour than by poring over books for half a score of years. People talk about articles and concoct subjects. You make the acquaintance of great or influential people who may be useful to you. You must know people if you mean to get on nowadays. It is all luck, you see. And as for sitting by yourself in a corner alone with your intellect, it is the most dangerous thing of all." "But what insolence!" said Lucien. "Pshaw! We all of us laugh at Dauriat," said Etienne. "If you are in need of him, he tramples upon you. If he has need of the Journal des Débats, Émile Blondet sets him spinning like a top. Oh, if you take to literature, you will see a good many queer things. Well, what was I telling you, eh?" "Yes, you were right," said Lucien. "My experience in that shop was even more painful than I expected after your programme." "Why do you choose to suffer? You find your subject, you wear out your wits over it with toiling at night, you throw your very life into it, and after all your journeyings in the fields of thought, the monument reared with your life blood is simply a good or a bad speculation for a publisher. Your work will sell or it will not sell, and therein, for them, lies the whole question. A book means so much capital to risk, and the better the book, the less likely it is to sell. A man of talent rises above the level of ordinary heads. His success varies in direct ratio with the time required for his work to be appreciated, and no publisher wants to wait. Today's book must be sold by tomorrow. Acting on this system, publishers and booksellers do not care to take real literature, books that call for the high praise that comes slowly." "D'Arthez was right!" exclaimed Lucien. "Do you know d'Arthez?" asked Lousteau. "I know of no more dangerous company than solitary spirits like that fellow yonder, who fancy that they can draw the world after them. All of us begin by thinking that we are capable of great things, and when once a youthful imagination is heated by this superstition, the candidate for posthumous honors makes no attempt to move the world while such moving of the world is both possible and profitable. He lets the time go by. I am for Mahomet's system. If the mountain does not come to me, I am for going to the mountain." The common sense so trenchantly put in this sally left Lucien halting between the resignation preached by the Brotherhood and Lousteau's militant doctrine. He said not a word till they reached the Boulevard du Temple. The Panorama Dramatique no longer exists. A dwelling house stands on the site of the once charming theatre in the Boulevard du Temple, where 2 successive managements collapsed without making a single hit. And yet Vignol, who has since fallen heir to some of Potier's popularity, made his debut there, and Florine, 5 years later a celebrated actress, made her first appearance in the Théâtre opposite the Rue Charlot. Playhouses, like men, have their vicissitudes. The Panorama Dramatique suffered from competition. The machinations of its rivals, the Ambigu, the Gaîté, the Porte Saint-Martin, and the Vaudeville, together with a plethora of restrictions and a scarcity of good plays, combined to bring about the downfall of the house. No dramatic author cared to quarrel with a prosperous theatre for the sake of the Panorama Dramatique, whose existence was, to say the least, problematical. The management at this moment, however, was counting on the success of a new melodramatic comedy by Monsieur du Bruel, a young author who, after working in collaboration with diverse celebrities, had now produced a piece professedly entirely his own. It had been specially composed for the leading lady, a young actress who began her stage career as a supernumerary at the Gaîté and had been promoted to small parts for the past 12 months. But though Mademoiselle Florine's acting had attracted some attention, she obtained no engagement, and the Panorama accordingly had carried her off. Coralie, another actress, was to make her debut at the same time. Lucien was amazed at the power wielded by the press. "This gentleman is with me," said Etienne Lousteau, and the box office clerks bowed before him as one man. "You will find it no easy matter to get seats," said the head clerk. "There is nothing left now but the stage box." A certain amount of time was wasted in controversies with the box keepers in the lobbies, when Etienne said, "Let us go behind the scenes, we will speak to the manager. He will take us into the stage box. And besides, I will introduce you to Florine, the heroine of the evening." At a sign from Etienne Lousteau, the doorkeeper of the orchestra took out a little key and unlocked a door in the thickness of the wall. Lucien, following his friend, went suddenly out of the lighted corridor into the black darkness of the passage between the house and the wings. A short flight of damp steps surmounted, one of the strangest of all spectacles opened out before the provincial poet's eyes. The height of the roof, the slenderness of the props, the ladders hung with argand lamps, the atrocious ugliness of scenery beheld at close quarters, the thick paint on the actors' faces and their outlandish costumes made of such coarse materials, the stage carpenters in greasy jackets, the firemen, the stage manager strutting about with his hat on his head, the supernumerary sitting among the hanging back scenes, the ropes and pulleys, the heterogeneous collection of absurdities, shabby, dirty, hideous, and gaudy, was something so altogether different from the stage scene over the footlights that Lucien's astonishment knew no bounds. The curtain was just about to fall on a good old-fashioned melodrama entitled Bertram, a play adapted from a tragedy by Maturin, which Charles Nodier, together with Byron and Sir Walter Scott, held in the highest esteem, though the play was a failure on the stage in Paris. "Keep a tight hold of my arm, unless you have a mind to fall through a trap door or bring down a forest on your head. You will pull down a palace or carry off a cottage if you're not careful," said Etienne. "Is Florine in her dressing room, my pet?" he added, addressing an actress who stood waiting for her cue. "Yes, love. Thank you for the things you said about me. You are so much nicer since Florine has come here." "Come, don't spoil your entry, little one. Quick with you, look sharp and say, 'Stop, wretched man,' nicely, for there are 2,000 francs of takings." Lucien was struck with amazement when the girl's whole face suddenly changed, and she shrieked, "Stop, wretched man!" a cry that froze the blood in your veins. She was no longer the same creature. "So this is the stage," he said to Lousteau. "It is like the bookseller's shop in the Wooden Galleries, or a literary paper," said Etienne Lousteau. "It is a kitchen, neither more nor less." Nathan appeared at this moment. "What brings you here?" inquired Lousteau. "Why, I am doing the minor theatres for the Gazette until something better turns up." "Oh, come to supper with us this evening. Speak well of Florine, and I will do as much for you." Very much at your service," returned Nathan. "You know, she is living in the Rue de Bondy now." "Lousteau, dear boy, who is the handsome young man that you have brought with you?" asked the actress, now returned to the wings. "A great poet, dear, that will have a famous name one of these days. Monsieur Nathan, I must introduce Monsieur Lucien de Rubempré to you, as you are to meet again at supper." "You have a good name, monsieur," said Nathan. "Lucien, Monsieur Raoul Nathan," continued Etienne. "I read your book 2 days ago, and upon my word, I cannot understand how you, who have written such a book and such poetry, can be so humble to a journalist." "Wait till your first book comes out," said Nathan, and a shrewd smile flitted over his face. I say, here are ultras and liberals actually shaking hands," cried Vernou, spying the trio. "In the morning I hold the views of my paper," said Nathan. "In the evening I think as I please. All journalists see double at night." Felicien Vernou turned to Lousteau. "Finot is looking for you, Etienne. He came with me, and here he is." "Ah, by the by, there is not a place in the house, is there?" asked Finot. "You will always find a place in our hearts," said the actress, with the sweetest smile imaginable. "I say, my little Florville, are you cured already of your fancy? They told me that a Russian prince had carried you off." "Who carries off women in these days?" said Florville, she who had cried, "Stop, wretched man." "We stayed at Saint-Mande for 10 days, and my prince got off with paying the forfeit money to the management. The manager will go down on his knees to pray for some more Russian princes," Florville continued, laughing. "The forfeit money was so much clear gain." "And as for you, child," said Finot, turning to a pretty girl in a peasant's costume, "where did you steal these diamond eardrops? Have you hooked an Indian prince?" "No, a blacking manufacturer, an Englishman, who has gone off already. It is not everybody who can find millionaire shopkeepers, tired of domestic life whenever they like, as Florine does and Coralie. Aren't they just lucky?" "Florville, you will make a bad entry," said Lousteau. "The blacking has gone to your head." "If you want a success," said Nathan, "instead of screaming, 'He is saved!' like a fury, walk on quite quietly. Go to the staircase and say, 'He is saved!' in a chest voice, like Pasta's O Patria in Tancredi. There, go along." And he pushed her towards the stage. "It is too late," said Vernou. "The effect has hung fire." "What did she do? The house is applauding like mad," asked Lousteau. "Went down on her knees and showed her bosom. That is her great resource," said the blacking maker's widow. "The manager is giving up the stage box to us. You will find me there when you come," said Finot, as Lousteau walked off with Lucien. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac. Translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 13. At the back of the stage, through a labyrinth of scenery and corridors, the pair climbed several flights of stairs and reached a little room on a third floor, Nathan and Felicien Vernou following them. "Good day or good night, gentlemen," said Florine. Then, turning to a short, stout man standing in a corner, "These gentlemen are the rulers of my destiny," she said. "My future is in their hands, but they will be under our table tomorrow morning, I hope, if Monsieur Lousteau has forgotten nothing." "Forgotten? You are going to have Blondet of the Debats," said Etienne. "The genuine Blondet, the very Blondet, Blondet himself, in short." "Oh, Lousteau, you dear boy! Stop, I must give you a kiss." And she flung her arms about the journalist's neck. Matifat, the stout person in the corner, looked serious at this. Florine was thin. Her beauty, like a bud, gave promise of the flower to come. The girl of 16 could only delight the eyes of artists who prefer the sketch to the picture. All the quick subtlety of her character was visible in the features of the charming actress, who at that time might have sat for Goethe's Mignon. Matifat, a wealthy druggist of the Rue des Lombards, had imagined that a little boulevard actress would have no very expensive tastes, but in 11 months Florine had cost him 60,000 francs. Nothing seemed more extraordinary to Lucien than the sight of an honest and worthy merchant standing like a statue of the god Terminus in the actress's narrow dressing-room, a tiny place some 10 feet square, hung with pretty wallpaper, and adorned with a full-length mirror, a sofa, and 2 chairs. There was a fireplace in the dressing closet, a carpet on the floor, and cupboards all round the room. A dresser was putting the finishing touches to a Spanish costume, for Florine was to take the part of a countess in an imbroglio. "That girl will be the handsomest actress in Paris in 5 years' time," said Nathan, turning to Felicien Vernou. "By the by, darlings, you will take care of me to-morrow, won't you?" said Florine, turning to the 3 journalists. "I have engaged cabs for tonight, for I am going to send you home as tipsy as Shrove Tuesday. Matifat has sent in wines, oh, wines worthy of Louis XVIII, and engaged the Prussian ambassador's cook." "We expect something enormous from the look of the gentleman," remarked Nathan. "And he is quite aware that he is treating the most dangerous men in Paris," added Florine. Matifat was looking uneasily at Lucien. He felt jealous of the young man's good looks. "But here is some one that I do not know," Florine continued, confronting Lucien. "Which of you has imported the Apollo Belvedere from Florence? He is as charming as one of Girodet's figures." "He is a poet, mademoiselle, from the provinces. I forgot to present him to you. You are so beautiful tonight that you put the complete guide to etiquette out of a man's head." "Is he so rich that he can afford to write poetry?" asked Florine. "Poor as Job," said Lucien. "It is a great temptation for some of us," said the actress. Just then the author of the play suddenly entered, and Lucien beheld Monsieur du Bruel, a short, attenuated young man in an overcoat, a composite human blend of the jack in office, the owner of house property, and the stockbroker. "Florine, child," said this personage, "are you sure of your part, eh? No slips of memory, you know. And mind that scene in the second act. Make the irony tell. Bring out that subtle touch. Say, 'I do not love you,' just as we agreed." "Why do you take parts in which you have to say such things?" asked Matifat. The druggist's remark was received with a general shout of laughter. "What does it matter to you?" said Florine, "so long as I don't say such things to you, great stupid? Oh, his stupidity is the pleasure of my life," she continued, glancing at the journalist. "Upon my word, I would pay him so much for every blunder, if it would not be the ruin of me." "Yes, but you will look at me when you say it, as you do when you are rehearsing, and it gives me a turn," remonstrated the druggist. "Very well, then, I will look at my friend Lousteau here." A bell rang outside in the passage. "Go out, all of you," cried Florine. "Let me read my part over again and try to understand it." Lucien and Lousteau were the last to go. Lousteau set a kiss on Florine's shoulder, and Lucien heard her say, "Not tonight, impossible. That stupid old animal told his wife that he was going out into the country." "Isn't she charming?" said Etienne as they came away. But that Matifat, my dear fellow." "Oh, you know nothing of Parisian life, my boy. Some things cannot be helped. Suppose that you fell in love with a married woman, it comes to the same thing. It all depends on the way that you look at it." Etienne and Lucien entered the stage box and found the manager there with Finot. Matifat was in the ground floor box exactly opposite with a friend of his, a silk mercer named Camusot, Coralie's protector, and a worthy little old soul, his father-in-law. All 3 of these city men were polishing their opera glasses and anxiously scanning the house. Certain symptoms in the pit appeared to disturb them. The usual heterogeneous first-night elements filled the boxes: journalists and their mistresses, lorettes and their lovers, a sprinkling of the determined playgoers who never miss a first night if they can help it, and a very few people of fashion who care for this sort of sensation. The first box was occupied by the head of a department, to whom du Bruel, maker of vaudevilles, owed a snug little sinecure in the treasury. Lucien had gone from surprise to surprise since the dinner at Flicoteaux's. For 2 months, literature had meant a life of poverty and want. In Lousteau's room he had seen it at its cynical worst. In the wooden galleries he had met literature abject and literature insolent. The sharp contrasts of heights and depths, of compromise with conscience, of supreme power and want of principle, of treachery and pleasure, of mental elevation and bondage, all this made his head swim. He seemed to be watching some strange, unheard-of drama. Finot was talking with the manager. "Do you think du Bruel's piece will pay?" he asked. "Du Bruel has tried to do something in Beaumarchais' style. Boulevard audiences don't care for that kind of thing. They like harrowing sensations. Wit is not much appreciated here. Everything depends on Florine and Coralie tonight. They are bewitchingly pretty and graceful, wear very short skirts, and dance a Spanish dance, and possibly they may carry off the piece with the public. The whole affair is a gambling speculation. A few clever notices in the papers, and I may make 100,000 crowns, if the play takes." "Oh, come, it will only be a moderate success, I can see," said Finot. "3 of the theatres have got up a plot," continued the manager. "They will even hiss the piece, but I have made arrangements to defeat their kind intentions. I have squared the men in their pay. They will make a muddle of it. A couple of city men yonder have taken 100 tickets apiece to secure a triumph for Florine and Coralie, and given them to acquaintances able and ready to act as chuckers out. The fellows, having been paid twice, will go quietly, and a scene of that sort always makes a good impression on the house." 200 tickets! What invaluable men!" exclaimed Finot. "Yes, with 2 more actresses as handsomely kept as Florine and Coralie, I should make something out of the business." For the past 2 hours the word money had been sounding in Lucien's ears as the solution of every difficulty. In the theatre, as in the publishing trade, and in the publishing trade as in the newspaper office, it was everywhere the same. There was not a word of art or of glory. The steady beat of the great pendulum, money, seemed to fall like hammer strokes on his heart and brain. And yet, while the orchestra played the overture, while the pit was full of noisy tumult of applause and hisses, unconsciously he drew a comparison between this scene and others that came up in his mind. Visions arose before him of David and the printing office, of the poetry that he came to know in that atmosphere of pure peace, when together they beheld the wonders of art, the high successes of genius, and visions of glory borne on stainless wings. He thought of the evening spent with d'Arthez and his friends, and tears glittered in his eyes. "What is the matter with you?" asked Etienne Lousteau. "I see poetry fallen into the mire." "Ah, you have still some illusions left, my dear fellow." "Is there nothing for it but to cringe and submit to thick heads like Matifat and Camusot, as actresses bow down to journalists, and we ourselves to the booksellers?" "My boy, do you see that dull-brained fellow?" said Etienne, lowering his voice and glancing at Finot. "He has neither genius nor cleverness, but he is covetous. He means to make a fortune at all costs, and he is a keen man of business. Didn't you see how he made 40% out of me at Dauriat's, and talked as if he were doing me a favor? Well, he gets letters from not a few unknown men of genius who go down on their knees to him for 100 francs." The words recalled the pen and ink sketch that lay on the table in the editor's office, and the words, "Finot, my 100 francs." Lucien's inmost soul shrank from the man in disgust. "I would sooner die," he said. "Sooner live," retorted Etienne. The curtain rose, and the stage manager went off to the wings to give orders. Finot turned to Etienne. "My dear fellow, Dauriat has passed his word. I am proprietor of 1/3 of his weekly paper. I have agreed to give 30,000 francs in cash on condition that I am to be editor and director. 'Tis a splendid thing. Blondet told me that the government intends to take restrictive measures against the press. There will be no new papers allowed. In 6 months' time, it will cost 1,000,000 francs to start a new journal. So I struck a bargain, though I have only 10,000 francs in hand. Listen to me. If you can sell 1/2 of my share, that is 1/6 of the paper, to Matifat for 30,000 francs, you shall be editor of my little paper with a salary of 250 francs per month. I want in any case to have the control of my old paper and to keep my hold upon it. But nobody need know that, and your name will appear as editor. You will be paid at the rate of 5 francs per column. You need not pay contributors more than 3 francs, and you keep the difference. That means another 450 francs per month. But at the same time, I reserve the right to use the paper to attack or defend men or causes as I please. And you may indulge your own likes and dislikes so long as you do not interfere with my schemes. Perhaps I may be a ministerialist, perhaps ultra. I do not know yet, but I mean to keep up my connections with the Liberal party below the surface. I can speak out with you, you are a good fellow. I might perhaps give you the chambers to do for another paper on which I work. I am afraid I can scarcely keep on with it now. So let Florine do this bit of jockeying. Tell her to put the screw on her druggist. If I can't find the money within 48 hours, I must cry off my bargain. Dauriat sold another third to his printer and paper dealer for 30,000 francs, so he has his own third gratis, and 10,000 francs to the good, for he only gave 50,000 for the whole affair. And in another year's time, the magazine will be worth 200,000 francs if the court buys it up, if the court has the good sense to suppress newspapers, as they say." "You are lucky," said Lousteau. "If you had gone through all that I have endured, you would not say that of me. I had my fill of misery in those days, you see, and there was no help for it. My father is a hatter. He still keeps a shop in the Rue du Coq. Nothing but millions of money or a social cataclysm can open out the way to my goal, and of the two alternatives I don't know now that the revolution is not the easier. If I bore your friend's name, I should have a chance to get on. Hush, here comes the manager. Good-bye." And Finot rose to his feet. "I am going to the opera. I shall very likely have a duel on my hands tomorrow, for I have put my initials to a terrific attack on a couple of dancers under the protection of 2 generals. I am giving it them hot and strong at the opera." "Aha!" said the manager. "Yes, they are stingy with me," returned Finot. "Now cutting off a box, and now declining to take 50 subscriptions. I have sent in my ultimatum. I mean to have 100 subscriptions out of them, and a box 4 times a month. If they take my terms, I shall have 800 readers and 1,000 paying subscribers, so we shall have 1,200 with the new year." "You will end by ruining us," said the manager. "You are not much hurt with your 10 subscriptions. I had 2 good notices put into the Constitutionnel." "Oh, I am not complaining of you," cried the manager. "Good-bye till tomorrow evening, Lousteau," said Finot. "You can give me your answer at the Francais. There is a new piece on there, and as I shall not be able to write the notice, you can take my box. I will give you preference. You have worked yourself to death for me, and I am grateful. Félicien Vernou offered 20,000 francs for a third share of my little paper, and to work without a salary for a 12-month, but I want to be absolute master. Good-bye." "He is not named Finot. Finot sly boots, for nothing," said Lucien. "He is a gallows bird that will get on in the world," said Etienne, careless whether the wily schemer overheard the remark or not as he shut the door of the box. "He," said the manager, "he will be a millionaire. He will enjoy the respect of all who know him. He may perhaps have friends some day." "Good heavens, what a den!" said Lucien. "And are you going to drag that excellent creature into such a business?" he continued, looking at Florine, who gave them side glances from the stage. "She will carry it through too. You do not know the devotion and the wiles of these beloved beings," said Lousteau. "They redeem their failings and expiate all their sins by boundless love when they love," said the manager. "A great love is all the grander in an actress by reason of its violent contrast with her surroundings." "And he who finds it finds a diamond worthy of the proudest crown lying in the mud," returned Lousteau. "But Coralie is not attending to her part," remarked the manager. "Coralie is smitten with our friend here, all unsuspicious of his conquest, and Coralie will make a fiasco. She is missing her cues. This is the second time she had not heard the prompter. Pray go into the corner, monsieur," he continued. "If Coralie is smitten with you, I will go and tell her that you have left the house." "No, no," cried Lousteau. "Tell Coralie that this gentleman is coming to supper, and that she can do as she likes with him, and she will play like Mademoiselle Mars." The manager went, and Lucien turned to Etienne. "What, do you mean to say that you will ask that druggist, through Mademoiselle Florine, to pay 30,000 francs for one half a share, when Finot gave no more for the whole of it? And ask without the slightest scruple?" Lousteau interrupted Lucien before he had time to finish his expostulation. "My dear boy, what country can you come from? The druggist is not a man, he is a strong box delivered into our hands by his fancy for an actress." "How about your conscience?" "Conscience, my dear fellow, is a stick which every one takes up to beat his neighbor, and not for application to his own back. Come now, who the devil are you angry with? In one day, chance has worked a miracle for you, a miracle for which I have been waiting these 2 years, and you must needs amuse yourself by finding fault with the means? What! You appear to me to possess intelligence, you seem to be in a fair way to reach that freedom from prejudice which is a first necessity to intellectual adventurers in the world we live in. And are you wallowing in scruples worthy of a nun who accuses herself of eating an egg with concupiscence? If Florine succeeds, I shall be editor of a newspaper with a fixed salary of 250 francs per month. I shall take the important plays and leave the vaudevilles to Vernou, and you can take my place and do the boulevard theatres, and so get a foot in the stirrup. You will make 3 francs per column and write a column a day. 30 columns a month means 90 francs. You will have some 60 francs worth of books to sell to Barbet. And lastly, you can demand 10 tickets a month of each of your theatres, that is 40 tickets in all, and sell them for 40 francs to a Barbet who deals in them. I will introduce you to the man. So you will have 200 francs coming in every month. Then, if you make yourself useful to Finot, you might get 100 francs for an article in this new weekly review of his, in which case you would show uncommon talent, for all the articles are signed, and you cannot put in slipshod work as you can on a small paper. In that case, you would be making 100 crowns a month. Now, my dear boy, there are men of ability, like that poor d'Arthez who dines at Flicoteaux's every day, who may wait for 10 years before they will make 100 crowns, and you will be making 4,000 francs a year by your pen, to say nothing of the books you will write for the trade if you do work of that kind. Now, a sub-prefect's salary only amounts to 1,000 crowns, and there he stops in his arrondissement, wearing away time like the rung of a chair. I say nothing of the pleasure of going to the theatre without paying for your seat, for that is a delight which quickly palls. but you can go behind the scenes in 4 theatres. Be hard and sarcastic for a month or 2, and you will be simply overwhelmed with invitations from actresses, and their adorers will pay court to you. You will only dine at Flicoteaux's when you happen to have less than 30 sous in your pocket and no dinner engagement. At the Luxembourg at 5 o'clock, you did not know which way to turn. Now you are on the eve of entering a privileged class. You will be one of the 100 persons who tell France what to think. In 3 days' time, if all goes well, you can, if you choose, make a man's life a curse to him by putting 30 jokes at his expense in print at the rate of 3 a day. You can, if you choose, draw a revenue of pleasure from the actresses at your theatres. You can wreck a good play and send all Paris running after a bad one. If Dauriat declines to pay you for your Marguerite, you can make him come to you, and meekly and humbly implore you to take 2,000 francs for them. If you have the ability, and knock off 2 or 3 articles that threaten to spoil some of Dauriat's speculations, or to ruin a book on which he counts, you will see him come climbing up your stairs like a clematis, and always at the door of your dwelling. As for your novel, the booksellers who would show you more or less politely to the door at this moment will be standing outside your attic in a string, and the value of the manuscript, which old Doguereau valued at 400 francs, will rise to 4,000. These are the advantages of the journalist's profession. So let us do our best to keep all newcomers out of it. It needs an immense amount of brains to make your way, and a still greater amount of luck. And here are you quibbling over your good fortune. If we had not met today, you see, at Flicoteaux's, you might have danced attendance on the booksellers for another 3 years, or starved like d'Arthez in a garret. By the time that d'Arthez is as learned as Bayle and as great a writer of prose as Rousseau, we shall have made our fortunes, you and I, and we shall hold his in our hands, wealth and fame to give or to hold. Finot will be a deputy and proprietor of a great newspaper, and we shall be whatever we meant to be, peers of France, or prisoner for debt at Sainte-Pélagie. So Finot will sell his paper to the highest bidder among the ministers, just as he sells favorable notices to Madame Bastien and runs down Mademoiselle Virginie, saying that Madame Bastien's bonnets are superior to the millinery which they praised at first, said Lucien, recollecting that scene in the office. My dear fellow, you are a simpleton, Lousteau remarked dryly. 3 years ago, Finot was walking on the uppers of his boots, dining for 18 sous at Tabar's, and knocking off a tradesman's prospectus, when he could get it, for 10 francs. His clothes hung together by some miracle as mysterious as the Immaculate Conception. Now, Finot has a paper of his own, worth about 100,000 francs. What with subscribers who pay and take no copies, genuine subscriptions, and indirect taxes levied by his uncle, he is making 20,000 francs a year. He dines most sumptuously every day. He has set up a cabriolet within the last month. And now, at last, behold him the editor of a weekly review with a 6th share, for which he will not pay a penny, a salary of 500 francs per month, and another 1,000 francs for supplying matter which costs him nothing and for which the firm pays. You yourself, to begin with, if Finot consents to pay you 50 francs per sheet, will be only too glad to let him have 2 or 3 articles for nothing. When you are in his position, you can judge Finot. A man can only be tried by his peers. And for you, is there not an immense future opening out before you if you will blindly minister to his enmity, attack at Finot's bidding, and praise when he gives the word? Suppose that you yourself wish to be revenged upon somebody. You can break a foe or friend on the wheel. You have only to say to me, Lousteau, let us put an end to so and so, and we will kill him by a phrase put in the paper morning by morning, and afterwards you can slay the slain with a solemn article in Finot's Weekly. Indeed, if it is a matter of capital importance to you, Finot would allow you to bludgeon your man in a big paper with 10 or 12,000 subscribers, if you make yourself indispensable to Finot." "Then are you sure that Florine can bring her druggist to make the bargain?" asked Lucien, dazzled by these prospects. "Quite sure. Now comes the interval. I will go and tell her everything at once in a word or two. It will be settled tonight. If Florine once has her lesson by heart, she will have all my wit and her own besides." And there sits that honest tradesman, gaping with open-mouthed admiration at Florine, little suspecting that you are about to get 30,000 francs out of him. "More twaddle! Anybody might think that the man was going to be robbed," cried Lousteau. "Why, my dear boy, if the minister buys the newspaper, the druggist may make 20,000 francs in 6 months on an investment of 30,000. Matifat is not looking at the newspaper, but at Florine's prospects. As soon as it is known that Matifat and Camusot, for they will go shares, that Matifat and Camusot are proprietors of a review, the newspapers will be full of friendly notices of Florine and Coralie. Florine's name will be made. She will perhaps obtain an engagement in another theatre with a salary of 12,000 francs. In fact, Matifat will save 1,000 francs every month in dinners and presents to journalists. You know nothing of men, nor of the way things are managed." "Poor man," said Lucien, "he is looking forward to an evening's pleasure." "And he will be sawn in two with arguments until Florine sees Finot's receipt for a sixth share of the paper. And tomorrow I shall be editor of Finot's paper and making 1,000 francs a month. The end of my troubles is in sight," cried Florine's lover. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Alan Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 14. Lousteau went out, and Lucien sat like one bewildered, lost in the infinite of thought, soaring above this everyday world. In the wooden galleries he had seen the wires by which the trade in books is moved. He had seen something of the kitchen where great reputations are made. He had been behind the scenes. He had seen the seamy side of life, the consciences of men involved in the machinery of Paris, the mechanism of it all. As he watched Florine on the stage, he almost envied Lousteau his good fortune. Already, for a few moments, he had forgotten Matifat in the background. He was not left alone for long, perhaps for not more than 5 minutes, but those minutes seemed an eternity. Thoughts rose within him that set his soul on fire, as the spectacle on the stage had heated his senses. He looked at the women with their wanton eyes, all the brighter for the red paint on their cheeks, at the gleaming bare necks, the luxuriant forms outlined by the lascivious folds of the basquina, the very short skirts that displayed as much as possible of limbs encased in scarlet stockings with green clocks to them, a disquieting vision for the pit. A double process of corruption was working within him in parallel lines, like two channels that will spread sooner or later in flood time and make one. That corruption was eating into Lucien's soul as he leaned back in his corner, staring vacantly at the curtain, one arm resting on the crimson velvet cushion, and his hand drooping over the edge. He felt the fascination of the life that was offered to him, of the gleams of light among its clouds, and this so much the more keenly because it shone out like a blaze of fireworks against the blank darkness of his own obscure, monotonous days of toil. Suddenly his listless eyes became aware of a burning glance that reached him through a rent in the curtain and roused him from his lethargy. Those were Coralie's eyes that glowed upon him. He lowered his head and looked across at Camusot, who just then entered the opposite box. That amateur was a worthy silk mercer of the Rue des Bourdonnais, stout and substantial, a judge in the commercial court, a father of 4 children, and the husband of a second wife. At the age of 56, with a cap of grey hair on his head, he had the smug appearance of a man who has his 80,000 francs of income, and having been forced to put up with a good deal that he did not like in the way of business, has fully made up his mind to enjoy the rest of his life, and not to quit this earth until he has had his share of cakes and ale. A brow the color of fresh butter and florid cheeks like a monk's jowl seemed scarcely big enough to contain his exuberant jubilation. Camusot had left his wife at home, and they were applauding Coralie to the skies. All the rich man's citizen vanity was summed up and gratified in Coralie. In Coralie's lodging he gave himself the airs of a great lord of a bygone day. Now, at this moment, he felt that half of her success was his. The knowledge that he had paid for it confirmed him in this idea. Camusot's conduct was sanctioned by the presence of his father-in-law, a little old fogey with powdered hair and leering eyes, highly respected nevertheless. Again Lucien felt disgust rising within him. He thought of the year when he loved Madame de Bargeton with an exalted and disinterested love, and at that thought, love, as a poet understands it, spread its white wings about him. Countless memories drew a circle of distant blue horizon about the great man of Angoulême, and again he fell to dreaming. Up went the curtain, and there stood Coralie and Florine upon the stage. "He is thinking about as much of you as of the Grand Turk, my dear girl," Florine said in an aside while Coralie was finishing her speech. Lucien could not help laughing. He looked at Coralie. She was one of the most charming and captivating actresses in Paris, rivaling Madame Perrin and Mademoiselle Fleuriet, and destined likewise to share their fate. Coralie was a woman of a type that exerts at will a power of fascination over men. With an oval face of deep ivory tint, a mouth red as a pomegranate, and a chin subtly delicate in its contour as the edge of a porcelain cup, Coralie was a Jewess of the sublime type. The jet black eyes, behind their curving lashes, seemed to scorch her eyelids. You could guess how soft they might grow, or how sparks of the heat of the desert might flash from them in response to a summons from within. The circles of olive shadow about them were bounded by thick arching lines of eyebrow. Magnificent mental power, well nigh amounting to genius, seemed to dwell in the swarthy forehead beneath the double curve of ebony hair that lay upon it like a crown, and gleamed in the light like a varnished surface. But, like many another actress, Coralie had little wit, in spite of her aptness at green-room repartee, and scarcely any education, in spite of her boudoir experience. Her brain was prompted by her senses. Her kindness was the impulsive warm-heartedness of girls of her class. But who could trouble over Coralie's psychology when his eyes were dazzled by those smooth, round arms of hers, the spindle-shaped fingers, the fair white shoulders and breasts celebrated in the Song of Songs, the flexible curving lines of throat, the graciously moulded outlines beneath the scarlet silk stockings. And this beauty, worthy of an Eastern poet, was brought into relief by the conventional Spanish costume of the stage. Coralie was the delight of the pit. All eyes dwelt on the outlines moulded by the clinging folds of her bodice, and lingered over the Andalusian contour of the hips from which her skirt hung, fluttering wantonly with every movement. To Lucien, watching this creature who played for him alone, caring no more for Camusot than a street boy in the gallery cares for an apple paring, there came a moment when he set desire above love, and enjoyment above desire, and the demon of lust stirred strange thoughts in him. I know nothing of the love that wallows in luxury and wine and sensual pleasure, he said within himself. I have lived more with ideas than with realities. You must pass through all experience if you mean to render all experience. This will be my first great supper, my first orgy in a new and strange world. Why should I not know, for once, the delights which the great lords of the 18th century sought so eagerly of wantons of the opera? Must one not first learn of courtesans and actresses the delights, the perfections, the transports, the resources, the subtleties of love, if only to translate them afterwards into the regions of a higher love than this? And what is all this, after all, but the poetry of the senses? 2 months ago these women seemed to me to be goddesses guarded by dragons that no one dared approach. I was envying Lousteau just now, but here is another handsomer than Florine. Why should I not profit by her fancy, when the greatest nobles buy a night with such women with their richest treasures? When ambassadors set foot in these depths, they fling aside all thought of yesterday or tomorrow. I should be a fool to be more squeamish than princes, especially as I love no one as yet." Lucien had quite forgotten Camusot. To Lousteau he had expressed the utmost disgust for this most hateful of all partitions, and now he himself had sunk to the same level, and, carried away by the casuistry of his vehement desire, had given the reins to his fancy. "Coralie is raving about you," said Lousteau as he came in. "Your countenance, worthy of the greatest Greek sculptors, has worked unutterable havoc behind the scenes. You are in luck, my dear boy. Coralie is 18 years old, and in a few days' time she may be making 60,000 francs a year by her beauty. She is an honest girl still. Since her mother sold her 3 years ago for 60,000 francs, she has tried to find happiness, and found nothing but annoyance. She took to the stage in a desperate mood. She has a horror of her first purchaser, de Marsay, and when she came out of the galleys, for the king of dandies soon dropped her, she picked up old Camusot. She does not care much about him, but he is like a father to her, and she endures him and his love. Several times already she has refused the handsomest proposals. She is faithful to Camusot, who lets her live in peace. So you are her first love. The first sight of you went to her heart like a pistol shot. Florine has gone to her dressing room to bring the girl to reason. She is crying over your cruelty. She has forgotten her part. The play will go to pieces, and good day to the engagement at the Gymnase which Camusot had planned for her." "Pooh! Poor thing!" said Lucien. Every instinct of vanity was tickled by the words; he felt his heart swell high with self-conceit. "More adventures have befallen me in this one evening, my dear fellow, than in all the first 18 years of my life." And Lucien related the history of his love affairs with Madame de Bargeton, and of the cordial hatred he bore the Baron du Châtelet. "Stay, though, the newspaper wants a bête noire. We will take him up. The Baron is a buck of the Empire and a ministerialist. He is the man for us. I have seen him many a time at the opera. I can see your great lady as I sit here. She is often in the Marquise d'Espar's box. The Baron is paying court to your lady love, a cuttlefish bone that she is. Wait, Finot has just sent a special messenger round to say that they are short of copy at the office. Young Hector Merlin has left them in the lurch because they did not pay for white lines. Finot, in despair, is knocking off an article against the opera. Well now, my dear fellow, you can do this play. Listen to it and think it over, and I will go to the manager's office and think out 3 columns about your man and your disdainful fair one. They will be in no pleasant predicament tomorrow." "So this is how a newspaper is written?" said Lucien. "It is always like this," answered Lousteau. "These 10 months that I have been a journalist, they have always run short of copy at 8 o'clock in the evening." Manuscript sent to the printer is spoken of as copy. doubtless because the writers are supposed to send in a fair copy of their work, or possibly the word is ironically derived from the Latin word copia, for copy is invariably scarce. We always mean to have a few numbers ready in advance, a grand idea that will never be realized, continued Lousteau. It is 10 o'clock, you see, and not a line has been written. I shall ask Vernou and Nathan for a score of epigrams on deputies, or on Chancellor Crusoe, or on the ministry, or on friends of ours, if it needs must be. A man in this pass would slaughter his parent, just as a privateer will load his guns with silver pieces taken out of the booty sooner than perish. Write a brilliant article, and you will make brilliant progress in Finot's estimation. For Finot has a lively sense of benefits to come, and that sort of gratitude is better than any kind of pledge. Pawn tickets always excepted, for they invariably represent something solid. What kind of men can journalists be? Are you to sit down at a table and be witty to order? Just exactly as a lamp begins to burn when you apply a match, so long as there is any oil in it. Lousteau's hand was on the lock when du Bruel came in with the manager. "Permit me, monsieur, to take a message to Coralie. Allow me to tell her that you will go home with her after supper, or my play will be ruined. The wretched girl does not know what she is doing or saying. She will cry when she ought to laugh, and laugh when she ought to cry. She has been hissed once already. You can still save the piece, and after all, pleasure is not a misfortune." "I am not accustomed to rivals, sir," Lucien answered. "Pray don't tell her that," cried the manager. "Coralie is just the girl to fling Camusot overboard and ruin herself in good earnest. The proprietor of the Golden Cocoon, worthy man, allows her 2,000 francs a month, and pays for all her dresses and claqueurs." "As your promise pledges me to nothing, save your play," said Lucien with a sultan's airs. "But don't look as if you meant to snub that charming creature," pleaded du Bruel. "Dear me, am I to write the notice of your play and smile on your heroine as well?" exclaimed the poet. The author vanished with a signal to Coralie, who began to act forthwith in a marvelous way. Vignol, who played the part of the Alcalde, and revealed for the first time his genius as an actor of old men, came forward amid a storm of applause to make an announcement to the house. "The piece which we have the honor of playing for you this evening, gentlemen, is the work of Messieurs Raoul and de Courcy." "Why, Nathan is partly responsible," said Lousteau. "I don't wonder that he looked in." "Coralie! Coralie!" shouted the enraptured house. "Florine, too!" roared a voice of thunder from the opposite box, and other voices took up the cry. "Florine and Coralie!" The curtain rose. Vignol reappeared between the two actresses. Matifat and Camusot flung wreaths on the stage, and Coralie stooped for her flowers and held them out to Lucien. For him, those 2 hours spent in the theatre seemed to be a dream. The spell that held him had begun to work when he went behind the scenes, and, in spite of its horrors, the atmosphere of the place, its sensuality and dissolute morals, had affected the poet's still untainted nature. A sort of malaria that infects the soul seems to lurk among those dark, filthy passages filled with machinery and lit with smoky, greasy lamps. The solemnity and reality of life disappear. The most sacred things are matter for a jest. The most impossible things seem to be true. Lucien felt as if he had taken some narcotic, and Coralie had completed the work. He plunged into this joyous intoxication. The lights in the great chandelier were extinguished. There was no one left in the house except the box keepers, busy taking away footstools and shutting doors, the noises echoing strangely through the empty theatre. The footlights, blown out as one candle, sent up a fetid reek of smoke. The curtain rose again, a lantern was lowered from the ceiling, and firemen and stage carpenters departed on their rounds. The fairy scenes of the stage, the rows of fair faces in the boxes, the dazzling lights, the magical illusion of new scenery and costume had all disappeared, and dismal darkness, emptiness, and cold reigned in their stead. It was hideous. Lucien sat on in bewilderment. "Well, are you coming, my boy?" Lousteau's voice called from the stage. "Jump down." Lucien sprang over. He scarcely recognized Florine and Coralie in their ordinary quilted paletots and cloaks, with their faces hidden by hats and thick black veils. Two butterflies returned to the chrysalis stage could not be more completely transformed. "Will you honor me by giving me your arm?" Coralie asked tremulously. "With pleasure," said Lucien. He could feel the beating of her heart throbbing against his, like some snared bird, as she nestled closely to his side, with something of the delight of a cat that rubs herself against her master with eager silken caresses. "So we are supping together," she said. The party of four found two cabs waiting for them at the door in the Rue des Fossés du Temple. Coralie drew Lucien to one of the two, in which Camusot and his father-in-law, old Cardot, were seated already. She offered du Bruel a fifth place, and the manager drove off with Florine, Matifat, and Lousteau. "These hackney cabs are abominable things," said Coralie. "Why don't you have a carriage?" returned du Bruel. "Why?" she asked pettishly. "I do not like to tell you before Monsieur Cardot's face, for he trained his son-in-law, no doubt. Would you believe it, little and old as he is, Monsieur Cardot only gives Florentine 500 francs a month, just about enough to pay for her rent and her grub and her clothes. The old Marquis de Rochegude offered me a brougham 2 months ago, and he has 600,000 francs a year. But I am an artist, and not a common hussy." "You shall have a carriage the day after tomorrow, miss," said Camusot benignly. "You never asked me for one." "As if one asked for such a thing as that! What, you love a woman and let her paddle about in the mud at the risk of breaking her legs? Nobody but a knight of the yardstick likes to see a draggled skirt hem." As she uttered the sharp words that cut Camusot to the quick, she groped for Lucien's knee, and pressed it against her own, and clasped her fingers upon his hand. She was silent. All her power to feel seemed to be concentrated upon the ineffable joy of a moment which brings compensation for the whole wretched past of a life such as these poor creatures lead, and develops within their souls a poetry of which other women, happily ignorant of these violent revulsions, know nothing. "You played like Mademoiselle Mars herself towards the end," said du Bruel. "Yes," said Camusot, "something put her out at the beginning, but from the middle of the second act to the very end she was enough to drive you wild with admiration. Half of the success of your play was due to her." "And half of her success is due to me," said du Bruel. "This is all much ado about nothing," said Coralie in an unfamiliar voice. And seizing an opportunity in the darkness, she carried Lucien's hand to her lips and kissed it and drenched it with tears. Lucien felt thrilled through and through by that touch, for in the humility of the courtesan's love there is a magnificence which might set an example to angels. "Are you writing the dramatic criticism, monsieur?" said du Bruel, addressing Lucien. "You can write a charming paragraph about our dear Coralie." "Oh, do us that little service," pleaded Camusot, down on his knees, metaphorically speaking, before the critic. "You will always find me ready to do you a good turn at any time." "Do leave him his independence," Coralie exclaimed angrily. "He will write what he pleases. Papa Camusot, buy carriages for me instead of praises." "You shall have them on very easy terms," Lucien answered politely. "I have never written for newspapers before, so I am not accustomed to their ways. My maiden pen is at your disposal." "That is funny," said du Bruel. "Here we are in the Rue de Bondy," said Cardot. Coralie's sally had quite crushed the little old man. "If you are giving me the first fruits of your pen, the first love that has sprung up in my heart shall be yours," whispered Coralie in the brief instant that they remained alone together in the cab. Then she went up to Florine's bedroom to change her dress for a toilette previously sent. Lucien had no idea how lavishly a prosperous merchant will spend money upon an actress or a mistress when he means to enjoy a life of pleasure. Matifat was not nearly so rich a man as his friend Camusot, and he had done his part rather shabbily, yet the sight of the dining room took Lucien by surprise. The walls were hung with green cloth with a border of gilded nails. The whole room was artistically decorated, lighted by handsome lamps. Stands full of flowers stood in every direction. The drawing-room was resplendent with the furniture in fashion in those days: a Thomire chandelier, a carpet of Eastern design, and yellow silken hangings relieved by a brown border. The candlesticks, fire-irons, and clock were all in good taste, for Matifat had left everything to Grindot, a rising architect, who was building a house for him, and the young man had taken great pains with the rooms when he knew that Florine was to occupy them. Matifat, a tradesman to the backbone, went about carefully, afraid to touch the new furniture. He seemed to have the totals of the bills always before his eyes, and to look upon the splendors about him as so much jewelry imprudently withdrawn from the case. "And I shall be obliged to do as much for Florentine," old Cardot's eyes seemed to say. Lucien at once began to understand Lousteau's indifference to the state of his garret. Etienne was the real king of these festivals. Etienne enjoyed the use of all these fine things. He was standing just now on the hearthrug with his back to the fire, as if he were the master of the house, chatting with the manager, who was congratulating du Bruel. "Copy, copy!" called Finot, coming into the room. "There is nothing in the box. The printers are setting up my article, and they will soon have finished." "We will manage," said Etienne. "There is a fire burning in Florine's boudoir, there is a table there, and if Monsieur Matifat will find us paper and ink, we will knock off the newspaper while Florine and Coralie are dressing." Cardot, Camusot, and Matifat disappeared in search of quills, penknives, and everything necessary. Suddenly the door was flung open, and Tullia, one of the prettiest opera dancers of the day, dashed into the room. "They agree to take the 100 copies, dear boy," she cried, addressing Finot. "They won't cost the management anything, for the chorus and the orchestra and the corps de ballet are to take them whether they like it or not. But your paper is so clever that nobody will grumble. And you are going to have your boxes. Here is the subscription for the first quarter," she continued, holding out a couple of banknotes, "so don't cut me up." "It is all over with me," groaned Finot. "I must suppress my abominable diatribe, and I haven't another notion in my head." "What a happy inspiration, divine Lais!" exclaimed Blondet, who had followed the lady upstairs and brought Nathan, Vernou, and Claude Vignon with him. "Stop to supper, there is a dear, or I will crush thee, butterfly as thou art. There will be no professional jealousies, as you are a dancer, and as to beauty, you have all of you too much sense to show jealousy in public." "Oh dear!" cried Finot. "Nathan, Blondet, du Bruel, help, friends! I want 5 columns." "I can make 2 of the play," said Lucien. "I have enough for 1," added Lousteau. "Very well. Nathan, Vernou, and du Bruel will make the jokes at the end, and Blondet, good fellow, surely will vouchsafe a couple of short columns for the first sheet. I will run round to the printer. It is lucky that you brought your carriage, Tullia." "Yes, but the Duke is waiting below in it, and he has a German minister with him." "Ask the Duke and the minister to come up," said Nathan. "A German! They are the ones to drink, and they listen too. He shall hear some astonishing things to send home to his government," cried Blondet. "Is there any sufficiently serious personage to go down to speak to him?" asked Finot. Here, du Bruel, you are an official. Bring up the Duc de Rhetore and the minister, and give your arm to Tullia. Dear me, Tullia, how handsome you are tonight!" "We shall be 13 at table," exclaimed Matifat, paling visibly. "No, 14," said a voice in the doorway, and Florentine appeared. "I have come to look after Milord Cardot," she added, speaking with a burlesque English accent. "And besides," said Lousteau, "Claude Vignon came with Blondet." "I brought him here to drink," returned Blondet, taking up an inkstand. "Look here, all of you, you must use all your wit before those 56 bottles of wine drive it out. And of all things, stir up du Bruel. He is a vaudevillist. He is capable of making bad jokes if you get him to concert pitch." End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of A Distinguished Provincial at Paris by Honoré de Balzac, translated by Ellen Marriage. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Bruce Peary. Chapter 15. Lucien wrote his first newspaper article at the round table in Florine's boudoir by the light of the pink candles lighted by Matifat. Before such a remarkable audience, he was eager to show what he could do. The Panorama Dramatique. First performance of the Alcalde in a Fix, an imbroglio in 3 acts. First appearance of Mademoiselle Florine, Mademoiselle Coralie, Vignol. People are coming and going, walking and talking. Everybody is looking for something, nobody finds anything. General hubbub. The Alcalde has lost his daughter and found his cap, but the cap does not fit. It must belong to some thief. Where is the thief? People walk and talk and come and go more than ever. Finally, the Alcalde finds a man without his daughter, and his daughter without the man, which is satisfactory for the magistrate, but not for the audience. Quiet being restored, the Alcalde tries to examine the man. Behold a venerable Alcalde, sitting in an Alcalde's great armchair, arranging the sleeves of his Alcalde's gown. Only in Spain do Alcaldes cling to their enormous sleeves and wear plaited lawn ruffles about the magisterial throat, a good half of an Alcalde's business on the stage in Paris. This particular Alcalde, wheezing and waddling about like an asthmatic old man, is Vignol, on whom Poitier's mantle has fallen, a young actor who personates old age so admirably that the oldest men in the audience cannot help laughing. With that quavering voice of his, that bald forehead, and those spindle shanks trembling under the weight of a senile frame, he may look forward to a long career of decrepitude. There is something alarming about the young actor's old age. He is so very old, you feel nervous lest senility should be infectious. And what an admirable Alcalde he makes! What a delightful uneasy smile! What pompous stupidity! What wooden dignity! What judicial hesitation! How well the man knows that black may be white or white black! How eminently well he is fitted to be minister to a constitutional monarch! The stranger answers every one of his inquiries by a question. Vignol retorts in such a fashion that the person under examination elicits all the truth from the Alcalde. This piece of pure comedy, with a breath of Moliere throughout, puts the house in good humor. The people on the stage all seem to understand what they were about, but I am quite unable to clear up the mystery or to say wherein it lay, for the Alcalde's daughter was there, personified by a living, breathing Andalusian, a Spaniard with a Spaniard's eyes, a Spaniard's complexion, a Spaniard's gait and figure, a Spaniard from top to toe, with her poniard in her garter, love in her heart, and a cross on the ribbon about her neck. When the act was over, and somebody asked me how the piece was going, I answered, "She wears scarlet stockings with green clocks to them. She has a little foot, no larger than that, in her patent leather shoes, and the prettiest pair of ankles in Andalusia." Oh, that Alcalde's daughter brings your heart into your mouth. She tantalizes you so horribly that you long to spring upon the stage and offer her your thatched hovel and your heart, or 30,000 livres per annum and your pen. The Andalusian is the loveliest actress in Paris. Coralie, for she must be called by her real name, can be a countess or a grisette, and in which part she would be more charming one cannot tell. She can be anything that she chooses. She is born to achieve all possibilities. Can more be said of a boulevard actress? With the second act, a Parisian Spaniard appeared upon the scene, with her features cut like a cameo and her dangerous eyes. "Where does she come from?" I asked in my turn, and was told that she came from the green room, and that she was Mademoiselle Florine. But upon my word, I could not believe a syllable of it. Such spirit was there in her gestures, such frenzy in her love. She is the rival of the Alcalde's daughter, and married to a grandee cut out to wear an Almaviva's cloak, with stuff sufficient in it for 100 boulevard noblemen. Mademoiselle Florine wore neither scarlet stockings with green clocks, nor patent leather shoes, but she appeared in a mantilla, a veil which she put to admirable uses, like the great lady that she is. She showed to admiration that the tigress can be a cat. I began to understand from the sparkling talk between the two that some drama of jealousy was going on, and just as everything was put right, the Alcalde's stupidity embroiled everybody again. Torch-bearers, rich men, footmen, Figaros, grandees, Alcaldes, dames and damsels, the whole company on the stage began to eddy about and come and go and look for one another. The plot thickened. Again, I left it to thicken, for Florine the jealous and the happy Coralie had entangled me once more in the folds of mantilla and basquina, and their little feet were twinkling in my eyes. I managed, however, to reach the third act without any mishap. The commissary of police was not compelled to interfere, and I did nothing to scandalize the house, wherefore I begin to believe in the influence of that public and religious morality about which the Chamber of Deputies is so anxious, that anyone might think there was no morality left in France. I even contrived to gather that a man was in love with 2 women who failed to return his affection, or else that 2 women were in love with a man who loved neither of them. The man did not love the Alcalde, or the Alcalde had no love for the man, who was nevertheless a gallant gentleman, and in love with somebody, with himself perhaps, or with heaven, if the worst came to the worst, for he becomes a monk. And if you want to know any more, you can go to the Panorama Dramatique. You are hereby given fair warning. You must go once to accustom yourself to those irresistible scarlet stockings with the green clocks, to little feet full of promises, to eyes with a ray of sunlight shining through them, to the subtle charm of a Parisienne disguised as an Andalusian girl, and of an Andalusian masquerading as a Parisienne. You must go a second time to enjoy the play, to shed tears over the love-distracted grandee, and die of laughing at the old Alcalde. The play is twice a success. The author who writes it, it is said, in collaboration with one of the great poets of the day, was called before the curtain, and appeared with a love-distraught damsel on each arm, and fairly brought down the excited house. The 2 dancers seem to have more wit in their legs than the author himself, but when once the fair rivals left the stage, the dialogue seemed witty at once, a triumphant proof of the excellence of the piece. The applause and calls for the author caused the architect some anxiety, but Monsieur de Courcy, the author, being accustomed to volcanic eruptions of the reeling Vesuvius beneath the chandelier, felt no tremor. As for the actresses, they danced the famous Bolero of Seville, which once found favor in the sight of a council of reverend fathers, and escaped ecclesiastical censure in spite of its wanton dangerous grace. The Bolero in itself would be enough to attract old age while there is any lingering heat of youth in the veins, and out of charity I warn these persons to keep the lenses of their opera glasses well polished. While Lucien was writing a column which was to set a new fashion in journalism and reveal a fresh and original gift, Lousteau indited an article of the kind described as mœurs, a sketch of contemporary manners, entitled "The Elderly Beau." "The buck of the Empire," he wrote, "is invariably long, slender, and well preserved. He wears a corset and the cross of the Legion of Honor. His name was originally Potelet, or something very like it; but to stand well with the court, he conferred a du upon himself, and du Potelet he is until another revolution. A baron of the Empire, a man of two ends, as his name, Potelet, a post, implies, he is paying his court to the Faubourg Saint-Germain, after a youth gloriously and usefully spent as the agreeable train-bearer of a sister of the man whom decency forbids me to mention by name. Du Potelet has forgotten that he was once in waiting upon Her Imperial Highness, but he still sings the songs composed for the benefactress who took such a tender interest in his career," and so forth and so forth. It was a tissue of personalities, silly enough for the most part, such as they used to write in those days. Other papers, and notably the Figaro, have brought the art to a curious perfection since. Lousteau compared the Baron to a heron, and introduced Madame de Bargeton, to whom he was paying his court, as a cuttlefish bone, a burlesque absurdity which amused readers who knew neither of the personages. A tale of the loves of the heron, who tried in vain to swallow the cuttlefish bone, which broke into 3 pieces when he dropped it, was irresistibly ludicrous. Everybody remembers the sensation which the pleasantry made in the Faubourg Saint-Germain. It was the first of a series of similar articles, and was one of the 1,001 causes which provoked the rigorous press legislation of Charles X. An hour later, Blondet, Lousteau, and Lucien came back to the drawing-room where the other guests were chatting. The Duke was there, and the Minister, the 4 women, the 3 merchants, the manager, and Finot. A printer's devil with a paper cap on his head was waiting, even then, for copy. "The men are just going off if I have nothing to take them," he said. "Stay a bit, here are 10 francs, and tell them to wait," said Finot. "If I give them the money, sir, they would take to tippleography, and good night to the newspaper." "That boy's common sense is appalling to me," remarked Finot, and the Minister was in the middle of a prediction of a brilliant future for the urchin when the 3 came in. Blondet read aloud an extremely clever article against the Romantics. Lousteau's paragraph drew laughter, and by the Duc de Rhétore's advice, an indirect eulogium of Madame d'Espard was slipped in, lest the whole Faubourg Saint-Germain should take offence. "What have you written?" asked Finot, turning to Lucien. And Lucien read, quaking for fear, but the room rang with applause when he finished. The actresses embraced the neophyte, and the 2 merchants, following suit, half choked the breath out of him. There were tears in du Bruel's eyes as he grasped his critic's hand, and the manager invited him to dinner. "There are no children nowadays," said Blondet. "Since Monsieur de Chateaubriand called Victor Hugo a sublime child, I can only tell you quite simply that you have spirit and taste, and write like a gentleman." "He is on the newspaper," said Finot, as he thanked Etienne and gave him a shrewd glance. "What jokes have you made?" inquired Lousteau, turning to Blondet and du Bruel. "Here are du Bruel's," said Nathan. "Now that Monsieur le Vicomte de A is attracting so much attention, they will perhaps let me alone. Monsieur le Vicomte de Mosthenes was heard to say yesterday." An ultra, condemning M. Pasquier's speech, said his programme was only a continuation of Decazes' policy. "Yes," said a lady, "but he stands on a monarchical basis; he has just the kind of leg for a court suit." "With such a beginning, I don't ask more of you," said Finot. "It will be all right. Run round with this," he added, turning to the boy. The paper is not exactly a genuine article, but it is our best number yet." And he turned to the group of writers. Already Lucien's colleagues were privately taking his measure. "That fellow has brains," said Blondet. "His article is well written," said Claude Vignon. "Supper!" cried Matifat. The Duke gave his arm to Florine, Coralie went across to Lucien, and Tullia went into supper between Émile Blondet and the German minister. "I cannot understand why you are making an onslaught on Madame de Bargeton and the Baron du Châtelet. They say that he is prefect designate of the Charente, and will be master of requests some day." "Madame de Bargeton showed Lucien the door as if he had been an impostor," said Lousteau. "Such a fine young fellow!" exclaimed the minister. Supper, served with new plate, Sèvres porcelain, and white damask, was redolent of opulence. The dishes were from Chevet, the wines from a celebrated merchant on the Quai Saint Bernard, a personal friend of Matifat's. For the first time, Lucien beheld the luxury of Paris displayed. He went from surprise to surprise, but he kept his astonishment to himself, like a man who "had spirit and taste and wrote like a gentleman," as Blondet had said. As they crossed the drawing-room, Coralie bent to Florine. "Make Camusot so drunk that he will be compelled to stop here all night," she whispered. "So you have hooked your journalist, have you?" returned Florine, using the idiom of women of her class. "No, dear, I love him," said Coralie, with an adorable little shrug of the shoulders. Those words rang in Lucien's ears, borne to them by the fifth deadly sin. Coralie was perfectly dressed. Every woman possesses some personal charm in perfection, and Coralie's toilette brought her characteristic beauty into prominence. Her dress, moreover, like Florine's, was of some exquisite stuff, unknown as yet to the public, a mousseline de soie, with which Camusot had been supplied a few days before the rest of the world; for, as owner of the Golden Cocoon, he was a kind of Providence in Paris to the Lyons silk weavers. Love and toilet are like color and perfume for a woman, and Coralie in her happiness looked lovelier than ever. A looked-for delight which cannot elude the grasp possesses an immense charm for youth. Perhaps in their eyes the secret of the attraction of a house of pleasure lies in the certainty of gratification. Perhaps many a long fidelity is attributable to the same cause. Love for love's sake, first love indeed, had blent with one of the strange violent fancies which sometimes possess these poor creatures, and love and admiration of Lucien's great beauty taught Coralie to express the thoughts in her heart. "I should love you if you were ill and ugly," she whispered as they sat down. What a saying for a poet! Camusot utterly vanished. Lucien had forgotten his existence. He saw Coralie, and had eyes for nothing else. How should he draw back? This creature, all sensation, all enjoyment of life, tired of the monotony of existence in a country town, weary of poverty, harassed by enforced continence, impatient of the claustral life of the Rue de Cluny, of toiling without reward. The fascination of the underworld of Paris was upon him. How should he rise and leave this brilliant gathering? Lucien stood with one foot in Coralie's chamber and the other in the quicksands of journalism. After so much vain search and climbing of so many stairs, after standing about and waiting in the Rue du Sentier, he had found journalism a jolly boon companion, joyous over the wine. His wrongs had just been avenged. There were two for whom he had vainly striven to fill the cup of humiliation and pain which he had been made to drink to the dregs, and now, tomorrow, they should receive a stab in their very hearts. "Here is a real friend," he thought as he looked at Lousteau. It never crossed his mind that Lousteau already regarded him as a dangerous rival. He had made a blunder. He had done his very best when a colorless article would have served him admirably well. Blondet's remark to Finot that it would be better to come to terms with a man of that calibre had counteracted Lousteau's gnawing jealousy. He reflected that it would be prudent to keep on good terms with Lucien, and at the same time to arrange with Finot to exploit this formidable newcomer. He must be kept in poverty. The decision was made in a moment, and the bargain made in a few whispered words. He has talent. He will want the more. Ah, good. A supper among French journalists always fills me with dread, said the German diplomatist, with serene urbanity. He looked as he spoke at Blondet, whom he had met at the Comtesse de Montcornet's. It is laid upon you, gentlemen, to fulfill a prophecy of Blücher's. What prophecy? Asked Nathan. When Blücher and Sacken arrived on the heights of Montmartre in 1814, pardon me, gentlemen, for recalling a day unfortunate for France, Sacken, a rough brute, remarked, "Now we will set Paris alight." "Take very good care that you don't," said Blücher. "France will die of that. Nothing else can kill her." And he waved his hand over the glowing, seething city that lay like a huge canker in the valley of the Seine. "There are no journalists in our country, thank Heaven," continued the minister after a pause. "I have not yet recovered from the fright that the little fellow gave me, a boy of 10 in a paper cap, with the sense of an old diplomatist. And to-night I feel as if I were supping with lions and panthers, who graciously sheathe their claws in my honor." "It is clear," said Blondet, "that we are at liberty to inform Europe that a serpent dropped from your Excellency's lips this evening, and that the venomous creature failed to inoculate Mademoiselle Tullia, the prettiest dancer in Paris, and to follow up the story with a commentary on Eve, and the Scriptures, and the first and last transgression. But have no fear, you are our guest." "It would be funny," said Finot. "We would begin with a scientific treatise on all the serpents found in the human heart and human body, and so proceed to the corps diplomatique," said Lousteau. "And we could exhibit one in spirits, in a bottle of brandied cherries," said Vernou. "Till you yourself would end by believing in the story," added Vignon, looking at the diplomatist. "Gentlemen," cried the Duc de Rhetore, "let sleeping claws lie." "The influence and power of the press is only dawning," said Finot. "Journalism is in its infancy. It will grow. In 10 years' time, everything will be brought into publicity. The light of thought will be turned on all subjects, and—" "The blight of thought will be over it all," corrected Blondet. "Here is an apothegm," cried Claude Vignon. "Thought will make kings," said Lousteau. "And undo monarchs," said the German. "And therefore," said Blondet, "if the press did not exist, it would be necessary to invent it forthwith. But here we have it, and live by it." "You will die of it," returned the German diplomatist. "Can you not see that if you enlighten the masses, and raise them in the political scale, you make it all the harder for the individual to rise above their level? Can you not see that if you sow the seeds of reasoning among the working classes, you will reap revolt and be the first to fall victims? What do they smash in Paris when a riot begins?" "The street lamps," said Nathan. "But we are too modest to fear for ourselves. We only run the risk of cracks." "As a nation, you have too much mental activity to allow any government to run its course without interference. But for that, you would make the conquest of Europe a second time, and win with the pen all that you failed to keep with the sword." End of chapter 15.